there were 2 Tiranas. You know, Russell Taylor had a deal. Sold it all. Hammy sold it all to Russell in exchange. They got a couple of Tiranas. This one had a Pro line. Ryan was nearly going to go down that route and decided, let's go billet 2J in one of the toughest GTR drag cars.
Captain
and
Risky
that is, that's his nickname, of course.
Yep.
2J Brothers. It is a wild couple of machines here. 2J Brothers in Holden cars. A double 2JZ Radial Brotherhood bump in coming to you. And dare I interrupt it, I won't.
Bump, bump.
But I hope they're both ready because I want to see epic. Whoa!
That's a race.
Oh, big flame out of Ryan's. Is he okay? 654, 201. Big burst of flame on the trap. 696 for the wagon, 199, nearly side by side 200. But there was a big shoot of flame. He went off the button too. Look at that 035. Can we hold the? Oh, I was about to say, can we hold that?
Here's the replay. Have a look at it. Got to about 1,000
We need to watch the replay. Look for the win light right now. Look for the... It's Ryan. I think Danny's off it, so it was Ryan the win.
That's a big one.
But they were like 035, 057 off the button. I wanted to see the short times too, but that was wild. And whatever that was out of that car wasn't liking it. And I wanted to see the short times. I wish we could get that back, but... They'll have it on the time slip, and that's it. That was a great race between them. Danny gave it up early on Ryan. Ryan did gap him, but whether again something for Danny's not working. But it still went a 6 at nearly 200, and he still was off the throttle early.
I hope it's not too much damage in there. That was a big flash of flame because you could see it under the car, through the windscreen, and out both sides as well. That's when that happens. That's usually that's not a good end to the night.
And it's been a long time since we've had to talk about Captain Risky, but there's a Captain Risky moment right there.
That was a Captain Risky
That's
moment.
him being Captain Risky, and he doesn't want that. He's not there to... We'll be back tomorrow, kids, to do it again. No. He like this... This thing, he's like, I catch him looking at the thing, and I look at it too, and I go, man, I can't believe you must sit in the garage and look at this thing and go, what sort of lucky guy are you to finally just build your ultimate, unique, world-class car and then have this love-hate relationship with it because it's such a beast. Working on them is, it's not sometimes a pleasure to keep these beasts going.
No.
And they've had a few little issues. They can't seem to get converters and gearboxes just right yet. They're making that much horsepower and torque with the boost they're trying to make. So they've had little issues trying to get gearboxes to stay together. There was a story there at Kenda in Brisbane where Danny was out for racing for Kenda because he did his gearbox. But guess who was there not racing but had a handy, I think it was an M&M, big dollar mark Mickey gearbox sitting in his radial car up at his house, I think at Caboolture, Grantley Schloss. So Grantley said, well, come and take my big Mickey out of my Tirana and use it in the VL. So basically he's got Grantley's gearbox on loan.
So this is going to be no surprise to anybody. There is bits of metal
is that right? Okay.
Through the braking area down there.
Okay.
So we're going to be down for probably about 10 minutes or so, just to run the debris mat over it and try and pick up as much.
Is that what that thing is? I didn't know what it was. Is it a debris mat?
Yes.
Pick him up. All of him? Yes, all of him. You don't need a magnet because it's all aluminium probably. Here comes Jürgen. It happens, Jürgen. It happens. He was gunning for a good light. He wanted to leave on time, and then if you look at it on the replay, it was just missed it by that much, Jürgen. Missed it by that much.
Is that me or you? So next pair will be Chris Valesky and Andrew Coles, but all thoughts are with Ryan Holtz after that big flash of flame that we saw down there. That's the reason why we're down right now with the cleanup happening on the racetrack. There was a big flash of flame, and I'd love to have another look at the replay if we happen to have a front-on shot, because that would certainly be spectacular, that's for sure. What have you learned, Mr. Diggles?
Oh, look, Kelly's just let us know that, look, and this is a bit of a segue, not much of a segue. We've got more fireworks coming up.
Yes.
We got official, proper, what they call fireworks, being, Chinese invented them thousands of years ago.
We actually have proper fireworks.
We actually have proper things that are going in the air at 8:30 tonight. Families and kids and anyone that loves fireworks. I mean, hands up who hates fire. No one's going to say they don't like a fireworks display. Kelly said it's going to have a little whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. I can't wait to see it. I mean, this is Jambo. I just turn up and want to watch it all. I want to eat it. I can't get enough of it. I'm hungry for it. I want to see it. So if it's a 2026 first Jambo with a firework display, well, let's see the skies light up at 8:30. So that is 38 minutes away, and we ain't done yet. This is what Jambos are. You know, we want to go round and round, official results, who can continue to keep rolling back and being in the lanes for the next round when race control calls them. It's about whether you have still got a car together after each round. And sometimes, folks, you think this is the best seat in the house. If you were to just say, follow a favourite car of yours, which is a little bit of a serious car, and just go and stalk them in the pits round and round and just sit back and marvel of what they actually have to do. Look at that. What they actually have to do between rounds and whether or not there's stress, whether there's just everything, like people's got their own jobs to do. Oh, what car would I go see? That's a very good question, Janie, a very good question. What car? Okay, let me think of something that's going to need some work on it round around. And I'll tell you the one I have seen, and that's Public Enemy, spot on, keeping the Noon and Hemi together round around. And even sometimes when you go there, you know, there's not a lot of chatter, not a lot of stress. Everyone knows you need to do this, you need to do that. There's fluids. Any car like that now, especially when they're going over the quarter, is that you're going to be on the lash for those cars. So you got the rocker covers off, and of course they're a push rod, the Noonans, old-fashioned technology, some people say. But I mean, there's some beautiful bits of machinery there. But you've got to set clearances to keep that valve train together, because you can drop a valve. If you break a valve string and you don't pick it, that thing can be toast in the next run. So preventative maintenance, I love seeing preventative maintenance. It makes me not want a car of that calibre, just because I kind of want to just park it. I want to have a car that you just park and go, well, let us know when we're running again. So that can be a street compact or even a modified compact car, but anything that's 5 seconds, like go and see what a 5-second car takes. Look at Barry. You know what? There's a car. Go and see Barry Plumpton turn around a 959 Musi for you. You think the engine's big? You should see the rockers and stuff on that thing. And you know what I love about that pit? That's really cool. They're all Kiwis. They're all a bit older in age. And guess what? They love to have a good time and laugh. There's something about a Kiwi sense of humour, especially when there's a pack of them together working on something. That's the sort of pit that's actually, it's probably entertaining, actually. Wouldn't it be good if we could go live pit thrash and just be the fly on the wall? We could just go there and watch them do the turning around of some of these cars. But again, if I won Lotto and I could do anything, I don't think I'd still have a car like that, because I don't need people in my team that have to work hard on race day. I'd rather we all just, all have a car. You know what I mean? It's like, why am I got the car? Why can't we all build cars that we could all afford and we can all race, but still satisfies your need? But you've always got a mate that wants to run a 5. So guess what? When you're in the crew of a mate that wants to run a 5, or here we go, our 2J brothers that want to run 6s with 2Js, you know how much work the old 2J needs between rounds. And Danny, 199 for the Wags, a Aussie-built car, built by the man himself, driven by the man himself. That's the sort of car I love to see. Again, that's too much car for me. Danny's wagon, too much for me. He built my car after, well, he had this thing on the jig, and then all the door slammer rules to build his two, he basically applied to mine. Hats off to guys that can build stuff like that and then steer it. That's the stuff that keeps me coming back as well. I mean, yes, you can go and buy the new Jerry Bick or the new Pro Mod car, and really sometimes the way the industry is, it's geared up for you just to do that and get on with it. These cars, that's right, Johnny, they all still have their own personalities. Again, Danny will be VL Wagon probably forever. I don't think you'd ever see him out of a green VL Wagon.
It's a cool car.
He's happy with it. Everyone that sees it. Okay, give him a round of applause for the flame job. Captain Risky putting it all on the line. Captain Risky, kaboom! Not good, mate. But living up to the bobblehead, that's a Captain Risky move. And I know we don't want to stalk the carnage afterwards, but, Ryan's not going to like that it happened. Ryan's going to not like that it happened, but they still don't know exactly probably. But whatever's come out the bottom, if there's metal and stuff, I mean, I don't want to speculate. As I said, I do think that it was billet engine and that, so it can't be, well, again, you can still fracture billet blocks. You still can do that. I mean, if you let a rod go or something, I don't know what it was. I don't think it was a flame out. It might have been a flame out, but it was sort of top and bottom.
It was top, bottom and sides.
But the other thing about that car, because it's so low, where that is, if that's near cylinder head height, if it did do like a torch, you could probably see it above and below the car. You know what I mean? If it was something like that, but it was if it's broken metal, then it is a mechanical failure. If it's a molten metal, which I don't think it is, because they said it was bits.
It was bits.
Molten bits don't come out like that. You know, they kind of weld themselves to the back of the area that they torch. So I don't think it's a torch. That's interesting. Again, the diagnosis, never going to know until someone in the pit there, any of my track babies that are down here this weekend that can let us know, send Uncle Diggs a text and we'll find out, let the people know, not only here in the arena that saw that live. And again, here we are watching this side-by-side run. And you know, I know we probably talked over it a little bit near the end because we had to react to it. But sometimes the thing you hear at the finish line, there is a noise behind the flame, and you want to, I wish I could hear it. People probably heard it. If it is a breakage or a pop or something like that, there is something that goes with it. If anyone's ever heard a supercharger burst panel come out near a finish line where you hear all that lobe, those rotor lobes rotating against each other, forcing air.
It's not a nice noise.
It's a horrific noise, but that's just what blowers do, make that noise. Most root style or screw style blowers, they are making noise when they spin because there's clearances, they're pushing air, they're pretty tight clearances. And then when you open up below it, that's what it sounds like going through the engine. Thank goodness that a lot of those cars run on methanol, have zoomies, so you don't actually hear the supercharger under all of that. Because within the engine, there's more louder parts of the engine. But the blower, if you were to have the blower on a desk, actually, it'd be interesting to, if you could spin-tron that deal, which is put the engine on a dyno, one of these devices that spins the whole engine up, and just record a decibel for the blower, and then run the engine through the exhaust and then say, was that a higher decibel than the supercharger noise? Because you don't hear that over the exhaust, obviously. It's like some cars, that NA cars with induction noises, you hear that more than anything. Exhaust is different. A lot of boosted cars, you lose the noise because of the turbocharger. Those engines sound a lot different when they do go through, the turbine. And you don't get all that. But mind you, Proline engines sound tough. Turbo, they sound pretty good. 2Js have that nice whine about him. You can't go away from that. I haven't quite fell in love with turbo Willis yet. Turbo Barras, same thing. I've actually liked a few NA Barras and a few NA engines more than that, So I'd
like to see more NA Barras.
Yeah.
It's not something we see very much of these days. We got all the variety in the world, but we don't see too many naturally aspirated ones. Maybe one in all motor. Who knows? We might see that in the future, but. We're just in the process of doing the cleanup right now, and waiting patiently down here is the Radial Extreme guys, Andrew Coles and Chris Valesky will be the next pair up. It's certainly starting to cool off this evening, that is for sure. Everybody who's outside can certainly feel that. But Mr. Diggles, do we have more information, more updates?
Look, there's good news and bad news. The good news is we're going to move the fireworks forward a little bit. Bad news is there's a little bit more risky pickup than we thought. But again, it's going to take time. We're lucky sometimes it's 5 minutes. We're unlucky sometimes it's 10 minutes. It might be that and a little bit more. But, I mean, sit around, chat amongst yourselves, listen to us, rabbit on, go and get some stuff in the pits. Go and see if Barry's still turning the rockers around on the big Musi or whatever. But, you're right about NA stuff, mate. And more of my call in the future is actually letting all the NA stuff. I'm not talking over the NA stuff because don't we capture it like all the overtaking lane mics work on all the cameras. So we let those engines sing anytime we want. And that's the stuff we got to let the new generation appreciate, that engines can sound that way. Yeah, that's tractor pulling. I noticed that as well.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. So a lot of the NA stuff, I've been letting it go. There's a lot of really sweet, I can't believe it now. I can't believe we're saying it in 2026.
Yeah.
1,000 horsepower aspirated small block.
It's wild.
Streetcar / sedans, you know what I mean? So there's guys that, like we said before, guys have got a certain poison they want. Like some guys are NA, you'll never get them into a turbo car. Some guys, and as I said, Float Bowl brothers, they're carbies, they believe that finely tuned machines can still be mechanical. And then when you listen to one screamed in LE10 and you go, wow, that's a full analog management of that engine. That's all mechanical.
It's no different.
I still appreciate that, and I think horsepower can sound 100 different ways.
Well, and some guys like to paint their car red, some guys like to paint their car yellow, some like to paint it orange, some paint it green. It's the same deal. You know, there's 1,001 different flavours of racing. It's just a matter of finding what you like and what you want to do and a place to race it.
And a blind man won't ever be able to say to see that, but he'll certainly be able to hear them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but... And then you go, what car was that? What colour was it? Green. Yeah, green's nice. You know, so it's there's some lungs out there, and everyone's still doing it. In every single little clip you'll see on social media, it's another engine done on the dyno. It's another thing going in a beautiful car. I don't know when it all runs out, but as we said, the coolest cars we can all agree. At least one we can agree today, right?
Yep.
Nearly all the coolest cars have already been built on this planet, and there's less chance that we're ever going to see 5 more cool cars in the next 10 years that are going to change our opinion to that. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a big call.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's talk for a sec. As I said, we're going to bring the fireworks forward a little earlier. Whatever this carnage was, I mean, the reality is we're on it, folks. We're going to handle it. You people are here to see how it all ends, so you're going to bear with us. You reckon Mopar's going to bring out a new Trackhawk that we're going to like better than the old Trackhawk?
No,
do you think the next Corvette might turn more people away from the Corvette than it does?
I'm not saying that, but I think we're seeing a definite swing away from your generic sterilised late model cars back towards the more what's the word? Not agricultural is not the right word, but the more sort of beastly, the stuff that appeals to the car enthusiast, the people.
Yes.
You know, there's still cars out there that do that. There's still cars out there and car makers that are building those kind of cars that you look at and you go, okay, that's cool.
And you know what? I never really got an attitude about Korean cars. I mean, when I saw Hyundai, honestly, mate, when I was in the auto industry, I was working at a Hyundai. I was in spare parts. I worked for Ford, so I learned how the whole Ford dealership works. And AU was a new car when I was at Ford, so that sort of dates me of where I was.
Yep.
And learned all about that. And I loved engineering back in the days. Car makers were doing a lot of carryover. And that's what I think saved the Australian car industry, is so much carryover. In other words, engines fitted different models. Yeah. You did a grill upgrade. You badge engineered it. You re-debut a car 2 years later as the new one. And a lot of it was the same engineering. Yep. And they kept selling them. So that was really handy. Some manufacturers like Honda kind of wanted to redesign things nearly every time. That a lot of stuff wasn't interchangeable. Yep. But in Australia, especially I think under that button plan where you could badge industry, you could share the auto industry with Japanese makers or any foreign manufacturers. So as we said, we had the Ford Laser and we had the Mazda 626, we had the Holden Nova, which was a Toyota Corolla. You know what I mean? We had that sort of stuff. Yeah. So to hot that stuff up, there was plenty around, everything interchanged, and that really helped hot rodders get stuff done back in the day. Yeah. And so our manufacturing industry really sort of was good. It kept carrying over, and a lot of it was made, and wreckers, whatever, you could get what you want. But then Hyundai came in, and I'm working at a dealership when the Hyundai XL Bubble was a brand new car. Yeah. It was $13,990. Yeah. And this was the first entry level for a lot of people that had never owned a new car to buy.
To actually buy a new car.
So guess who was I didn't have a job in spare parts at the Hyundai dealership. I got a job as a service advisor. So I'm greeting these first ever new car these people have owned. Yeah. And they're turning up to get their service. Remember, free servicing. They promise stuff like 3-year warranty, free servicing. Yeah. Right? They turn up and we had this theory of we had something called a Friday car. We reckon they built it on a Friday and it was just a pile of junk. And then you had one. That's all. That's great. 5 minutes. We can get to that. Easy. And then we had ones that, as long as you service them in the logbook, because again, I had to go make sure everyone had their logbooks and I had to fill out their logbooks. The ones that actually got looked after right from the word go were in really good shape, like most cars should be. Some of them that weren't looked after went to crap immediately. Like if you didn't change the oil, the lifters, you'd run lifters in and they little tappets, of course, on the rockers. Yeah. The sun would fade, the mirrors were gone. And guess what? People started coming in going, well, I've got a 3-year warranty. These mirrors are faded. I want new ones under warranty. And I'm there trying to say, well, let me check whether we can do that, Mrs. whatever your name was.
Smith.
And just to keep them happy, they were sort of just saying, okay, because it's sun faded, yes, we'll give you some new mirrors. So that was setting a precedent, which I was thinking, well, hang on, mate, where are you going with this?
You're going down a road.
Because guess what? I know a lot of people out there will watch or listen that know that if you ever owned a car kind of during that early 2000s, late 90s, remember all the clear coat went to crap? All those people are wishing they got warranty from their manufacturer about the crap paint that went on those cars in Australia during that time. But to have this little Hyundai come out and brand new, and here was Korea. And I'll never forget my old boss. He was a dealer principal, and he had 4 dealerships. He was self-made man. He was retired. He came back to open a Hyundai dealership. He came back and opened it when he didn't have to. We had Hyundai, Mazda, Subaru, Daihatsu, and Kia. And let me tell you, back then, mate, I can't say too many good things about old Kia back then.
I had a mate who had one, and I know.
Mate, spare parts, and had these Korean microfish that, you couldn't work anything out. Nothing was available yet, whatever, so fresh. But I remember him saying to me, and he's had a bit of a gruff voice. You go, I just went to Korea. I went through their factories there for Hyundai. He goes, they're a bit of all right. They've got their head screwed on the right way. They want to beat Toyota at their own game. They're going to be something in the future. And I'll never forget that, because exactly what he said came true. And now, and lucky enough, Hyundai and Kia, obviously, what a smart way to double your fleet on the same assembly line.
Father, son.
Yeah, but again, market 2 completely different ways and sell. So I'm not against Korean cars. What I like about Hyundai is that they develop what they call the N thing, right? The racing, you can buy a performance version. So then you realise Hyundai's not looking at Toyota as the opposition. They're looking at VW. They're looking at the Euro cars, and because they call it the N line, like Nürburgring. So they're aiming at Europe. So any manufacturer that points at the market and says, I'm interested in motorsport, well, you've got to give that manufacturer credit.
Case in point, the Kia Stinger. When that came out, that thing just... That shook a lot of people, because how often do you see that kind of a car come out these days? And when every time I see one, I got to slow back down to 60 because I think it's a cop. But they are a good-looking thing, and then they go. They hammer.
I almost think that it's sometimes, if you believe too many conspiracies, I start to think that they were deliberately named Stingers because a lot of police drive it and they've stung a lot of people. As they're happening happening in a sec. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so folks, for those people that are watching in the stands and for the people watching the live stream, it's going to probably suck a little bit for you because you're not going to see them in the skies, but I'm sure our sniper cams are going to pick it up. But we are going to get some fireworks happening here. Hey, folks, and again, I want you to loudest voice possible because now, we've got 25,000 people left here. How much noise can you all make? Do you want to see the fireworks? Seriously? Did you hear anything through the microphone then? Come on, I want you to see if you can. I want to hear the loudest whistler. Do you want to see some fireworks? Yeah.
That was better.
Yeah, there they are.
That was better.
Yeah, see, you can hear the higher pitch of the whistle. When a bloke goes, oh, you can't hear that. So we had a few blokes going, oh, so we couldn't hear that. We could hear the whistle, right? Who's the loudest whistler? Do you want to see some fireworks? This kid's just screaming instead of whistling because they can't whistle yet.
Do we get to do a countdown? Is this like
New
Year's
Eve?
Eve?
Know. Okay, I'm going to give you a fake countdown. 99, 90...
67,
67, 66, 60... If we don't know the firework countdown. Hang on, Kelly's going to give me the countdown. Is she? All right, here. Okay, righto. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Hang on, ready?
Where are we up to?
30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Pause for 5 seconds. Count amongst yourselves. Yell it out, folks. 23, 22. Count it down. Come on. 21. Come on, count it. No one. Don't you know your maths backwards? All right. 19,
they're trying to
18.
take their shoes
Come
off.
on, say it. Sounds like a quarterback. 42, 72. Hut. Yeah, there we go. Whoa, man, that works. Well done, well counted. There we go. Several fireworks all going off simultaneously. As you can see, a variety of colours between red and green. And there we go. A random crackle of exploding dynamite discovered by the Chinese in the 16th century. Known for its bright lights from the various metals used, i.e. magnesium, iodine. And the swirly twirly ones, if you've ever seen one of those unfired, put it down. It's probably going to go off. All right, here we go. This is me waking up in the morning. That's me in the morning. There we go. That was it. Bang, bang, random, bang. I love that. All right, let it go, folks. Make your own commentary up. I can't keep doing it. Yeah, Rusty. I've commentated fireworks for years. Back then, all you have to do is do the colour. Ready? Red, orange, random, pop, bang. Let's go to the two-step. It's got some random rhythm going on here, mate. Twirly whirly's going nuts here. Hey? There we go. We've got a bird's eye view on the live stream. And, of course, they look so good watching at home. Hang on. Hold your applause. Good. Thank you for holding your applause. You know, fireworks people, they're artists. You know, sometimes they'll do a show and then they want to have the crescendo. It's almost like an international fireworks standard. Have you got a camera right on the ground? Can we get that on the big screen? Can we go to the base? Can we throw up the base? Let's look at the cannon. Where is it? Watch how many are going up here at once here. Doof,
Diggles,
doof, doof,
don't take this the wrong way. Shut up for a minute.
All right.
We've got a couple of cars that need moving. A green BMW EFX 02P and a white Ford Falcon BZR 11R. 11R. So green BMW EFX 02P and a white Ford Falcon BZR 11R. Or if you happen to drive any green BMWs or white Ford Falcons and you're parked in a dodgy place, go move your car. Fantastic.
Hold your applause. All right, give it a round of applause. Big round of applause. There you go. Wow, clap, cheer and whistle. There it was. You didn't have to pay for it. Clap, please.
That's not coming through.
I mean, if you had to pay the bill for them. It's all right. Fair amount of crackle there.
I can't hear myself.
That was crackle for your pleasure, folks. That's it. A bit of appreciation once in a while. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, diehards. Thank you, Jambo fans, for hanging around. I know we've got you all scattered around here. It is good. It's theatre in the round. You know, as we get to round 3, this is where the story starts to come to fruition. This is where, as we said, the pendulum swings. Do we see brilliance? Do we see Bradbury?
Bradbury.
Who is going to gravitate towards a Billet J? We will get a glimpse.
I think you're going to see a little bit of everything, to be honest.
Well, again, the eyebrows can't come up any higher.
They can. I've got the proof. It's a photo.
Have you got eyebrow Viagra?
I have got, yes. Sam Kiprios has been hard at work on the AI.
Has he?
Yes. That was, I'll show you. There you go.
I can't get them up any higher.
I thought that was pretty good.
Oh, that was him doing that?
That was him.
Yeah, that's up.
Yeah.
They're up.
Yeah, I can do that.
If you're going to do AI, could you try me with a little thinner? I want to see if I look a bit better, a bit thinner.
I can send a couple.
AI scares me, man. Like, I can't believe it. I can't watch anything I now watch on socials. I can't believe it anymore. Like, you go, wow, was that like random or fake? And then I just turn off. Go back to YouTube. At least you can find some real stuff there most of the time. I almost wish, you know how they reckon 16-year-olds can't have social media? It's like, well, can we cut down on how much AI we all watch? Like, you know, no one's going to be able to stop this technology. That's where we're at, unfortunately. So, yeah, in 2026, I just want simplicity. I want a little bit of simplicity. Automobiles can be that reminder of a simple life. You can still enjoy automobiles without the technology.
Who thinks we should give Diggles another Red Bull?
Oh, what's that? Sorry. Don't put your hands up just yet. Janie's got an update with the workshop challenge.
Ooh,
you could run the cordless out if you wanted to talk into it, Janie. Bit of colour over the mic. So at the moment, is that number 1? So right now, coming into round 3, the workshop challenge is locked up between Boostworks and Spot On. And Packer just behind. Look, it doesn't help when you, like Uncle Rodney races Peter, you know what I mean? Like sometimes when you're in the same class, that doesn't, help you. But when you, like Spot On always does so well in the radial classes with lots of cars in the class. So they do very, very well, considering that nearly that whole field's stacked in Radial Extreme. So that's kind of how the workshop's looking. But that's not deliberate trying to be, trying to do anything other than just put a field together and race. So thank you, Castrol Edge. The update on the workshop challenge coming in around 3, all locked up. Boostworks and Spot On at about, 7.5 points, is that right? We had other great workshops here too. Mazworks, as we said, Matooks is out there as well. Gas as well. Matuk SIC 100 with a few in All Motor in Street 289. South Coast Rotaries there with, Moe's the only one that was left there after that. And Race Solutions, a couple in there too. But it is good to see. Yes, Russ, you better say something.
We've actually got photos live from the commentary box. This was taken a little bit earlier on. This was, I think, after Red Bull Monster number 3. Have we got it?
No, don't. What did you do? What did you just find? What did you just do?
I didn't do it.
Holy crap.
That was courtesy of Sam Kiprios earlier on. So don't say we can't take ourselves too seriously.
That's pretty good, man.
That is actually
who's that bloke in the middle?
I don't know. He's taken some eyebrow.
God.
Have a go at him. And then we got this other one. Let's go to the next one. Can we go to it? Have we got it?
Oh, my goodness.
There we go.
You guys are just a little too clever, aren't you? Just a little too clever. Making Diggs look a little bit older. They're just making me look...
not older.
You're undermining my sanity, mate.
Everyone is a little bit worried about you because they're saying, how many Red Bulls have we actually got? How many Red Bull Monsters have we got? There's a few people worried that you're going to have a heart attack.
No, it's not. None of the warning signs are there, folks. Do I look red in the face?
No.
You sound perfect.
Why are you shaking your left arm, though?
That?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
It's just a nervous
twitch.
No,
it's just... as I said, mate, at this age, lucky I wasn't a plumber when I was 16. I'd be shot. But lucky I was a plumber when I was 35. So, 20 years of it and got out. I nearly got shot during that time. But I'm sure, do you ever wake up in the morning and you're sore? Is any part of your body sore?
Oh, all the time.
So is that from a sporting industry when you were younger?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Playing way too much contact sport when I was a kid.
Yeah, so there'd be a lot of people out there wake up in pain. Janie, you running 5,000 kilometres a week. Do you wake up in pain? Is that from running? You reckon it's from the running? So when you wake up in the morning and go, I'm sore, why? Because I run. You don't stop running. You put up with the pain and you get on with that. But everyone's got their own threshold, and for me, being old and yes, playing too much squash as a kid, so that knocked my knees around.
Oh, and then we got this one. This is
that's been touched up, surely. Has that got the eyebrow Viagra? Has it?
That was the input into whatever AI program it was. You can thank Sam Kiprios for that.
I thought that was actually, I think, a legit. I was trying to do my best, Mad Mike, because. The photo, if you open the photo a bit more, because now I know where that photo was taken, and I took that over in Wanneroo 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. So there's an event over there that I did 2 weeks ago for Brendan Thomas called Outpace. It was like, it's a car festival. We had time attack, we had drift, we had roll racing, we had a lot of fun, cool stuff over there at Wanneroo.
Yeah, right.
That track's been there. The WA Sporting Car Club's been there nearly 50 years. Wanneroo been there since the 60s. It's a little bit like Lakeside. In other words, sub 1 minute, and you're very, very quick around that track. So anyway, Queensland car, if you're into World Time Attack, car called Tanuki, VR38 car, originally built by Murray Coope, driven by Shane Van Gisbergen and other guys, now in the hands of a guy called Warren Lee, driven by Todd Hazelwood.
Oh, he goes all right.
And Todd not only put Tanuki around City Motorsport Park last year, nearly in the minute 17s, he went over there and smashed the door car lap record on its first flyer, and then broke the outright open wheel record before the end of the day. 7 minutes before the first hour of the event, he smashed that tin top record, and he reckons there was so much more in the car. I mean, that thing's 1,000 horsepower,
yeah.
Big aero, and Hazelwood, like professional driver, like he said, it's such a scary car to drive. It's got so much
grump. It would be frightening.
But he said, I mean, not only is it, some of his reflections of driving a car like that, it's very similar to Jambo. There's a class, World Time Attack, there's a category called Pro, and you just go and build the ultimate weapon. It's like Thatcher Extreme. It's like Thatcher Extreme. You want to go build the ultimate weapon.
So what's the limiting factor? The tyre?
Probably the tyre, but they're now allowed slicks. We ran the old radials out a couple of years ago. The aero loads, basically major sponsor, tyre sponsor said to Ian, the boss of World Time Attack, listen, you got to tell your cars to stop, reduce the aero load. They can't have that much aero because the tyres can't handle the load. And Baker said, I ain't telling them to drop their aero. Yeah. We just have another solution. And we let them go. I think they went to slick. The tyres lasted a couple of laps. In fact, 2 laps in a row, they actually are just as quick, and it's changed the game.
Right.
So anyway, Warren leads. He could have a Factory Extreme car. He could have a Street 289 car, but he chose Time Attack.
Yep.
And this car was in good DNA. Murray Coote built all that. VR38 went in it, and then Hazelwood gets this thing a week before Sydney Motorsport Park at World Time Attack, has his first go at it, and then keeps dialing it in, and it became a weapon.
Just a little bit more.
But even from just that one event where it's run, and it's named Tanuki, which is Japanese for a feral squirrel or something, right? It is world famous because it's now known as one of the world's quickest S-chassis Time Attack cars.
Okay.
And the other weekend, it went to Wanneroo from Queensland, and Todd went over there, and he smashed out the record there in that car 7 minutes before 10 o'clock on the Saturday morning. God, there would have been, I can't believe how many thousands of people there. The car scene in WA is off its head. A lot of young families, late 20s, early 30s, a lot of kids. JDM off the charts. Their show and shine was JDM, like GDRs, like nothing else. Not a lot of old school, though. And one thing about Brendan, how's this for an idea? Brendan, the promoter, comes up, and you know how skateboard decks become a trophy now as an award?
Yeah, I like that. That's
so
good.
Brendan brought up a skateboard deck for all our commentators. So J-Mac, Keziah, Tony Bishop, and myself all got given a skateboard to say, you go and pick a show and shine car that you want to give the skateboard to.
Oh, cool.
So we had to go in there and look at the show and shine and give out. And so he calls mine the Big Digs Energy Award, right? So choice of the show. So I had to go over, and Wanner is quite convenient. You can come out of the tower, walk across the bridge, you're in the infield. It's actually, you can get to everything pretty quick.
Yep.
The place was pretty well lit all day, and it just, again, another event I'm lucky to have been asked to do and be a small part of, but so many bits and pieces. We had Mad Mike there, we had Tim Slade driving another couple of cars, a Huracan. We saw more hypercars coming out of the Auto Mall, because Auto Mall's a sponsor for the track.
Yeah.
They had a display of a lot of their stock there, and nearly all of them were roll racing. And guess who's roll racing in WA at the moment? A guy called
Humphrey BB.
John Ferroni.
Okay.
So, again, people won't know this, but there's this Silver Valiant Charger that was doing drag and drives in America. The Aussie with the big block, the twin-turbo big block Chrysler Charger drag and drive cars doing drag weeks and sick weeks. Ferroni's got that thing back in Australia, and he roll races this thing. And it's nearly 3,000. If you want, it's probably got nearly 3,000. And he's trying to make this big Valiant hook up. And against, again, like you see over the road here in Sydney, Motorsport Park, all that roll racing stuff, Audis, Evos. That stuff's international now too. Everyone sees it. Everyone's roll racing. TK26 the other week. That's another international sport that Australia's really hooked into. And to see it in WA so strong, and the local scene, then the punters, and the other thing which I love the most, it's the kids, and it's like they're all in cars now. Like, these kids are on the hook.
Yeah.
And they're digging it, and that was so good to be a part of that event.
And the thing is, car culture is car culture. Everything's a little bit different.
Yep,
Each generation is a little bit different, but the core of it is
we can't
exactly
all build
the same.
drag cars, and that was very refreshing for me to go over and see that. And remember, it's only my pedigree at World Time Attack that got me that gig over there, because we weren't drag racing at all.
Yeah.
But that blew me away 2 weeks ago. That's where the photo was. And beside me is Mad Mike on the mic there. True professional, one of the best professionals in professional sport.
Now, I've just seen a comment, and it's given me a bit of an idea. Now, you're one of the Jamboree icons, the legends of Jambo, remember? Last year you got your billet, Jay.
Yes.
We surprised you with it. It was
Yes.
absolutely fantastic,
Yes.
awesome. Someone's suggested the Big Digs Energy Award.
Yeah, well, BT.
And I'm saying that should be a thing at Jambo going forward. We should have the
thing that
team,
sets me off the most.
No, the team that just absolutely thrashes, gets after it. They might have had to put 3 engines in it throughout the day. Absolutely works their backsides off. The Big Digs Energy Award.
I love it. Well, BT's, of course, Brendan Thomas, who's the promoter of Outpace 2 weeks ago at Wanneroo. He had it on the skateboard. I got a photo of it. It actually was on the skateboard. Big Digs Energy Award. And the end of that story? There's a Datsun 1600 down there. It was the most immaculate thing. I come up and go, you don't mind if I give you this? He goes, wow. I go, why? He goes, Mad Mike gave me one, and Jay Duca gave me another one.
Oh, that's...
So, dude, me, Mad Mike, and Jay Duca all gave
good...
that Datsun 1600 the skateboard. That's a mind blower. But so BT's already invented that. He observed that at World Time Attack. He says you get the Big Digs Energy. Mate, I honestly think it should be the moment I lose my stuff the most.
That one too.
Whatever this, one of these, Eric Sligo, I forget which run it was today where it was like, we're seeing epic seat of the pants stuff. That should be the Big Digs energy.
All right.
When you take me off the chart, remember, I don't go off the chart by myself.
You get off the Richter scale.
Things take me off the chart that are in front of us. All right, we're going to go Bump City. Public Enemy against the Patrol. Valevsky against Coles. Colesy takes the Hemi to half track away from the Patrol. Oh, there we go. He gets the win with a pedal and not the perfect run. Here comes the Patrol through the deep end. And roll. Oh, 98. 7.98 for a Nissan Patrol. Welcome to Australia. Welcome to Australia. And that's, as we said, that's 5.2 litres of billet Nissan six-cylinder, I believe. That's a TB48 out to 5.2.
That is off its head. Absolutely off its head.
Isn't it? And you know what? Chris Valevsky wanted to build it. And you know what he built it for? Drag and drive.
Yes.
Yeah, so I hope he's going to do the Street Machine one. I hope he does All-Stars, which he comes to Brisbane. Dully, I know Dully's down. We should send him a personal invitation. It's a big trek up to Queensland, but I'd love to see that Patrol up there do the week. Well, do the 3 days that the All-Stars is. Of course, October 27 starts the week of Street Machine Drag Challenge this year. So it's Victoria Motorsport Park.
It's all going on.
Portland, The Bend, Mildura, and then VMP. That's the 5 days.
That's only like a week and a half after Jambo's down at
and then it's a week, and then it's a week before that is the Pro Mods at VMP.
Yes.
And then Drag Challenge Week's my wedding anniversary, so I'm trying to get Mrs. Diggles to come on a lovely trip through Victoria for the week. A slight bit of drag racing involved on a daily basis, normally for 8 to 10 hours a day, but everything else we'll have plenty of time not.
It becomes a tax deduction, man. It's work.
I know it is, and put it this way, Mrs. Diggles may not be able to come, but if someone wants to ride with me for the week and reckons you can handle it, submit your applications.
Yeah, why not?
The car might have probably 2 seats. The car I'll be using will be that. All right, here we go. Alex Whitehead and Bailey Simpson. Nitrous hatchback against Boosted Barra. J275. Is this round 2? Round 3. Round 2. Clean green, side-by-side Barra horsepower. Can't keep him out. Bailey can't keep him out. 785. Rolls off it by the look of it. The Bailey goes 35. Whole shot 045 to an 088, and the hatchback might have got it, but the Barra power came back, but there's no mile an hour for the Ute. That was something interesting. There was no 138 for the Ute.
That's wild.
Yeah, again,
that's wild.
Eyebrows can't go up any higher. Peter Fajito now and Sharif Tawaf. Peter here, the VN love it. It's and you know what? For years it took VNs to be cool. Now they are. It's like a bottle of wine you didn't think was going to go up in value.
You just got to park it up for a little while.
The VN is now, it's come in as an eternal classic, which is another sticker I want to get. Eternally classic. Because you've got to say, well, okay, VN, 1988, we can't cut it off after 88. It's like Sharif out there, the VZ Senator. So what year would you cut it off at? VNs are cool, man. They are now. They took a while. Remember, after the VL, this was the precursor. This was, you know, we got bigger, we got rounder, we got the V6, we lost the RB.
We're now, I'm just having to think, we're now into cars that were made in 1996 that are able to be on historic.
Yeah, I know. It's nuts, eh?
that's just...
Bump City! The VN not under power, but Sharif's going to get a good one here. That's a better one. Early shoot, 8:30, 1:49 early shoot. And Peter, no luck in the VN. Look, he went $1.60 on 165 at the end there, though.
Yeah, the horsepower was there.
Just didn't like the launch. 185 in the 60, half track 636. Okay, here we go. This is another one that's firing me up here. Just love it.
It's such a clean car.
It is. It is. From Preston, Victoria, from the garage, in Preston, Victoria. I love that shape, the Falcon, the big tail lights.
And the two-door, like...
Real, look at this, the GDR beside it as well. Like, this is Roland superannuation every other day of the week. Chrome bars forever too. LSA, but look at that, have a look at the front of that. So LSA on board, I like that, Andrew Matrevsky. Is that right? So there we go. Chris Lumanis, Dave just told us the Performance Diff Centre actually did the diff for your Barrador. 363 cubes. He's a Ford guy, obviously, by the look of this.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. It's interesting because it's also right hook. Which
Yeah,
is,
that's well spotted.
Yeah.
That's it's
it's
all
a pretty unusual combination.
real steel driven by real people, real cars driven
Now,
by real
Andrew
people.
Matrevsky has got a bit of a habit of wheel standing this thing. Keep an eye on the orange
Okay.
drone. I'm just saying.
Straight on the ground there.
Oh,
There are a couple of. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
the bouncy.
Look at him feed the the Falcon here. 5:09 at half track. Oh, 7:94. 7:94, Chris, a 7-second Falcon Street car. I'm sure it is. 8:98 for Andrew Matrevsky. Not the big wheelie off the hit, but still got down the track. He just waited to get his run. Didn't care about the result. Got the ET, though. 172 mile an hour.
That's all. Steve Farrelly now in the VL taking on Anthony Karovsky, I should say. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Makes you smile, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep. Him getting what he wants there, and that's a 7. It's good to see all the hard work pay off.
That's the thing about drag racing, is that you can go out there and you can go for the recognised glory. You get the trophies and the low ET of the universe and all the rest of it. But you can just as easily go out there and just try and better yourself every time you go out. Try and run PBs. Try and break your own little personal barriers. That's the thing about drag racing. It's just different to every other motorsport. It's different to every other sport.
Absolutely.
That's why we keep coming back.
You can truly be unique, take a well-trodden path and expect really good results. And look, Stix is on me, so good to see Stix is watching the live stream, and he has picked me up. He picked me up on the patrol. I'm sure it's a billet crank in the patrol, but it's not a billet block. I did say billet, but I think from memory it is a billet crank. It's just a cast block.
I'll forgive you for this time, all right?
Love City, right? Steve Farrelly, Anthony Karovsky. Good old race happening here. Nearly identical in the 60-foot. Identical nearly at half track. Identical at 1,000 foot. 795 to an 806. Just by Farrelly's whole shot, but everything else, have a look at those side-by-side increments all the way down. 138, 137, 527, 525, 673, 677. They were glued until the end. 185 mile an hour for your Barra-powered VL. Thank you very much, Farrelly. The plumber from Queensland. Get him some Barra love.
He was flirting with the centre line the whole way down there, wasn't he? He was very, very close, especially down in the finish line.
Yeah, Stix goes, billet Nitto crank. There you go. I didn't know Nitto did billet cranks for it, but there you go. Okay, here he goes. Pop 202, the VK. Look, undoubtedly one of Australia's wildest radial VKs. Let me just say that. I mean, you can have your VLs and everything.
As evidenced by the last round of racing.
Yeah.
Let's go and ask Ahan Centenay how the back end of Cameron Riley's VK looks. He got probably closer than I think anybody really would have wanted to. Danny Howe, on the other hand, been fairly straight up and down just about all day today. The Ford Falcon been moving around a little bit, but nothing too drastic.
Brendan DeRuiter, I do get a rap. I do love it when people like Brendan DeRuiter, who's of course built the Honda-powered Celica drag and drive car, 7-second car, and him and I hit it off straight away. And again, another talented Kiwi that's just got the right attitude. He goes, "Geez, bro, I'm learning things listening to you." And it's like, well, that's a bit of a compliment when you're learning something instead of just, your eyes start fading off into the distance because it feels like I've rambled on too much. But he's hearing a few facts, a bit of history, which is what my role is probably going to be forever, and that's trying to tell some stories, keep people, some side stories to why we ended up where we are and ended up with the cars that we did. How about that, Fal? You'd be happy with that. 794, the Falcon comes back. What a car. What a car. That's a good one. How about that? Who did that one? Is he doing it again? God, Rusty, you're really working him overtime there tonight. Very clever. I love it. I love it. Here we go. Let's just go back to the reality of the situation. We're on 275 radials. It is J275. We do have out there a couple of amazing cars. Big shout out to another good friend of ours, Lauren Black. G'day, love. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, there was another one there to a shout out to do, but yeah, Cam Riley. That's right, Miss Jess. She's her first time to an event and she's loving it. And Cam Riley, now he needs to see if he can put one down on. And again, I haven't quite got the info whether they've gone to a 275 because they have had this VK on a 235. What does it look from there? Can you see the side of that tyre there, Rusty? Is that 275 or 235? Danny Howe, Godzilla versus LS. I love this. Ford versus Holden.
I'm pretty good, but I'm not that good.
No one went to Bump City.
No.
Cam. Listen to the difference between the Godzilla and the... Oh, walking. Godzilla against LS, 33 at 171 for Cam. It went 122 in the 60, half track 482. Danny Howe was 454 at half track, 164 mile an hour, 118 in the 60. That thing hit hard, and a 33 at only 145 mile an hour. Look at the walk here for the XE. Early shoots for Cam, but something did maybe come off near.
I think it's a timing box.
Half track, was it?
Yeah.
That's a big number considering that it only had 145 back end. It was 164 at half track. That's a pretty stout 660 there. 454. I think a 118's hitting pretty hard just quietly as well. And that Godzilla is making some steam. That big 7.3. Cammy left the line. Well, they both sat there. No one got really big hole shot. Cam's reaction, 4.4. And Danny's 7.2. They really didn't care to cut a light. Didn't want to get wrapped up in a little battle in Bump City because it can, trying to stage these things sometimes under that bump box can be slightly complicated. So instead of that, decided let's just put the bulbs on and try and run a number both. And there was the tail of the tape from there. Exciting to see. What did that XE run before? 190 odd mile an hour on the previous run. So, I mean, we've got a 200 mile an hour VK. We've got 190 mile an hour VL Barra. We've got 193 mile an hour XE. Pushing standard air, standard shape. All those little bumper trims on XEs weren't designed to go 193 mile an hour.
No, they were not.
But it's so good to see that guys like Danny even doing the thing up as an S-Pack. Because remember, back then when you bought a car off an Australian showroom, you could get a trim level.
Yeah.
And it could be like, you remember, Falcon had a GL, Commodore had an L, and then there was a Commodore SL, and then Falcon had like the gear, which was an upgrade, remember? And a Fairmont.
Yeah.
So you went from basic to a GL, and then you had the Fairlane, but then you had LTD. So again, a lot of the same chassis, a lot of the same manufacturer. They built 5 different cars, utes, fans on the one chassis or extended chassis for wagons and Fairlanes. But that was, GL. Commodore had the L, and then they got the VK and they went SL and Executive. And then remember the Vacationers. Ooh. And then Ford had the S-Pack. So that's what Danny has on the side. When you look back, that's a factory thing. I used to have the Ford Microfish when I worked there, and all that stuff went obsolete nearly straight away. You can't get that stuff pretty much 12 months after the car comes out. That trim stuff dries up quick. Yeah. And you know what? Back in the day, don't you wish you had a laser scanner back then? Because that stuff now, I know you can nearly knock something up or out of anything these days, but to sticker a car for the period, I also liked seeing that.
Yeah.
And Ford, all it was some stripes, and you could tell it was you bought an S-Pack trim on it.
Yep.
It might have got you a tow bar. It might have got you air conditioning. You'd have about 10 different things you added onto the car before you bought it.
Yep.
Okay, it doesn't get any less exciting. The power doesn't back down. Now it's 2Js having a crack at each other. Commodores against each other, LS's, Barras, here's Farrelly back with the VL Calais and another VK. Just all tough stuff. I mean, it's the norm to see so many of them just all assembled in the one place, and Jambo just brings all the boys to the yard. Ahan now 3.2 litres. You like that? Damn right. I'm bumping with yours. Damn right. I could bump you, but I'd have to charge. All right, here we go.
Yeah, we're going down a road here.
No, it's not going to go that far either. No, I'm going to stop myself, mate. Peter Finianos from Wallachia, the P&P Civil RX-8 2Js. There's Paulie. Look how good.
Jeez, Paulie looks happy,
Paulie's looking good. Paulie's looking good out there. Paulie Bahayat. Out there now, Ahan beside him. So, again, it's similar workshop deals here. So, a double 2JZ bump in. 2 more citizens of Bump City. 2 metric citizens coming up right now. Not too many Imperial bolts out of these 2 right now.
No.
Nearly 100% hectic metric.
Now, Centenay will just be happy if everyone stays in their own lane.
Dave, hectic metric. Hectic metric. Yep, yep. All right. 2 JZs both sides. One's a 3.2 in Ahans. Both ran 7.273 last run. Here we go. 2J bump sitting. What's that? Oh, it's a 4J. That's
Clean on
what it is
both
together.
sides. Finianos out in front. I think he's going to stay there.
Wow, what's happening?
Oh, 701,
206.
and a 729 at 199.73. So almost side by side 200 mile an hour.
Nearly identical reaction times,
Yeah.
207, 208, but it was 119. The RX-8's a bit harder off the line, 119 to a 129, the big Supra. 462 for the RX-8 at half track, 485 for the Supra, and the rest of the tail of the tape shows not even 3/10 at the stripe. Here we go, a VLSL of the day. Scarface, I like that plate.
Or is it Scarface?
Should be Scarface. Oh, hang on. Here's a burnout.
Oh.
Oh, hang on.
Hang on.
Ladies, put your hands together or clap, cheer and whistle for the burnout effort of George Nader. Give us a whistle. Now, hands up if that's better than VL God. Yeah, less people to... What do you think? Yeah.
I'm going to let
Okay.
Johnny make the call on that one. Yeah, okay.
You reckon? Is that right?
All right.
So this is the guy. Let's write him down.
A challenger enters the arena.
A challenger, George.
Oh, there's the replay. If you- we can go to the-
Yeah. That's and then the big tank slap. I
Yeah.
like that for intent, extra intent. All right. Because a bit of intent came in, more smoke and intent, that we've actually got that in there right now.
Yeah, still out of the
as
Matuk
there.
shops,
Yeah,
though.
there we go. Anthony won't like that. Team orders will come in shortly. Here comes the S-Pack. Look at it, just sneaking through there. I don't know when exactly XEs became classically cool, but they are eternally cool. Especially that one.
Eternally or internally?
Eternally.
Eternally,
Not
right,
internally. I mean, internally, it's Godzilla. Eternally, yes. Externally, it's just good old Aussie sheet metal pressed out of Aussie metal from the 1980s. George Nader. Adam Nooner. So clutch pedal for Adam. Georgie boosting it up. Modified 10.5. Is this round 2, 3? 2? 2. All right, here we go.
2 for 2.
Nooner, oh, Nooner, where are you going? Where's he going? It doesn't matter right now. George Nader's going to take the VL to the stripe and get a win, 44. Red light 2 for Adam. So it was a red light and a centre line cross. And, you know, we've got a replay reel a mile long after today.
Yes, we do.
We have honestly, you guys, we should cut a whole wild ride
He
video.
stayed in this a lot longer than I thought he would. It went out.
Yeah.
So he got back into it, and as it bounced, it was just front wheels not on the ground.
Yeah.
Makes it pretty difficult to steer.
Wow, okay, well, you know, let's see what happens in round 3. Can he get one more straight one before the night's over? And does he do enough to get in a final? No one knows yet. Guy King, Dominic Perry, another big number coming up here. What do we is it RX2 God? Was it God RX2, right? So here he is. 20B,
Yeah.
880s street car, absolutely. Guy King, yes, I've seen this Barra-powered KE20 on the street. It lurks in a natural habitat of the streets of Brisbane. And look at some of the sponsors for this thing, right? Advanced Joinery Solutions. I think that's part of Guy's business, right? Probably a cabinet maker.
Yep.
Sponsored by Force Performance, do a lot of the tuning help. Violent Performance and Fabrications, Zoo Performance, and Surface something.
Surface.
Just says Surface. Surface, yeah.
Yeah.
Shoreface, I don't know.
Cousin of Scarface.
Cousin of Scarface. Who put this together, huh? Me. I didn't put this together. It's Colin Kelly and Renee and all the crew. I didn't put this together. I just get to turn up, drive 10 hours and turn up. All right.
That's all you have to do.
Nothing to do with it. Oh, look at the skid. Hang on a sec. Oh, not a bad skid. Hang on. What's this? Oh, righto. Okay, we're in modified 10.5, round number 3. I thought it was 3. I know initially you said 2, but it is 3.
It is 3?
Tuff Streeters modified 10.5. Don't forget to subscribe to your Tuff Streeters. Get in the draw with all of the great cars they're giving away this year and all the great promo and stuff that'll be coming not only this year but forever or beyond. I wanted to big Barry Hall get here. Honestly, if Barry Hall was here today, I don't know why Barry's not up here. We could have had a chat or interviewed Barry today. I could have got Barry giving it. I bet the kids wouldn't be so rude if Barry Hall's standing at the fence giving out free stuff.
Or Keith.
They'll go, give it to me, Barry. Go, what? Oh, nothing, Barry, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah,
I didn't say anything.
He's a pretty intimidating guy.
Yeah. Do you want a ball, Gary?
But you know what?
Barry.
Stunned me with the amount of knowledge of early drag racing, especially at Calder Park as a kid, what he used to watch. And he rattled off so many names. I was like, man, you really have watched drag racing as a kid. He told me a story. He had a big block statesman when he first got his first contract. He'd go out, Heathcote, sneak, go out and run it, not tell his parents because his manager didn't want his manager to know.
Yep.
Again, hopefully that doesn't come back to bite Barry like my horse story.
Yeah, police are still waiting outside for you too, by the way.
Yeah, imagine that. Okay, I don't know where to look. 20B against Barra, like freak show. I just want to let him go. If this goes down nice for both of them, like this is another epic run. If that Corolla goes 200 mile an hour again.
Or a 6.
Up City. Guys, so super soft off the line. It's not leaving with any mumbo. But tell you what, got RX2, 839, 167. No hassles for Dom. But yeah, that awesome power for Guy is not being implemented like we know. And whether there is something that's just stopping the power delivery that we know that, because I've seen that at Jambo in Brisbane, that thing comes out and the wheels are hanging in the air by about 3 inches and it is going down the track with no wheels on, no front end on the ground, like bobbing the front end 3 inches off the ground and then goes low 7s at 200.
That's wild.
So that power mumbo is not there on that run. So let's see what happens now, whether he gets another shot in the final, because someone is going to step up here. It can be this guy, Jason Scott. Not always the fastest, but always puts together about 3 good rounds. Has he done enough to get into a final? Tread Bink from Mount Nathan, the Calais beside him. RB against Barra. EL, so 97 EL against an 87 Calais, and another Matook's car. Have a look at it. Just quality everywhere. Where's all our Ford fans out there? Couple left. They'll be out there wearing their Ford Performance jackets, their Ford Performance camp chair. They've got it all. Drinking coffee from their Ford Performance mug. I know the fans are out there. All right, Cam's coming back in the VK. Let's see what happens for the final of J275 for see if these guys get in. This run matters. Scotty knows it matters. Trent takes it seriously too. We are ready. Oh. Jason Scott, 081 on the tree, half track now, 497, might be a 7 here. Let's have a look. 771. 771, 179. Yeah, EL's going that fast as well, right? Yeah, actually, here comes the 200 mile an hour RX-8, by the way. Hello, ho-hum. Eyebrows can't go up any higher. 200 mile an hour RX-8, 200 mile an hour everywhere. No luck there for Trent. Oh, there he is. He always puts in a good one, does Mustafa. Cole's out there now. Brett Coles, of course. Andy's brother.
I'm saying...
Yeah,
that's a skid.
That is a good skid from Mustafa. Lots of smoke, lots of intent. No tank slapper at the end, but he could do it if we wanted him to. Brent Coles, he's a builder. He's a builder.
There's 3 crew guys down there telling him to go right. Back up.
We better count the crew down there now. Make sure we're not over
1, 2, 3,
crew.
4, miss a few, 99, 100.
So you talk about people in the building game. Brent's got a building company called Colwood Homes, and he pumps out, I think last year, nearly 40 homes a year.
Really?
From brand new.
Okay.
Colwood Constructions, I think. They're called Colwood Homes. I think Matt Hazelwood and Brett Coles, I think that's the partnership. But hard-working chippy, hard-working builder. And, the Coles boys. Look at that. We've got some flame. I don't mind a bit of flame on the way back from the VL. Go on. That's good. I love that.
Bit of flameage.
I want every competitor that's coming back down the return road to just think of the fans on the last run.
Yep.
Attention to all racers doing their last runs tonight. Give the fans something on the way back. Nothing like burnouts, but a bit of flame pop, bit of nitrous if you got it. Purge your nitrous on the way back for the fans. Okay, Brent Cole's got an auto in this. Mustafa's got the clutch pedal. Street 289. For Colesy, but have a look at Mustafa down the middle, 480 flat, finish line 48. What a number!
Nice.
Wow, isn't that a shot fired across the field?
Yeah, that's
748 at 178 mile an hour.
That's a big run.
That's a run right now. Can we see it one more time? Who knows? We'll wait for race control to show us the finals. Patrick Long, you know it's one good run away from being in the sevens again. And what can you say about Eric Sligo that we haven't already said? A virtual rookie 2 years ago, buys a car. I think for a little while thought he bit off more than he can chew. It's like buying the car that maybe your mates talk to you. You know what I mean? It's like, well, dude, this is a serious car. Do you really want to? And, you know, he's had a little baptism of fire. I think he gave the wall a nudge with it. It's a wild machine. El Sniper, you can see on the side there. That's what it's called. It's, of course, out of the sick 300 workshops initially. Now Eric's the owner of the car. Patrick Long, as we said, monster performance. He's from Wamborel in New South Wales. Eric from Orange. No one, looking on my screen here, Rusty, no one's hit the mark yet during racing.
Not really.
So let's see whether, considering the numbers we saw the run before, you know what I mean, there's some numbers to be had just around the corner. If he goes 48 in that lane the last run on a small tyre, Sligo, if he keeps this thing...
Yeah, if he can keep it stuck.
And if he can do a power wheelie like he did during quali, he might get wheel stand back. He's back after it. He's back after it.
Oh,
careful! Careful! Oh, what a win!
48.
A 48 as well with a big pedal. Patrick Long left him on the line, but he had to zing the tyre, get it back in. I'm thinking, Eric, no, please, no, you're too close to the centre line.
Let's have a look at the replay.
What a fight.
That was a
pedal.
drive.
Big pedal.
I think there were two pedals.
Yeah.
There was one early on and there was one just before half track.
7 beside there for Pat, but just... Wow.
I think we're getting to the point now where the track temp's going to start playing a part in this. So
everything's lining up.
Yeah. I think big burnout's required from here on in.
Won't get any easier right now either.
No. I think this is your optimal time.
Chris Pekinos ready. The little sick 100. Oh, wow. I love the intensity of the skid. And not a bad one there from Chris. You see in that first shot there was Anthony. Anthony spent more time on the start line than I think any other guy. Now remember, we've got to remember the crew count. Make sure there's only 7 guys. I can see lots of blokes in the mist down there. Have a look at the smoke he's laid down there in that lane.
Drag races in the mist.
I was going to say Gorillas, but that's an old movie.
Yes.
Marcus Dillman from Thomastown in Victoria, the BRZ. Yeah, would you believe it, with a 13B? Not many of those in the world. Nice deal, though. Have a look.
Especially here.
Nice deal. Looks like a street car. Chris Pekinos, well, the R100, she's all-out race car, this thing.
It's very neat, that thing, isn't it?
No one's hit their straps. Looking at the timing here today, no one's hit their straps during racing. This might be the time they get something. We've seen some wild stuff in each class, but Street 289 always pops up and reminds us about that, you know, how wild the cars are on a 28.9. Some cars, you just got to set them up different. They've just got to be a different car. What's going on?
Pushed back.
No!
Pushed back.
No, please, no. All right, there we go. War of attrition. That's what Rabs would say. A war of attrition.
Attrition.
Unbelievable war of attrition. Novocastrian. All right, here we go. Marcus, it's all yours, man. Rack up the win.
I'm hoping for some flamage here.
All right, well.
It's got a good pipe, short pipe out the top. There we go.
Thing just lost power. No, here it is. Here it is. Here you go. Little slip of the clutch which ain't a bad thing. It ain't a bad thing. But as he buttoned it off early, he has 8.49. It went 1.32 in the 60. He had a bit. Looks like he's got a slip of clutch in it, which was helping it. 5.34 to half track, 140. It was on a good one. Didn't sound completely happy power delivery wise. It might have had a little crackly miss in there. But look, he's got a round win. And 2 wins for Sligo. Oh, 3 wins for Sligo. Is that right?
Yeah.
So Sligo in the final against whom? Sligo against Hume. Now that's the end of Street 289, so we'll have to nut that out whether or not it's Dillman or Could be Muzzy.
So-
2 from 3 with a 48 in round 3. We'll have to have a look.
We're back into modified compact now. Petros Christophilopoulos now taking on Daniel Ruggia from Gregory Hills, the rotorgeek.com Mazda. And Christophilopoulos, SICK 100 Racing, PPT Plumbing. Oh. So this should actually be a pretty good race. When you look at the numbers, the R100 knocked down an 886 in qualifying, 891 for Daniel Ruggia.
889, 885.
Yeah.
Made the best man win, but geez, I think we're looking at 2 of the best men in modified compact today.
I agree.
30B Rotors, autos. Oh, a little bit better to Petros. A little bit better to Petros. The quicker the dad. Brake light insurance. Who's lifting? No one's lifting. No one's lifting. Well,
good race.
194 thou at the stripe. Petros 87 on an 85, beats a 91 on an 89 for the Rotor Geek, only because of the reaction time. 149 for Petros, 165 for Daniel. Wow, does that affect him in the final? Can he come back? I mean, I was tipping the Geek, but I mean, God, that wrong time of the night, but maybe that's Petros' little shot to say, guess what, man, I want that J tonight.
Yeah.
That's
I
a big
reckon.
win in round 3, can set you up, and the rest sometimes becomes easy once you get a round 3 in.
So all of a sudden...
It is Petros, yep.
He's got to buy next week.
He's got to buy, oh, so you got one more round, is he? Okay, so Petros is, he's going to probably be in the final, right? So Petros. All right, modified compact now, Maroon, Kawash and Ben Clark. This is an interesting one as well. Barra versus RB. Flash and Reds, we've got to check out what that's all about for right now. Ben Clark from Orchid Hills, Maroon from Glenmore Park.
It is very, very still out there all of a sudden.
It is, isn't it?
The smoke's not clearing, the flags aren't moving.
That's the pendulum swinging.
The pendulum
Rusty.
swinging.
That's exactly. Nothing to worry about here, Rusty. Yes, the environment has changed. The environment has shifted. But, yeah, a bit still. Whatever drama we're dealing with down the end, we're onto it right now. That's why we're flashing red. Oh, and now they're off. Beautiful. All right, well,
So are we racing now?
Resume. 947 for Ben Clark, getting chased by an 885 from Maroon.
Oh,
Gentlemen, you may resume. That's if the FIA gets in the track.
Resume
Gentlemen,
hostility.
Resume your station match. It is engage the station beam.
I challenge you to a duel. A staging duel.
Publicité, la différence. 006. Benny Clark put it with the 003 you did today. He might put him to the sword here. No tap, just a lift, no tap. 55 on a 47, and yeah, Maroon just wasn't gonna catch him with a 907 on the 885. Beautiful race, very special.
Very lovely.
Lovely, very much, yes, special. I don't know if we've got any French people. Have we got anyone from France watching on the live stream? Am I saying it wrong? Is it French?
France.
Is it France people?
I think you're right. I'm going to give you the benefit of
The froggies, any froggies watching? I do not like being called the frog. All right, Jimmy gets a solo here. Give it to us, Jimmy. I reckon just send it, Jimmy. Let's go.
Send it.
Not many 3RZs here today, so this little combo works a treat. Dialing in a 912, 091 off the tree, 33 on a 12. That's all you can do, man. You turn up, put a number in. Let's see whether the countback gets you in a final.
That's all you can do.
Because in dial your own classes, we're on closest to dialing in round 3. It's not ET. Something tells me All Motor's about to start, Rusty.
What would be the giveaway, Diggs?
I don't know, mate.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
It makes me very brappy.
Brappy.
Yeah, I'm so brappy. Yeah, I'm not. That's right, Jane. That's all I get. As soon as she taps me, it's like no more singing, Diggs, and I just stop straight away. Elias, yeah, I know. Sam Constantinu, 11:30 chasing a 12 flat. I mean, this little Datsun 1000 running 11s. It's absurd to think that this is what we're seeing out of these cranky little engines. Here we go. Here we go. Gonna let him go here. Yeah, wow, he bogged it on the line. He had a good reaction time, Sam, but he bogged it off the line and he wasn't going to get it all back there. Within NA cars especially, like you lose all of that launch RPM and momentum. You can't peg them back.
Yeah.
You got to use RPM as your launch weapon. And Studley now by himself. Have we got another pair coming up in all motors?
This would be the second solo.
No, there we go. So, okay, so we lost a couple today.
Yeah.
We broke it. Drivetrain. That's
early on in the day.
Yeah, big early in the day. Okay, so Studley, I'm going to let the little barra go by itself here. This is an ultimate all-motor weapon. Ready? Studley, foot braking it probably. 1193, 1194 today.
He's pretty good on the tree, isn't he?
Yeah, he
went red that time.
He went minus 51, so that's his cherry out of the way. So he went 94, 93, and now a 90. Oh, get out.
Get out.
Put him in the final. Yes, he is. Him and Meckley in the final by the look of that.
Just lock him in.
So RX2 against Cortina in the final, you would say, of all motor after that. Wow, 1194, 1193, 1192. That's an example for all those people watching at home or here. That's the sort of competition all motors got. But that's
peaceful
just,
again.
But that's every field's got vehicles of this caliber. Here's Eric after. Is that Eric after the big pedal job? That was a white knuckler there too, Eric. You having fun yet? Having fun? Let's see whether he might be in the final. Look at all their competitors. Some of them back for the last time. Who knows who's back for another run? Remember, anyone got spare nitrous on the way back? Give the crowd a little purge. I want the crowd to cheer if you reckon it's on there. Anyone that's still got their motor running can give us a little flame job on the way back. I don't mind that either.
Bruh.
But I definitely want Barry to give us some nitrous on the way back, whatever happens. All right, Dominic Fakinos and Michael Crouch. This is Street Compact. Round 3, clean green. The Hyundai's out, clean green. The RX3 is out. A little bit better for Dominic. Now look at this Hyundai i30 scurrying to the finish line. There's a big lot of brake for the end line. And at 98 on a 75, yeah, too far off for Dominic. 11.59, it wasn't playing the game. And the 10.30, a little bit too speculative there. He wasn't going to get near that by the look of it. 98 on a 75. Can we see a Hyundai in the final of Street Compact?
Hyundai.
Don't say that. Oh, I thought he said hell no.
Hyundai.
Oh, he said Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Yeah.
Speaking of Hayley Scott.
Here she is. What's that? Sorry, Janie? It's Hayley. It's going to be Hayley and the i30 in the final. Well, I can't. I mean, as much as I'd love to see a Hyundai win something, I'm not going to bet against Hayley. So this is the Barra, another well-sorted Barra combo like this. The R34, a lot of purists probably,
shudder at the thought.
Shudder at the thought. Throw the shrimp back into the sushi, but it's just a combo that works. It looks factory. It's a tribute to Scott Speed up there in Mackay. Hales is a lovely North Queensland chick that just loves drag racing and great. 46 on a 35.
Yeah.
Have a good final between you two. We're getting to that point, folks, where we are about to crown our Jambo Sydney 2026 billet winners in only a matter of rounds. We're very, very close, folks. And you know what? It's not even super late anyway. It's only 9 o'clock. we've been drawn out before big time. So this is what they call drag racing sometimes. Is some of the stuff gets dragged out, but. Look, it's all been exciting. No twists and turns, no stunning moments there other than some wicked drive jobs. And cars, especially in 28.9, hitting all their marks. Sevens everywhere in that class. J275, again the same. Oh, my God. Can anyone give me an update on the Captain Risky deal down there? That was a epic flame moment, which was just, big moment.
There's been a few incidents today where you go, how did we keep everything shiny? How did the cars stay shiny? How did they still stay on all four wheels? And you just shake your head because it's been some top quality driving across the board.
It's interesting. Tyler's right here. He's got his ears on. He's listening to us here. And, of course, he's the one that's sort of, doing all the production here, producing, guiding, all that sort of stuff. Is there some way to do in a stream where you could mark an incident where there was that moment? When we ask for a replay that you can go doink and we're asking for the replay for a reason. Because that's a good way to find all the wild moments in how many hours of stream? You know what I mean?
What are we up to?
Like whether you go through deliberately looking to scroll and find all the moments like Chris Hall, like Frankie Tarabay, like moments like nothing else that just was all captured. And this is what I love about the future here.
Cam Riley.
Is that we've got a data logger working. It's called a live stream on YouTube, which means and a lot of racers do this after the event.
They'll go back
and go back and they watch their own bits and pieces. And you know what? Sometimes we'll get feedback later in the week correcting me on something not quite right or whatever, or thanking for the the nice words if they come up at the right time, which is really nice. And it's a really good tool for not only competitors to look back at, but if we can find all the scary moments we've seen today, it just keeps on delivering. Here's Hales back with the R34 taxi. It's so funny. It looks like a GTR, but it sounds like a taxi when you start it. Well, we could do that if we've got time. Do you reckon you could throw... Well, let's do it now to test our ad-lib skills.
What are we doing?
So, I don't know. Tyler's doing something. So every time we ask for a replay, we're going to try and get every replay up and go, well, what were the moments we asked for in a replay? And there's got to be moments like, dancing the centre line, red lights, up on two wheels, grinding the wall. How good was that when we're looking at who crossed the centre line the most, when we had Sam there? Here's one. Whoa. So what was this moment? Let's get the wheelie there. There we go. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that during round one of racing?
That was, yeah,
so that's kind of why we've got him for wheel stand at the moment.
Here's Cam
another
Riley.
one. So Cam, Cammy, that's the moment. Aren't we glad we asked for this as a recap today? I'm loving this. Here we go. Here we go. So near the centre line. Oh, early shoots, and then the power wheel stand there. I think it was Connor trying to get the little Mazda down. Here's a big one. Watch this. Watch this one. Out like bang. Oh, boom.
That's a hard hit.
Yeah,
that was harder than I first thought it was.
Yeah, that was a Fief's one there. That was a mission. And here we go. So here's Barry Plumpton.
He's big bad Barry.
And Joe. So here comes Joe out of the line. He goes towards the centre line. He mixes up the candles on the 959, and that's another 570 right there, 72.
72.
Great moment there that we've seen today. Two yellow cars. This was wild. Yeah, this was the two. No, that's Nilsson there. That's Nilsson in the R100.
Oh, is that the R100?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is.
They did race earlier on.
Remember, there was a bog on the line. There was a bog on the line here, I think, from memory for Rodney. But that's what Nilsson does here, I think. That's what we're looking at. Bang, nothing, and then Nilsson does this. But is it picking up the wheels? He's banging the gears straight down the track. I think we were just looking to see maybe what happened to Rodney on the hit.
49.
I've watched this epic moment. Captain Risky, big 2-2Js, sending him through the traps and bang, what's that, 1,000 foot?
Yeah.
A moment of reckoning, 200 odd mile an hour still for Captain Risky. That was a big moment. Here's Cam again, little wheelie, power stand, right down the middle. Here's Danny Howe steering the XE near the centre line. Another great moment in Radial Extreme in J275. So this is handy. And then, the skid. Was this the tank? Hang on. So this is the burnout that we thought was going to go. Went there, we get bang. I don't mind that. So that's probably the reason why we've got George Nader in there for the skid, I think.
In the box seat
Yeah, in the box seat. Here we go again. I think, is that Ben... Oh, no, that's... it is modified 10.5, is it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Line.
That was...
No.
No.
Mr. Nooner, no.
Yeah, Adam Nooner, no thanks, Adam Nooner. And here we go. So look at this one, the drive job here. I think it's this Sliger trying to get the win here.
Yeah.
Getting it back on and putting the win on. Look at the crowd on the start line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, just making sure. Good to see we've got this recap happening. Great run there. So this is where we've sort of, thank you, boys. That's where it's some of our moments. That's just from racing. Obviously, the earlier stream would have also had in quali all the epic moments we saw, like Chris Hall, as we said. I mean, Frankie Tarabay, first pairing for him was a wild leave for him. Where again, if who was he against that missed him? Was it Botha? No,
it was Pepe.
It was Pepe, that's right. It was Marcus.
Yep,
Marcus against Frankie.
Yep.
And that moment happened early in the day. So you can't tell me, that's why my eyebrows are up so high, mate. So they're all the eye-catching moments that we've seen. That's only in racing tonight. It's what we also saw in quality today, that if you do go and fathom through that and watch some of that back, it's wild stuff. Absolutely. This is, again, remembering, if you never remembered why you like Jambo so much, that's probably a reason why. As much as it's good when they go down the middle straight, side by side, it's why we come here, I think, also because the wild side of it, wild rides, drive jobs, drag racing's been all about that as a motorsport. It's short, sharp delivery of adrenaline, not only for the competitor that's got to be in there trying to steer it, but for everyone else around watching it. And then to win in battle, in war like that, trumps you testing for 3 days trying to run a PB. When you're in battle and there's an opponent beside you, it becomes that UFC moment again where you are fighting to put a win light on. And really, you're not really fighting your opponent after the tree goes down. It's actually trying to stay legal and get to the end and keep the thing shiny side up.
Very true.
It's not like you can go out and test all year to do that. And as we said, I honestly think considering we could not really do the amount of testing that they wanted to do Thursday, Friday. There was rain on Friday. I mean, honestly, everyone was even thinking the old forecast was going to disappoint us here today. But look, we couldn't have asked
early on in the week.
Well, we couldn't have asked for a better way to finish on the weekend. All the bad weather went away. Yes, we didn't get the testing in, but everyone had to feel their way to this moment of the night. And I just think hats off to our class of 2026 for what you've been able to achieve, considering you won't be able to test and practice, because I think that's also the thing that's blowing us away with the quality of our events in this country is now the test days. You get the couple of days. It's like rehearsal. You come and you rehearse, you get your combo right. So when the crowd does turn up on race day, you go, wow, this is exceptionally good racing. And, you know, if you tell them the secrets, well, they did kind of test for 2 days to iron out all the bugs. You still appreciate the end quality of that product is world class, and a little bit of practice doesn't hurt. And that's now fast becoming the trend pretty much not only here, right around the world, when you test on the lead up to the big day. But again, just to change the things up this year is not being able to test, so everyone had to feel their way here today. What are you pointing at me for, Janie? Well, you know, I think it's my second drag crawl of the year, and the practice 2 weeks ago at Outpace really got me in there. But you know, this is pretty much the pet event, the one we know the most about, the one we've seen the most amount of development. We've seen empires built on the back of this event in the racing scene, to see workshops through this form of the sport. Honestly, if you were to go back and change the business model, imagine if all those years, Ray Box, God bless him, back in the day, go, righto, from now on, you guys, all your workshops that come and race, I want a percentage of your business on Monday from this event. They'll all go, well, you're nuts, Ray. We're not giving you nothing. You know, we want to come and run at your event because, you know, we want to be challenged by every other workshop. We want to run numbers. They also felt welcome. They felt they fitted in. So that's the trade-off. But even the same you could say about Gup. If Gup got a percentage of what the industry put out because of his events, he'd be rich anyway, you know. But Jambo, honestly, I can't think how many millions of dollars an event like this has brought to the industry in this country, how its bit has played a part in keeping it world competitive, world relevant, and if anything, a trend that developed before it was a trend. And I'll say that to the last breath I've got in this 55-year-old chassis, that we've seen it come over the years, and for people that will watch on the stream that might comment, when's the first time you've been on one of these? Did you go to the first one? The reason why I think people started going is normally it was a V8 sport, and look where we are now. Look, we're accepted the V8s back in, of course, but back in the day it was different because there were no V8s. As we said before, for people that weren't in Brisbane, you could pay money to bash a V8. I mean, these days you'd almost not get away with that. There'd be a protester there, a bloke there in a Ford jumper again, the Ford jacket going, can't hit the Fords. You're not allowed to. That's discriminatory. You're being brandished. You know, you can't hit a V8 Ford, but people were swinging the sledges. I've seen the videos. And again, some of that's on YouTube. Jambo's put a bit of old video on YouTube, and another guy, again, I don't know, ahead of his time, I guess, but Ray was doing the event videos right from the word go too. So now, while we've got all the newfangled bandwidth, Starlink, cutting edge, you know, overtaking lane, live stream, which we love. I mean, Ray got the video crew out there. You know, there was normally a private guy. I think Shane from S&S was the guy that did them for years, motorsport video guy. Came out, I think, 2 or 3 cameras. That's all he had. No, not about 2. I think we used to go and do little interviews, me and Beanie. You remember Beanie back in the day, Jason Bean, Iceman, like all the guys that were doing it at Willowbank in the early days. And then that was the merchandise so as an entrant, I think you either got it as part of your entry or you could order the event DVD or VHS, let's start there, of the event. So you'd see yourself on your video eventually. I mean, no YouTube, no nothing, no internet back then. So, you know, but he was there doing the DVDs and the VHSs, and you were watching them. And you know, I've nearly worn out my VHS of when I won Jambo in '93 with my brother and I. So Dr. Ben and me, both in our Datsuns, won our respected class that night. And the funny story, we only had one helmet. We never thought we'd both go into the final. So I had to borrow a helmet for the final because Ben wasn't back yet from the semi. I need a helmet. Come on, mate, you're out there next round. I've got no helmet. That's not my problem. Thank you, Peter Duffy. I think Duffy said that to me. Not my problem. That's before I think me and Duff were mates, probably before then. And I had to borrow Watto's helmet. So I had to put on my uncle's helmet, and Ben had, you know, back then no one was checking him. You know, basically, some helmet that, you know, used to sit on a shelf painted black, and really it was more of an ornament than something you should wear. But he whacked his on, and I sat in the water and watched him win his 15.99 and up bracket.
Yeah.
Because his opponent was supposed to chase him down, broke an axle on the line, and my brother nearly red lit. Like I saw the brake lights come off. I remember it like
and
it was yesterday.
Like, too soon.
This is a 1993 memory. I remember sitting in the water, my turbo 180B in the water. I'm in the 14 and to 15.99 bracket, and I see Ben's tail lights go off on his 1600. And I think the lights are still coming down. It's going to be a cherry. And he goes, I forget what light he cut, but back then it wasn't an O light. It was a 0.4 or something.
It was a 0.4 tree.
So he went 4.62 or something. The Gemini breaks an axle, and I'm yelling through the helmet to my brother, slow down, he's broken. And right at the end, he tapped the brakes and won. And I'm punching the air. I'm cheering. And I'm screaming because my brother won Jambo.
That's cool.
And I got snapped in reality because the bloke in the water saying, you're Burnout champ, you're final. So I had to do my skid. And I raced a 14-second Anglia with a blowing 4AG in it. And he was running low 14s. I dialed in, I think, 15.30. And I heeled and towed it into stage. I'm fanning the throttle, getting a little TO3 spooled up. My little CD Stromberg sucking down the fuel through the one needle. And I deep staged by accident, so I started to crawl. So for some reason, I was able to hold it. I went 4.16 on the tree. Today, that's like an 0.16.
That's a badge of a red light.
Yeah, I know it was. It was a fluke. It was a fluke. It was a Bradbury, right? So I'm out there with the gap. He went 4.62, and back then, I think they used to show the reaction time sometimes, I think, before they turned them off, so you could kind of see what you had.
You knew what you were holding.
But he still came at me, and I had to pedal it, and then I couldn't believe it. Back in the day, like, you didn't know you won. The only way you could tell you won a race at Willowbank, you'd have to lean over your shoulder and see if you saw the glow of the wind light against the next light tower.
Yes.
That's the only way you could tell back then where the light was on in your lane, and I lost my junk when I won. I couldn't believe my brother won, and then I just won one, and I had to do it actually. I fluked it by deep staging, but winning it.
Hey, a win's a win, Bradbury.
And I think that was still only the first time sort of two brothers won the same like that night.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen it yet. Remember the Alcorn brothers? They were in all motor, but I think they raced each other in the final, which was also another first. Let's think of some other brothers that raced in the past. We had the Teuls, you know, over the years been around. It's another couple of siblings that have raced. Of course, the Rahayams, the most famous siblings. Hey? Oh, the Dysons, of course. We've got the Tarabay, Rob and Frank. Who are the other siblings that raced against each other back in the day, or raced on the same day? Janie will remember. It's an old memory too, Janie. It's hard to remember. A lot of people, again, on the stream watching this back later might find some of that info and remember it as well. But, yeah, that night on 1993, that night, mate, I was able to peel off. I've got the Jambo trophy from 93, so's Dr. Ben. But that was the night. And you know what we won? We won a trophy and a bottle of GP50 Castrol. And I even think $50.
$50.
Either that or the GP50 had a retail of $50, and that's all I won. I won a Jamboree trophy, which was a timber base with a glass. Back then, glass etching was a nice trophy.
Yeah.
So it had the original palm tree Jamboree logo.
Yes.
1993, 14 flat to 15.99 winner.
You've still got it, don't you?
Somewhere. And my brother's got the 15 flat to 15 and over bracket. 16 and over bracket. So 1640s for the Datsun, 1530s for my Datsun. And here's another thing that'll blow your mind, and this is not a lie. 1993, I was only one of 4 turboed cars at that event. There weren't that many turbo cars back then. They were rare. Turbos were rare. I just had a little draw-through set up on a stock intake, and basically Hobbs pressed the switch. Lee Thomas back in the day, Thomas 4-part, sort of helped me get it to a point that it ran and didn't melt itself. And
I was in year 3 at school in 1993.
Yeah, well, you would have been proud of me if you were there, mate.
I was very proud of you,
mate.
mate.
Very proud.
I didn't know you back then, but I was proud anyway. I'm proud in retrospect.
Yeah, well, as former Salika Wrecker brothers, we've bonded again somewhat more this weekend again. But that was 1993. So for those people that weren't born by then, hang on, 7, that's... I'm sorry to say that. Is that 33 years ago I did that? And here I am blabbing on like I'm some kind of expert.
Still talking about it.
And I fluked one in 1993 that night. Again, not many turbo cars in the day, but when I got into turbos, I just loved engines. I loved turboing stock engines, and I went with what I knew. And now that EFI's kicked in, and I know I should embrace it. I know everyone else has, and I'm sure there's 8-year-old kids out there tuning their own things on their own.
Now,
ECUs.
I have just been given a piece of information.
What's that?
Someone wants to know who's in the finals.
So
okay, the finals. You want to know who's in the finals? We've got those up. Is that?
I can tell. Can I just
Sure,
we do
go,
one
go,
thing?
go.
So Frank Tarabay and Barry Plumpton. That is apparently the final.
Okay, there we go.
I've been told that.
There we go.
So that's.
Okay,
Sorry.
So someone asking us on the stream, who's in the finals? Thank you, Michael Osborne. We got Jason Scott against Crouch in Street Compact.
Haley Scott and
Oh, Haley Scott. Sorry, I was looking at the Scott name and thinking it's Jason, but it's Haley. So R34, okay. And the final of All Motor is Melky and Studley. And Jane, and this is all Janie's stuff, and it's normally never wrong. Modified Compact's got one more round before finals. Okay, that's well done, because we're knocking them out, aren't we? That's what we're doing in those classes. No 3 rounds. It's about knocking them out, and that's pretty well all we've got so far. And they're waiting for race control to confirm. So thank you for Michael. We're trying to give you the best info, and a big shout out to you too, Michael, watching. Loved what he's done for us. The little Mazda down in South Australia. Got Diggles Bump City on the side of the
really?
as a sticker. Yeah,
I like it.
Dave Reed sent me a photo from basically from the sideline, and I looked at it and hang on, that's my name on the side of the bloke's car, and then I see Bump City. So man, must have really resonated.
That's cool.
And I just had to, we weren't even friends on Facebook. It's quite embarrassing. I had to friend him straight away. So mate, this is. It feels like a little bit of an honour that you're sort of taking
you
something.
You have fans.
Oh, well, mate, I've got a couple.
He would have a headshot of you, I guarantee.
Probably. That's pretty good. That's who made that? Like look at the old AI working its head off there. Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. But, so there you go, Michael. I hope that's it. So that's what finals we have now. But, 33 years ago, yesterday's hero. Okay, so I won one Jambo.
You're doing better than me.
I remember one event, I had my rail there, my little dragster with the turbo dado. So I took everything I learnt with the 180B, and I had a little rail built by Jimmy Anderson, of course, Megan's dad. And that little project was the ultimate bucks down rail. I mean, 1040s with a pretty much stock 200B motor. I thought it was pretty good for the time. Like, threw this car together with ridiculous low buck stuff on it. Like, it had a list a mile long of just things off other cars that we just put in a rail. And that thing would run, 10 runs to the tank, and I'd go up. And you know what I used to do, Rusty? This is a silly story. Back then, I'm calling street meets, right? I had this little dragster. Now, it was $30 to enter to do the street meet, and so I'd go up and I'd pay $30. I'd get my entry form. I'd go and put my rail down the track 3 runs between 1070 and 1050. Yeah. Put it in the trailer, go up, commentate for $30 and go home with nothing in my pocket. I'd go home with 3 time slips and a sore throat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, why not?
And that was back in the day. That was fun. Like, pay your entry, commentate it back over 3-4 hours and go home, hopefully with a car in one piece and 3 time slips. And that was fun. That was simple. And guess how much I tried to sell that car with in the end, mate? That was like a $7,000. I'm trying to sell that car for $7,000 back in the day. I think I got down to $5,000. No one would even buy the thing because it was sort of, as I said, a slap together. It wasn't the prettiest looking thing. And again, 4 cylinders. People weren't into them even back then. If it was a V8, I probably would have sold it. But honestly, as I said, we threw everything in. It had an RX2 diff in it. It had a Jatco out of a Skyline. It had a Datsun 200B engine in it.
It was a real bit.
It had a Hillman Imp steering rack with Suzuki GSX 250 front wheels, Suzuki hatch radiator. Like, I know, I'm not lying because it was all in there, right? And this thing was the most cobbled together little thing that I built in my little house I lived in, would you believe, 100 metres from where I live now. And that was so much fun for the money. 1,200 pounds with me in it, that car.
Bang for your buck.
200. And you know how much horsepower that only ever showed? 200 to the track. But I run 1040s with 200 to the track. The first 400's the cheapest, and the first 200's the most fun. And yes,
after that, it gets really expensive.
But, the turnaround on that car, like, if I was going to run it Saturday, I'd roll it halfway out of the trailer Thursday night, fire it up, check everything, put it back in and just take it right up there and run it. Yeah. As I said, you'd go to a test and tune. I'd nearly get 10 runs out of a tank and just hot lap it. Yeah. I'd get someone to help me get strapped in, and then I'd run it. And then when I was ready back in the pits, I'd drive it back to the lanes and go, can someone strap me in? I'm going to go again. And that was the car, honestly. And I used to keep all the time slips in a big folder, and, you draw lines through the whole lot. These days you can do spreadsheets and everything. But I mean, I chased it a fair bit there when I was a young guy. That was, 23, 24. Young guy working mad about the sport, getting into commentary sort of before. Well,
learning the craft.
To be honest, that rail would have had to have been late 90s. So that would have been nearly when I was 28, 29.
You're an old fella then.
Anyway, this is the only way I can timestamp exactly. Get this. Back in the day, of course, Willowbank had its own TV show going on Channel 7. And, of course, we had a guy called Scotty Cannon come over and only have a Studebaker Pro Mod / door slammer built in Australia, he came to Australia and raced it.
That was the first time I ever went to Willowbank.
Well, there you go. So what year was that?
97.
Okay, well, it was 97 when I think I had that car because, would you believe it, I think they got Scotty out there for an interview on the Saturday and they were sitting in the middle suite at Willowbank interviewing him, and just for a little bit, you see a little four-cylinder drags to do a burnout behind him, and that was me, So that's the only time I can date stamp when I was doing it. So if you reckon it was 97...
I guarantee it was 96, 97, 90, and then 97, 98. I think 96, 97 might have been Jim Campos and Kirk Coons.
Yes, possibly.
And then 97, 98 was Scotty Cannon because Murray Anderson built the car.
That's right, he built the car. And they took those things right around Australia. That was a pretty big season for door slammers in this country because Cannon took on the whole country.
Yeah.
And then that was
and
some
then
big
took the car
crowds.
back
And then
to
took the car and then slayed everyone in the States. Mate, wasn't that a guy that blew us all away? Like Cam Stanley, Tommy Howes in the early days. Whenever these American guys would come
Johnny
over,
Rocker,
like
Johnny Scalpi,
Wayne Torkelson, Jet Field, none of these people out there listening and knowing any of these names, but hopefully some people in the States might remember them. All right, here we go. Is this round three? Round 3. Okay, so I don't know. Are these even contenders for a finals berth? Yeah. We don't know. So we don't know about the gravity of this pairing. This is a round 3 pairing in Spectator Extreme, brought to us by Precision, Turbo and Engine. It's piston versus rotor, survival of the fittest.
You'll like this one.
Go on.
I was putting fuel in my car the other day and saw this thing on a hoist. An actual 53 Studebaker Commander.
It's a proper
Studebaker.
I have seen a couple in the flesh, but as a door slammer, they were a cool car.
There it is, just literally on
that was a cool car.
That's
the sort of thing it should be back on the roof of the Eastern Creek Tavern, to be honest.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, so it is Factory Extreme. Now this is round 3. This is the final. Right.
Is that one?
So Sam Meantanis up against Jay Sadek.
Okay, now here's a little thing to throw out before we see this, right? 2 from 2 is Marcus Pepe and Gina. So let's just remember that before we see anything else here in round 3. So Jay could end up 2 from, well, I don't know, did he even get 1 in round 1? No, the wheel came off. Round 2, he won, and round 3. So he could end up 2 from 3, but ET might determine it, right? It also depends on whether Marcus and Gina win in round 3. So again, it's going to come down to perhaps 2 from 3 and a low ET. Let's see if anyone goes straight 3 from 3 yet, and then we'll rediscuss at the end of the round. The Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Tuff Streeters and Fueltech. It's so good that you're sticking with us on the live stream, and our great diehards that are sticking here won't leave. We don't want you to leave till even after trophies, because we love to award all of our Jambo A-list, the new class of 2026. How do we crown them? Okay, here we go. Heads up Pro Tree.
I thought he'd actually double bowled there, but he had the crew guy standing in the beams down there, which is not usually a bit of a no-go.
Hang on, let's do a crew count. I don't think they care for wins here. There's 11, 12, 17, 19, 22 crew. I'm exaggerating. But auto versus manual, I don't think they're caring for the results. They're asking everyone to be out, and it's just too many crew. I think after the last round, I think they realised, we want you back. We can't have you near it. All right, here we go. They're going to engage. Here we go. Jay Sadek, 089, half track, 417, 105, the 66.41. That could be something. 2 from 3 with a 41. Put that down. 2 from 3 with a 41. Can he wedge himself into a final and hope that Gina and Marcus don't go 3 from 3? If they can go 3 from 3, that won't work for Jay. 2 from 3. But if we get a locked up deal with everyone on 2 from 3, the 2 quickest ETs in round 3 will go into the final. See, this matters. Hang on, Botha and Gina. Big run for Gina.
This is a huge run
This
for
is
Gina.
Gina's chance right now. Can she get to a final with not one lick of a run today under her belt? Don't laugh. The Bradbury moments, they can happen. But Botha, maybe he's got the problem sorted. Hopefully they both have.
Just hasn't even really got down the racetrack today, has he, Both?
No,
Just little problems.
Sometimes 2 days of testing would help you get to the stage where it will.
Yeah.
But just maybe not enough today. Not enough. Few too many variables. All right, let him rip 20 Bs. That will be my last Red Bull of the day. Will be.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
You sure?
Yeah.
Sure.
Chest pain's coming in. Yeah, so it's all good. Yeah. Get the data logger out.
Yeah. So,
Someone give me a Footbit, bro. Give me a Footbit.
Have the ambulance on standby, all right?
Smash a Footbit on me, bro. The pulse isn't up, but
How do you know?
I just know.
You just know.
I just know.
You just do.
No, I'm here. Okay. Botha and Genia.
We might have to have a couple of drinks to bring it back down again.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I'm gonna go sleepy bobos, billet bobos, mate. Like, hey, I'll be asleep, but my eyebrows will still be up here. My eyes will be closed, but my eyebrows are still stuck up near the top of me.
You took the eyebrow Viagra, that's why.
Yeah, that's right. Can someone help me tape my eyebrows down tonight, please? They're up. All right. Right now, they're a little bit eyebrow raising right now because Gina's standing on the cusp here. This is a big moment, big pressure moment. Someone's going to hit their mark. Well, interesting, she's in this lane now, so she can go to the centre line. The thing was going a little bit left, but again, we just wanted to go down straight. We want the lady to get, just a reminder why she's so obsessed like we all are with this sport, It's more to reward herself, to reward Billy, to reward the team. I think sometimes all you want the car to do is behave so everyone feels good about it and not disappointed.
Now, this is the same as what happened last time. Billy had his head inside the car trying to sort out a problem. It was exactly the same last time. I mean, realistically, I don't think Gina's really got down the racetrack in any kind of representative fashion today, but still, she finds herself in the box seat at the moment. If she can win this one, she'll be almost certainly into the final.
All right, so Botha doing the warm-up, getting that 20B as hot as he can. Remember, it's the auto on board. Gina's still got to bring it in on the clutch. I'm not going to say a clutch is a we can't say a clutch is a man's, coupling.
I wouldn't say that.
You can't. Yeah, Damien Boyce goes, don't forget the Commodores, the VB with the radial tune suspension. I get it. Before radial racing was the thing, radial tune suspension was the thing. All right, here we go, start line.
Oh, late for Bob.
Oh, Gina. She's going to go 3 from 3. Watch this. She's got it all to do. Here we go, win light. There she is, she's in the final.
Tell you what.
And then that happened. Botha, no, bro.
Thing sounds like a tractor.
No,
that thing was...
It went to tractor mode, didn't it?
It did not sound good. He was trying to bring it up on boost, but it did not sound good down there. Gina, I mean, she gets away with one there.
And it did the same thing. It went to the left, but I think sometimes when the wall's right up against you, and I think she's left-hand driving that car, so,
yeah.
You feel up close and personal to the wall. I figure in the right lane, it feels like you got a bit more room to move. Can we look at the replay again just to see? She didn't go too close to the wall, but it was a little... You had to be a little careful that she did take it out a bit further, though. It was still only 113 in the 60. It didn't hit anything super hard. I think they're just nearly back on the...
She got pretty close to the centre line there. And then down at the other end of the racetrack, she was just kind of cruising on through and, yeah. I mean, it's still a 10-second run. 10-second run gets the W.
And all you got to do is be in it to win it. Factory Extreme first finalist will be Gina Bullion's 3 from 3. Doesn't need the ET, but she might give up lane choice.
See, that's the thing is we don't give out trophies for ET. Right?
No.
We don't. You get trophies for wins.
Ultimate winner.
And when you do that, you've only got to beat whoever's in the other lane. It doesn't matter how quick or how fast you go. You just got to beat them.
It is ultimate fighter sort of stuff, isn't it? It sorts out... there's room for everyone in the sport. The time slip hunters and the trophy hunters, and then there's the ones that just have a go, swing and see, El Fafo, and some days you'll be rewarded, and I love it when it's a surprise.
So just having a look at the comments on the live stream at the moment on the official Jambo page. Max Gleish, I think your name is. Go back under your bridge, mate. Seriously.
What's he saying to us now? What's he saying, mate?
When you consider we've been... How long have we been on air for now? We're going on 13 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. What did he say? I mean, I can take it. Is it swearing? Is there swearing?
He's been commenting, stop dribbling. It's
Yep.
about to flood.
Oh, really?
Like,
Good, mate.
I'm thinking if he goes under the bridge, then he can drown and just, the world will be better off without him.
Well,
so.
remember, if he's watching from his own house and he's starting to float out the door from all the dribble, we've really got through to him, didn't we? We got through to him.
We've got power.
Because that means he's been foaming at the mouth all day. If we've been dribbling, he's been frothing. So he's just floating out the door of his own house, frothing. Or he's here watching and he can come and punch me out. But anyway.
Bye-bye, Max.
Hey, I mean,
he can punch you out.
You
and
can
then
try
I'll
and punch me in the face because there's so much dribble. The puncher just slips straight off. It wouldn't even. You
just got to duck a little bit off here.
Margin's not starting this thing by the look of that. It's lost fire on the way out there. It's a shame. He's run some good fives today, really honing in on that clutch deal. And again, you asked this guy, Max, would you prefer advertisements or live streaming, live commentary? And we've got stories to tell and time to kill. And
well, based on his comments, I reckon Max enjoys his own company, if you know what I mean.
I'm happy to. I'd still have a beer with the bloke because I want to hear his story.
You want to hear the feedback?
Well, I just want to see what... and Max, please chat to us again still on the stream. Like, what car do you own? If you ran Jambo, what type of car would it be? What's your favourite form of drag racing? What's your favourite form of motorsport?
Yeah.
You could maybe tell us, if you've been watching it all day, what would be your choice for best cruise style? Because we're still stuck for crew at the moment for best cruise style. Everyone is so... Looks like we've got Pro Mod final coming up in a sec. One of our
yes, we do. It's rolling through the beams already.
So, Max, if you want to help us contribute, we'd love you to, mate. We're not stopping you. And yes, the quick dribbling comments, I can cop that, mate. I mean, I don't want to do a T-shirt that says paid to dribble and then you put some artwork that actually got physical dribble off the writing. That'd be another shirt, paid to dribble.
We did have that artwork done earlier on by Sam, though.
Well, you know how I love Shagger's stripy shirt, and I love that. That sort of identifies him. Maybe I just need to wear a dribble shirt. Instead, like I've got a soccer shirt from Manchester United that has Diggles on the back, so it's like a footy jersey that says Diggles. Maybe I'll just get a shirt that just says Dribbles on the back.
Yes.
Just Dribbles everywhere you see me.
Yeah.
I'll just wear a bib.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Jambo. I could wear a hip bib. So
now, one last comment on Max. I've just got one more comment on Max.
Go on.
Everyone in the chat, just get absolutely stuck in, all right?
No, we don't encourage the bullying.
No, I do. You want to throw stones? Don't live in glass houses.
Well, it's only telling me. You know what? When you listen to the live stream or continuous call like Hadley and all the footy players, everyone talks about they're all dribblers.
Yeah.
But again, the same deal.
Badge of honour.
Yeah, I think it is.
All right, racing now. Rob Margin, the R35 Skyline. This thing's a work of art. If you ever get a chance to have a look at it in person, this thing is just absolute. It's porn. It's car porn. That's the only way to describe it. Brings it up on boost, rolls it down the clutch now. And 104 to the 60, one of the slowest 60s of the day we've seen out of him. This thing was down into the 0.9s before. The 586 and 247 straight down the middle.
And that's for all you diehards watching here live, folks, all the people on the stream still tuning in with us. And that's, of course, for Rob and the crew. Just Zeus, it's an awesome car. Yes, it's gone 60s, and now he's learning again. He's back on the clutch. He's going to learn that. 104 in the 60, 388 to half track, 199, 198 at half track, and off he goes from there. Great run, the finish off his day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our first final. It's Pro Mod final, and oh my God.
Yes.
Turbo versus nitrous.
Look, let's be honest. These two have been the class of the Pro Mod field all day long.
Joel's Garage Gear Outlaw Pro Mod final. I don't even want to talk over it. Let's got to let them go here. Let's just let it all go. Let's not talk right now. Let's just let it go. Let's not dribble. I love that. That's a lot of dribble. I'm glad that's blue dribble. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up if you want the nitrous car to win. Hands up if you want to see Frankie Tarabay steer another win. They both ran 572 in the previous round.
I just want a good race.
Frankie number 2 today with a 575. Barry number 1 with a 569. Barry and Frankie, may the best man win. Both in the construction game. So two guys that know the pointy end of big construction, and here they are in the final. And I'm just going to let them all go. Going to bump in, let the big nitrous thing go. Unless something crazy happens and we've got to jump in, I'm just going to let these things go to the stripe. 959 cubes, 5 kits on the Musi.
It just sounds good.
From Massey, New South Wales. Frank Tarabay from Belmore, 540 cubes. And Barry, I want you to purge on the way back too. And remember, PB quicker than a 68, and they get the guts out too, apparently. All right.
That's a big bird.
I know, that's a big bird. Remember, you know, that's a lot of hits.
Pretty cool night out here
hits.
at the moment. So that's, yeah, spray it and pray. Frank Tarabay. I mean, he's got, in terms of the ET,
okay.
Barry
Yeah,
Plumpton's actually got the wood in this one, 569. Best run throughout the day. He was the number 1 qualifier coming in. Frank Tarabay was the number 2 qualifier with the 575. Both cars run deep down into the 5s all weekend long, both up around that 250, 260 mile an hour mark. Let's just let it sing, let it eat.
Oh, no. Oh, 583 for Plumpton, 011 on the tree. What's happened? Is no shoots? No shoots? Are we checking?
They were very late if they did come out.
244, he's down on speed.
Yeah.
958 in the 60 foot, 011 off the tree for Plumpton, the winner.
He's gone around the corner.
Look, Frank, look at the drive job from Frankie. I almost started getting into it here. Look at this, mixing up the flames. Frankie, brakes come off like I think he gave up the ghost after that.
Oh, no,
they came out. Wow, the nitrous car for the win. Janie picked it. And I hope he dumps the rest of the spray for the fans on the way back. Let's hope that happens. The winner, our first one tonight, Joel's Garage Gear, Outlaw Pro Mod winner in Sydney for 2026, Barry Plumpton. Big bottle Barry.
That's cool.
Big blue bottled Barry. And you know, I reckon you should get the guts out at the trophies anyway, I reckon,
Yeah,
just for the
100%.
photo.
You
But no,
talk
actually,
me
now
into
the
it.
promise was to do it with the
If they said
PB. Yeah, so
PBs.
let's not get the guts out too early. Here's Gina. Gina's going to be in the final. We don't know. We haven't quite worked out who exactly she might be against. Could be against Marcus. We didn't see Marcus that round, though, did we? Oh, no, Marge. So it is Rob. Oh, sorry, it is. Rob now. Sorry, 3 from 3. Now is that 2 from 3, Rob, and a 5. Yeah, so it is Gina and Rob in the final.
Right.
So 2 clutch cars in the final. Factory Extreme. There
Wouldn't
we go.
have picked it.
Wouldn't have picked that at the beginning of the
Wouldn't
day.
have picked that.
All right, here we go. Pro Turbo. Is this round 3 or finals? It's 3. Okay, here we go. Round 3.
Now, this is interesting because Ben Slaughter comes in, you got to say, with the performance advantage. Dipped down into the deep into the 6s last time out, was 653.
Yeah, like a 50. Yeah, like a 50.
53. Eddie hasn't yet really got down the racetrack because last time he rolled the beams.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, so this will be interesting.
I mean, he's been on for a while there, for probably the last 2 Jambos last year. Eddie was on a streak, you know what I mean? Like, everything was just, you know, he had the dangle going. He was staging it at 6 degrees. He was, you know, he was impressing us each run into the mid to low 6s. And now just today, all that mojo's left him today. Ben Slaughter, it's been a little bit hit and miss. It's had a couple of runs. I think one of the first qualies, it came out with a decent wheel stand, Ben Slaughter out of the hole. And they've done enough on this car. They're starting to get their head around how the clutch and everything works, the tune and everything in that car. Really well sorted deal. Eddie, though, of course, 2J Auto on board, so he'll be bringing it in on the bump box. Still looking for best cruise style, aren't we? We're still looking for best cruise style. Which one? Did you just have it there? Yeah, righto. Yep, yeah, I like it. I like it. Yep, I like it. Also, too, because of the morale so, again, it's not only the way they're presented, the way the car worked, but also just that whole morale within the team. I do agree. Thank you, Janie. That'll be a good one. Okay, here we go. Bump City base. Oh, well, no, it's not. Sorry, Benny's got the clutch pedal.
No.
She's went off early again. Here I am.
Jeez.
Ducking at shadows
It's almost
here,
like
mate.
you've had no sleep, Tiggs.
I know,
What's
mate.
going
I'm
on?
starting to miss things. All right.
So Eddie comes in as number 2 qualifier, only a 717. We haven't, I don't think, yet seen him in the 6 seconds zone today.
Red, we wouldn't pick that.
Eddie.
You wouldn't pick that. 007 minus. Benny's going to send it to 45.
45, nice.
219. That'll do. I think the consolation for Ben. And
Yeah.
you know what? Pro Turbo, he still may end up in a final yet.
007 red too. It was only just red.
Is that 2 from 3 for Ben and a 45 in round 3? Okay, well, let's see how that sits.
That's going to set him up
That might
pretty well.
set him in there.
3 wins for Eddie.
So it's, well, it might be Eddie and Ben again if we don't know how Anthony goes here. What's Anthony? Round 1, Anthony loss. Round 2, a loss. Okay, so I think it's going to be, would you believe, would that be Ben and Eddie in the final then? Again, an attrition rate there, which typical of Jambo. Here's Zeus on the way back. He'll be racing Gina in the final.
Yep.
But Anthony, oh God, where's the icon gone? Where is he?
He's down here. He's in
he's ready to go.
Lined up, ready to go.
Okay. So look, this right now, folks, not going to say this is a dead rubber. Like, he can't do enough to get in the final, Anthony, now because of that rotten run of luck today. But he's there to do a run right now. Now, he's not the sort of guy that I've ever seen just go, you know what, let me put it in the stage, roll it through, rack up the win and put it away.
No.
It's the last send for VL God tonight. We know sometimes what those sends look like. Remember, was it 12 months ago, the Don? Has it been 12 months since the Don? When remember that he had that big, it pushed the water, whatever it did.
It was about this time of night too,
whether it was the intercooler, whether it was whatever, but, liquid got under the car and it just went instantly into the pretty big stack. And he walked the whole way back, Anthony, shaking himself off, and then got in VL God and came out and ran like a 40 or something in the car, got back on the horse. And you know what? A little bit of goosebump kicks in again just when you remember that moment. Because remember, I think Herman went in there and did a little interview after that, and Anthony's talking about the crash and then that time after where he then had to... He was in another final or in another round, and he kind of put himself back in another car and just got on with it. And I thought that was a pretty awesome moment for him to be able to do that last year. Look at this. He's loving that. He's loving that roll through burnout there.
It's still wobbling, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. It had the rear end issue.
Yeah, and it didn't look... It's still crab walking.
I think I know what he's up for here. I think I know what he thinks.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what he's trying to do.
Okay, well, I think we know what he's going to try and do here. Considering we know George Nader is just in front.
I think the other trophy he's trying to win.
All right, come on, folks. If everyone here can still whistle and cheer, let's hear ya. Not really. Okay.
Oh, really?
So if you think Anthony has done enough to get back the Jambo Burnout, give us a big whistle now. Can you whistle if you think he's got it? All right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He did. All right, listen to that. All right, okay. The people have spoken. That's all we asked for.
I think he's still going to send it here.
Oh, I think so. Anthony wouldn't be Anthony unless he could send it one more time. And the flame job, all the gear. Like, this is the thing that I think every year, never get sick of it.
It's the showmanship.
Never get sick of it. And especially when he's not in, sometimes, when he might be in the running to get to a final, he does kind of change his behaviour a little bit. But when he knows that, right, today's not the day he's in a final, he makes this last run absolutely count. You can nearly set your clock to it. You can nearly set your calendar to it. That Anthony, round 3 of Pro Turbo, he's got a big burnout in him and a big run in him if he can get it all together. So crazy. Might be the last, well, it should be for what we can see. It'll be the last time VL God we see tonight. And this is not only for himself, it's for his crew, his fans, and all you people watching here live and on the stream. All right, VL God, be away with you. Oh, man, it's up, it's on, it's over. 105 in the 60, but then just great hit. Again, whether there was a pedal or whatever it did, but the thing went for a move there, first to second. It really humped in second gear, but maybe something did finally cry enough and he's decided to leave it that way. And has he done enough? The crowd kind of says it looks like he's got another smoking trophy. So far.
There's still a lot to come yet.
Yeah. All right, look at this for round. Is this a final or round 3? Round 3. Okay, round 3 of Pro Compact, thanks to McKern. Nelson Popperwell, here he is against Peter Raham. Watch out. Just quickly, Frank Tarabay, as you toe back. Well done today, sir. Again, so proud to watch your exploits, man, no matter what you steer. Average reaction time. I love to run his stats. Average reaction time, average ET, total amount of pure driving jobs, and that's just Frankie all over.
Yep.
The Pro model, the Factory Extreme car, hats off to a good final. Has the Kiwi come back yet? Now, hopefully he can purge some nitrous for the fans out there. If we haven't, because again, we've been distracted watching stuff. Did Barry Plumpton sneak past?
I haven't seen him yet. I can't
folks,
say.
in case we don't see him, and look, we're looking for that big nitrous Camaro, but if you see him come back, we want him to give us some of the gas in the air.
Give us a purge.
We want the nitrous purging on the way back. That's what we all want. Just in case we can do it for the fans, eh? Why not? Just in case we can do it for the fans, can we get some? All right, Nelson, I tell you what, he's starting to shape, starting to get his name on the horizon here, and he wants to just take everyone on. Pete Raham, what a great opponent. Here we go.
This will be a good one because both of these guys have been running really good all day. Popplewell, he laid one down in that last round, didn't he?
He's starting to find the sweet spot. This might be Barry now. So hopefully, Barry, you've got some purge. Is that him? Hopefully they've got some purge left for the fan. It's not.
Ben Slaughter, I think.
Oh, it is Benny, is it? Oh, Barry might have snuck past, bro. I don't think so. I don't know.
I know.
But that would be good. If the Kiwis come back and you can hear us, just make sure you got some nitrous for us on the way back. That is Benny Slaughter. All right, here we go. Great ratch up here. This could very well matter right now, no matter what. Let's not underestimate the intensity. Let it rip us. Let it eat here.
We've got a race.
Tell you what, the engine miss is gone, but it could be Peter at the end. No, it's Nilsson by 151 thousandths at the stripe. Outreacted. Peter outreacted him, but then had enough performance in the R100. 37 beats a 45. 0.0151 at the stripe, 209 to a 281 leave, 118 a little bit better for the RX3, the R100 120, 480 at half track for Nilsson, 493 for Pete, but at the end, Nilsson, Popplewell puts another number down.
That's pretty wild.
The South Aussies. Here's another South Aussie. I tell you what, they're starting to, getting under our skin, our South Aussies. They're loving our Jambo, more
They
Jambo.
really are, and because they know they got it heading their way.
Come on, is this the Kiwis? Give us some nitrous on the way back if you got it,
That's
Kiwis.
Baz. That is Barry Plumpton.
Come on, Barry. Where's our purge?
There
we go. Bring it on. Come on, give him a clap, cheer and whistle. The biggest engine in the property. Give him one. Oh, Anthony with the flame. Look at this, folks. This is for you fans. Anthony, give us the big flame.
We got the purge. We got the flame.
Give us the purge. Give us the nitrous. Look at that. There you go. Give him a round of applause. Hey, what a win.
That's so cool.
What a win. Thanks for the flame. Thanks for the memories, Anthony, again. There you go, Big Ben. He's out. He's out. There we go. He's out. The bottles are done. Anthony with the flames. That's great. I'm glad you folks get to see a bit more of this as they come back. Now, Anthony's just pausing here. Terry Waterman, Jurgen Piscopo. Yeah, they're praising him. Is that Colin? Is that Colin doing the bow to Anthony again? So that's what you want? The promoter of Jambo, I think that's Captain giving him the old, legend.
We are
the
not
Wally,
worthy.
almost the Wally Lewis, the King. I call it almost the King Wally. You remember the days when Wally Lewis and Origin, there'd be people praising him.
Yep.
That's the same again for Anthony. That's all Anthony wants is a bit of praise. I mean, he doesn't even need that, but it's not. He does thrive on it like we all do, of course. Confidence, inspiration from that. Terry Jurgen, Piscopo and Terry Waterman. This is another one right now. I'm telling you, Rusty, if Terry gets the little RX2 sorted and the little Datsun 1200, we've got a great little chrome bumper batch up here. 1970 RX2, 1972 1200. South Australia versus Sunshine Northern Victoria. Pro Compact, round number 3. Jurgen just wants to keep it in stage. That's all he'd need to do here. And who knows whether this might feature, if he can do enough right now, might get back in the final with a win and a low ET is going to help. Not going to talk, here we go. They both came out with a bit of aggro. Piscopo and the Datsun gets to the finish line. Here comes the RX2. 202 for Jurgen. The Datsun 202, 709. That's some big speed for the Datto. 725 at 182 for Terry. Best one of him today too. What a great run for Terry. They kind of both sat there. They just got into stage 119 to a 120. Get that 466 to 464 at half track as well. So they were glued all the way down there, but that is a great run there for Jurgen. So Jane will crunch some numbers and see exactly what that means when it comes to potential finalist against, which I thought was already Nilsson in there maybe. But just checking.
Yes, we're doing numbers up here. That's why I'm staying well away.
Yeah, me too. Peter Raham, it was 20-something. We'd have to almost play the tape back to find it. They've been flicking the timing so fast I couldn't see it. Couldn't see it. Is that what it is? It needs a count back. That probably needs an ET count back. Is that right? Oh wow, we need an ET count back. That might have to be see what race control gives us instead, Janie. But or we pull the stream back a little bit and just see what Pete did do on that run against Jürgen. I think it was a 45 or something. I think it was something like a 45.
Yeah, I think 45.
But then Terry went 30 something then, didn't he? So, or 20 something then. So, oh, we played it. Janie's thought about it herself and got
She's
her own
all
info.
over it.
Yeah.
So the question is, how quick can Peter Simon go? Because he hasn't got this thing down the racetrack in any kind of really representative fashion today, but it can. This can be a quick car.
Just needs one more run to do it.
One more. It's only ever one more run.
Last time for him. Look at this great. We're watching a little run replay here between Nilsson and Pete. Pete goes through for a 45. Yeah, 45 to a 37. So Terry with a 20-something, if he's had enough wins, might be there too. Geez, I didn't think it was going to be that tight after round 3. Janie's doing a little count back because there's no 3 from 3s except, is that Nilsson 3 from 3? And then the rest are 2 from 3. So they're all counting back.
This is more like it.
Wow, what a send, what a send. 7, 12,
Whoa, lost the
205. The bonnet's off.
Yep.
The eyebrows up again. 7, 12, 205 mile an hour. 124 on the 60-foot. Half track, 472, 163. And it was on a march, Peter Simon. And the GDR, yeah, Godzilla gets around the corner. The 33, the quad bike's on its way to recover said bonnet.
Well,
but,
most of it went over the fence on that side. So
that was
on
beautiful
the left-hand
hang. Let's have a look at another Jamboree moment of Watch My Debris. It's a new
what
show.
Did I break this time?
What's my liquid and what's my damage? And this one, it's like, how far did I fly? That's pretty much where that thing went. So I don't know if we found that on the stream, but yeah, it was blink and you miss it, but it was flying through the deep end, 205 mile an hour. I'm still over Jürgen's 200 in the Datsun.
Yeah,
like we've seen.
202 that's moving.
If we add it up, I'm sure we've got more 200s than we've ever seen before.
I reckon
we've got a lot of benchmarks. I think we've got a lot more standards. More things we can tick off and say, well, that's the most we've seen in a while. Yes, I'm sure we're going to have the odd diehard go back and say, that we didn't have 1,000 cars in each class. But, I mean, the class of 2026 is the class of 2026. If you turn up and race and you want to, if you're good enough, you'll win a billet, Jay. And for the others that aren't there, well, they won't until they get motivated and they get inspired and they go, you know what, I'm going to go to Heathcote October 17 and I'm going to have a crack down there. Or, of course, Brisbane Jambo as well.
3 days this year.
Yeah. And I think, what did we say, August something? What was I forget the date they've set now. Sorry? Of
August.
7th to 9th of August. That's right. Thank you, Janie. Janie knows that, of course.
So that's the next time we get to do this all again.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. VMP, mate. Actually, October's after August.
October is after August.
Yeah, I know.
It's been a long day, Diggs.
No, Rusty, I'll see you at Heathcote in October. Not if I see you at Willowbank in August. Oh, yeah, it's starting to creep in now.
The good news is, Diggs, you don't need to catch a plane to get to
That's the
Willowbank.
thing, man. Like, I can sleep into 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, probably. I've got to take that thing now that I bonded with over 10 hours to the airport. Oh, look at this for a race round 3. Yeah. That's a lot of 6-bang. I'm going to let these things eat later on tonight, right now. So, TB, from what I understand, TB48 with the billet Netto crank, cast block, and Danny Lansdowne. I don't think Danny's quite billet yet.
I'm just looking at the stance on
this.
this.
Yeah, it just looks so tough, man. Like, that would be a pin-up car in, the UAE. Anywhere in the Middle East, or not everywhere right now, but... where they still race patrols up hills and don't hurt anyone other than patrols. You know what I mean? Go to YouTube and search up Liwa, Liwa 2026, and it's literally almost like a Saudi summer nats. Like they jump them, they run them up the hills. They got a big, massive tip-in pad where you just skid massive tip-in, you just do massive burnouts. Get on YouTube and check it out. Liwa 2026, and that's the name of the venue, and I think actually name of the place in UAE where they do it all. So celebration of horsepower, and the ones that go up the hill, mate, there is hardly any car in those classes that ain't a Nissan Patrol.
Now, this is a good comment on the live stream.
Go on.
That Patrol is a Hot Wheels car in real life.
Yes.
And it really is. When you look at it, it just reeks of Hot Wheels, doesn't it?
Yeah, now we've got crew waving. We're looking at stuff. If we've got something detected that maybe is underneath it, we're just...
Liquid detected?
It is hard at this time of night to see that sort of stuff. No, he's in the stage. Danny Lansdowne, let him go. Let the six-bangers go. Let's go. All over the place. Oh boy, there we go. So there might have been a clue. There might have been a clue. Danny, like that thing was out 116 at the 60 foot, 466 to half track, but the Wags was starting to do a little bit of a waggle. And a 799 gets him a win in round 3. But for Chris Valevsky, look, there was a little bit of alert near the start line there, whether or not it was something dribbling or whatever. But look, he got in the stage, and then whatever it did after that might have been transmission fluid. Who knows? But the old Patrol, there he is on the line trying to boost it up, and then, straight away, as soon as he let go of it, like it was a microsecond, it let go just a microsecond before he let the button go on the trans brake, and that's probably gearbox fried, absolutely big failure in the transmission. You would assume, again, I'm not...
You can see there's...
Well, what have we got? Yeah,
is
that
shrapnel.
Is that actually...
Yeah,
well, that may not be... Well, again, it was smoke, it wasn't fire. Because, we've seen that before. So if that could maybe be block. I don't know what it can be. We're kicking... is that metal bits coming?
That's metal bits that we're kicking all over the place.
Maybe the factory TB48 block is found its limit. It did a 7-second run the previous run, but that is kathunk.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
carnage.
A lot of stuff there.
Yeah,
so.
they're just giving it a little dip. It's definitely a metallic. That's a big lunch right there. Big car, big lunch. Out come the rags. Out comes that. And lucky enough, look, for our benefit, look, at least if you're going to look at rose-coloured glasses, at least where it is where it is. It's not taking it to the finish line. It stopped itself because it couldn't do anything anymore. So this repair... This repatriation, thank goodness we're only dealing with 100 foot, really. Only 100 foot. Can we get our sniper cam in, close in on the debris? Let's go debris, Jambo debris cam. Here we go.
Adam's here pointing. If we can zoom in on these, there's 2 big bits that are actually casting a shadow. 2 big bits of metal towards the right-hand side of it. And I'm just... There's a lot of stuff down there in terms of just shrapnel, bits and pieces. Wow. Broken bits.
Well, we had, of course, Captain Risky do it down the finish line, bits and metal, and look at that.
Yeah.
That's, all of it.
That looks like a piece of block to
Jürgen,
me.
200 mile an hour, Jürgen.
I think there's a bit of rod. I think there's a bit of rod up here.
Wow.
If you go a little bit up with the camera.
Yeah, wow, good. Yeah. Have a look at this. Carnage 101 right now out there, my goodness. Coming up on crime scene investigations, First responders were alarmed to see the level of carnage when they arrived on site. And there is just engine blood everywhere there, and it ain't pretty. So,
it's like air crash investigations.
It is, isn't
for drag racing.
Sticks had already told me, because I did mention 5.3 litre, billet 6, and then he corrected to say, look, cast block, billet crank. But I can tell you right now, that not even a cast block anymore. That's come apart.
No.
And, people say cast is fast. Cast is also plastered everywhere
I don't imagine that the billet crank's in real good shape at the moment.
And the best thing about when you watch them take patrols up the hills on the sand dunes in Saudi Arabia, when they do exactly the same thing, the oil...
Just kick some sand over.
The sand just means there's no oil down.
Yeah, they just dig it up in a couple of years and sell it on.
Maybe we're racing the wrong way, Rusty. Maybe we need to make this a beach.
Yes.
Put paddles on them.
Maybe we missed an opportunity.
At least when they lunch, they've got their own containment. The stripper's its own containment device. Who knows? Well, I do love a bit of sand drag, Puerto Rican sand drag as well. Just also because that reason, dirt or sand, if you do break something, that part of it's not critical. You're not laying glue down on that surface. What you'll do is you grade, compact, and level again, and you go again on that surface. This stuff, of course, we're really picky. We want to get this thing, billiard table smooth. We want it like fly paper traction-wise.
Yeah.
And we've been, I shouldn't say fussy, we've got high standards of what we expect on a track prep these days. Now that the horsepower is matching it, that is a bit of, what is it, TB48, I think is what we're saying there.
Yeah.
We can rebuild it. We have we
shall
don't have the technology.
rebuild. We shall rebuild.
Mummy,
Maybe
someone
not
should
that
take
one.
a photo of that and ask ChatGPT if they think they're smart. What am I looking at, ChatGPT? They wouldn't tell you what that is. No AI is going to tell you exactly what that is.
No, ChatGPT would say you're looking at a concrete wall with some grass on the other
Oh,
side.
yeah, okay. Well, thanks, genius. Yeah, that's brilliant. Okay, big send from the GDR. Got his bonnet coming back, and last run for him with that beautiful car. Gave us a 200-mile-an-hour pass on that run, but yeah, we're not moving the old patrol just yet. We'll get probably the tilty in to get the rest of it. That's crime scene investigation right there. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Did you put anything on the track? No, nothing. We're just laying a few T-shirts out. That's all we're doing.
Yep. Just making a rich tapestry.
Have you ever done that? And that's the thing that you can do. If you ever get a bag of rags and you lay out everything, it'd be interesting to see what you get in the old bag of rags.
Many.
And there we go. So Janie's asking ChatGPT, what is this? And it says, this is basically chunks of tyre rubber stuck on a racetrack surface, super common in motorsport, especially drag racing. And it says, this is the genius of ChatGPT. It says, what you're seeing, the black lumpy bit is melted and torn rubber from racing tyres. The smaller shiny blobs above it, more bits of rubber that have smeared and stuck. And then ChatGPT, that's the thing, you talk about dribbling, you talk about humans dribbling. ChatGPT's the biggest dribbler, right? Because it goes on for ages. Less is more, ChatGPT, right? These form because race tyres are very soft and sticky. Thank you. I didn't know that. Under heat and friction, they shed rubber or even tear chunks off. Thank you, ChatGPT. On drag strips, the surface is also treated to be extra sticky. Now you're talking. So the rubber build up and clumps together. So, okay, starting to get the hang of it.
It's track snots.
Who says track snots? Oh, you call it track snots. I never heard it before. In circuit racing, it's often called marbles. Yeah, okay, bits of shredded tire. That's true. On a drag strip, they can get much bigger and more melted because of the extreme traction and burnouts. Okay, good on you, ChatGPT. Short answer, it's melted tyre rubber building up from race cars, not something biological, even though, it kind of looks like it. Thank you, ChatGPT, for trying to be human. Yeah, can you actually go in there and say, ChatGPT, you are wrong. It's bits of broken cast TB48.
That's a fail, ChatGPT.
Thank you, ChatGPT. Okay, so you're not so smart now.
Yeah, you think you are?
Yeah, you think you are, but that's...
We've got a little bit of time before Terminator tries to take over.
Yes. Give me your gloves. Okay, here we go. Picking all that stuff up. Look, that's helped. But this is not a pleasant thing to be doing on this end of the track. Mind you, I'm glad it's happening here at low speed and that he didn't get any more trouble and that didn't let go further on. Here we go. So just now, look, bang, engine, just as he hits it, boy, he just let go as it went.
It was actually just, I think, before he let off.
Wow. And you know what, Sticks, I don't know whether here comes Danny back with the wags for maybe the last time. I don't know how he would feature in results, but good to see the wags back, even though it was going for a big move down the end again. I don't know, what do we need? Aero on the wags. We might need a little wing. I don't know what the wags needs. It gets a lot of air around the back of that wag and that makes it a bit funny. Risky's definitely not coming back, so it might be Danny against, Danny versus the world, Hank? Could be Danny and Andy in the final. There we go. So it looks like it might be Danny and Andy in the final. So Danny, go and get it ready if you want to race Andy maybe one more time and go from there. But, Danny's just pulled up then. But now, look, of course, I know the tuner of this, Sticks, of course, Michael. Now, whether you're watching the live stream at home or right here, Sticks, obviously you can also get... Now, look, Captain Risky's just sent me, I would assume, an exclusive photo from Captain Risky's pits that we might share. I don't know. I won't share it now, but I'll show you Janie and Rusty. But Sticks, of course, has been the tuner on this patrol when he decided to build it. So it'll be interesting whether Sticks can pull data log out of that now and just see whether there was any little parameters that just gave us a warning before it all let go. And again, because he hadn't let go of the button, sometimes, when you've got... And data loggers are so different from the early drag racing designated data loggers where literally the moment you turned on the computer in the old-fashioned data loggers, it would record everything even before you went into stage. And I know with modern ECUs, you can program it to just start data logging X amount of time. But Sticks, it'd be interesting to see whether there was any vital signs on that thing leading into the burnout, coming back, because remember, that thing's just let the bottom of the block go. So, it was fractured when it let go, but was it already cracked somewhere? Was there a little coolant because you can run coolant pressure sensors in the cooling system that measures your coolant pressure, and some guys tune to how much coolant pressure. In other words, how much are you slightly lifting the head, and how much are you willing to handle? How much your ceiling rings are trying to handle and everything like that. So here we go, exclusive photo from Carnage Cam. So we've got some out there, but here's some Captain Risky Carnage coming through on my text. Well, actually, it's just him. So no real... Oh, there we go. Yes, so Captain Risky with connecting rod, and connecting rod is in a couple of pieces.
Has departed.
So Captain Risky, not a bad Carnage shot. I think we just got... The patrol just upped you, I think, as far as big lunch is concerned.
Yeah.
I mean, mind you, that's a big lunch at the finish line for Risky. And you know what? Remember, we weren't down for too long there. Remember, they do run lower containment devices. That's kind of the rule. You've got to put them in a ballistic nappy normally.
Yes. Now,
so you consider how much that thing got on the track. And again, let's just see whether there is a big nappy on that thing. Although sometimes you can get, and sometimes you can see it allowed, especially if, remember, the industry doesn't always build a custom nappy. You can get them built. They're not cheap, but you can also go a fair way with doing trays that are acceptable. You know what I mean? Like a containment tray that if you did leak, it hits the tray, doesn't hit. But I know normally the rule is a nappy, ballistic sort of, bag under the sump with absorbent inside it, so you can run a few pieces of chamois, whatever, that are absolutely, all absorbent.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to know, and Sticks, whether you can tell us too, whether or not they did have a nappy. But tell you what, it not only filled the nappy, it's a little side leakage. Any parent that's ever changed a kid's nappy before, you know it, Jamie.
Yep.
And guess what, Kelly? Guess who knows that right now? Kelly and Blaze knows about the side explosion. Little Summer Hanson getting a bit of side explosion, sure. And remember, they'll start treating it too, drag races as parents. It'll be a tune-up. They're going to put a tune-up in Summer, It's like, well, she loves eating apple, but this is the result 3 hours later. Okay, Blaze, let's change the tune-up. Let's start with a banana, know. Can we keep the projectile stuff down in the
rice
early
crackers,
years? So,
the rice biscuits.
So let's just say that the TB48's nappy is pretty full, pretty full. And honestly, folks, if you're stuck for, and again, if you don't have to go home too late tonight and you want to linger and just observe, sometimes I think if they go and pull the nappy out of that thing and see what's in it, it'll be interesting to see just how much sheer carnage may be in that nappy. I know at this time of, the original shock of you lunching it, obviously, as an owner, you're probably, you're not happy, but a lot of times they all get a weird smile. Drag racers, when they lunch something, they get this weird sadistic sort of attitude, this smile that when it does go boom or bang or snap or wallop or bleh, they kind of get this, well, there we go. You can't do anything else other than laugh. It is a recreation.
Drag racing's expensive. It's just a matter of how expensive.
If you're on your last dollar and you need this thing to last forever because you can't afford to spend another cent on it, it sort of sounds like every other drag car everyone else has ever built.
Yeah.
If that's going to ruin you for the rest of your life, shouldn't be in the sport. But you should hopefully half have a smile. And I hope this just... you either prepping up another cast block from now on, or you do go the magic billet, and then you might get your billet 5-2 from there.
To be fair, like drag racers are sadists by definition.
They are.
Like
mechanical destruction is normal.
They like to blow stuff up, and then they smile about it afterwards. I mean, that's just the way they are.
Yeah.
So
and the bigger the lunch, the bigger the smile sometimes. But normally, if it's a mechanical failure, yes, you get the smile out of them. If they've had a wild ride and they've crashed it, less smiling. You know what I mean? There's more moments of thank God I'm all right, instead of, that was wild. But when you break stuff, you tend to get a smile out of them when you break stuff. But when there's a bingle, you don't expect anything other than, reflection and thankfulness that you're okay, all the safety gear worked. You can't be smiling right then, and you wouldn't expect anyone to. You don't want to run down after someone's binned it to say, wow, that was wild, that's crazy. You've got to give people space when that happens. When you break something mechanically, it's just a part of the sport. You find the weakest link and you move on. Ask half the all-motor field today where their input shafts are or their axles are. I don't know for torched heads today or anything like that. Drop valves, I don't know about that. But as far as wild rides, let's rack them up there. Has anyone broken a few apex seals today? Who knows? Probably. Rod out. Well, Captain Risky. Rod's out for captain. And that's Captain Risky's had rods out. Frankie's done a nose butt. a thief scraped the side of a brand new car and hit the centre line cones on 2 different runs. You know what I mean? Anthony's broken suspension bits in VL Guide, it seems, and fix. So, you know, there's a lot of things that have been patched on already today before now. So breakage tails, it wouldn't be a Jambo without wild rides. And of course, that was the other RXC that bended in the Burnout as well.
Yeah.
So I mean, it wouldn't be Jambo without wild rides, close races, and carnage.
Exactly.
And just to show, right near the end of the night, we throw you a big piece and hope the rest of it tonight's going to be nothing. That was in quali, though. That
was in qualifying.
Yeah.
Should we do a quick drag racing around the grounds for the...
yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, obviously, we've got the bend going on down in Adelaide this weekend.
Yes.
Update from what's going on down there. It rained.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
So they called it off.
Wow.
They
Are
got
you
about
serious?
Yeah.
Nothing tomorrow?
No, they're running tomorrow. But for as far as today goes, they called it off.
Wow.
Now, do we want to do a quick footy around the grounds? Because I think there's a few people who are going to be surprised.
Have you got something? Have you?
I've got something. So Penrith flog Parramatta. No surprises there. The Cowboys beat the Storm.
Oh, really?
Nobody expected
Was that in
one.
Townsville?
28-24, I think it was.
Townsville,
yeah,
was it?
in Townsville.
Wow,
so
good.
I don't think too many people saw that one coming. So, this is a weird year to try and tip footy.
Yeah,
that's
well,
for sure.
It's a weird year to pick a winner in Jambo again, but just like the other 35 years that we've done it, you just can't pick them.
We shouldn't be surprised anymore. We shouldn't be surprised.
Well, I mean, when you talk about around the grounds, I was actually thinking about that just as Frank and Barry went in for our Pro Mod final, knowing how many tough blowing door cars and the like were at the Bender race down there as well. And I thought, wow, what a day for Aussie door car racing. 2 big premier events in 2 capital cities on the one day. And thinking how lucky we are that we've got this as a motoring recreation that people love. And all the investment that you see, they're not cheap. They're not cheap toys. And when they're raced well, it is gold-class entertainment. I don't care. To be honest, like better than most circuit sports all the time. There we go. So Sticks, here you go. Sticks goes, sorry, lads. She's an old block. Did 2 drag challenges and a heap of driving. It broke finally. They have a spare. Possibly be they're probably the quickest in the world now with that 7. Chris said to Sticks, send it. So he did. It ran a 7 on 40 PSI, and guess what that thing had in it just then?
What?
50. So
yeah.
Thanks for the info.
50
Sticks.
was too much.
50's too much. 42 probably okay. 50 no. There we go. So, and you know what? I hope that's true. And you know, Keyboard Warriors can get on and try and find a quicker patrol in the world. 7-second patrol, folks. You may have been part of world history and seen the world's quickest patrol run this weekend. And yeah, well, hang on. Someone's saying not a blown engine. Oh yeah. Merch all done, blown up engine. Ash reckons not a blown engine. Well, I mean, again, we're thinking transmission, but again, we've already had bits of block, so we're thinking it is...
Any of the above, really?
Well, it used to be a TB48. Now it's a TB24. You know what I mean? It's kind of maybe been chopped in half, you know? I wonder if the billet Nitto crank's still okay in there. So that might be salvageable, and they'll put another donk together. But, I mean, they are a monster engine in their own right, 5.2 litres. Of 6 banger, but if that is a world-class standard, well, I'm glad to be a part of that today. Just another reason why we love doing this every year. Sydney, Brisbane, now Victoria. We'll be back at the bench somewhere in the future, I'm sure. But this year, we'll go to VMP and back to the Big Daddy at Willowbank later in the year. Can the patrol come back by then? We'll have to see. And it's like anything, as we said, when it's recreational, you either just put it aside and you go, right, well, that's going to now mean X amount of hard work. This is my hobby. I've got to go out and put a bit of yakka into something. None of these cars come easy to get to the line. And, you know, if you can appreciate just how much effort, preparation, you got to have your smarts about you. You either got to be good on the tools yourself or have good friends, some pretty decent facilities in order to do it, and the right tuners, engine builders, whatever, to get anything to the track, whether it's, as we said, street compact or factory extreme, everything in between. Yeah, he might park it just for a couple of months, put a blanket over it. I mean, you need a big bloody blanket to cover the patrol. And he might he's got to yank that out. You know what I mean? There's got to be a post-mortem. He'll be swinging. Oh,
yes.
There's nothing worse than probably swinging the dead stuff out. Put it this way, you nearly lift the rest out by hand, wouldn't you?
Just about.
If there isn't much left.
Unscheduled urgent disassembly. So most of the work's already done.
That's a good.
So it's just a matter of just pulling out the bits now. So
Morgan McIntyre goes, that's a lot of race glitter. It is a lot of race glitter.
race glitter.
Race glitter. I love that.
Wow.
Race glitter. No, G Bear, thanks for the text there, G. I didn't quite get to open that video there, but there, some of our carnage has come through on the photos, and now the big patrol is on. The world's quickest patrol, by the way. So if he has to go down and come back on the tilt tray, come on, there's got to be a couple of crowd left that can give him a massive standing ovation. All 4,620 of us still left here.
24,000.
24,000?
Yeah, 24,000.
24.6 people left,
Yep.
whatever it is. I mean, it's, as we say, back to your lives when you've had enough citizens. And for those people that want to see how it all ends, I'm glad you're still here, because we don't finish until it finishes. And, you know, this thing's happened at the wrong time of night, but we get it done. We pick ourselves up, we dust ourselves off, and we start all over again.
Keep on going.
Because there's other results still to be determined here. And we've got one here, Colesy on a solo. Now, whether or not this, and I know what probably Colesy's like, you know, I wouldn't say he's a young bloke, but, you know, he's doing all right for himself for a bloke that's still in his... I still can't remember whether he said he's into his 40s just yet or not, but that's a lot of jewellery in that engine, that Noonan Hemi, twin turbo. Now, look, if you're on a solo... If you know you're kind of going to race Danny, which is, you know, you're in the same workshop every day together.
Yeah.
You're the dynamic duo that keeps spot on going. You know, for a final, I think Colesy just do a little roll through, stage it, roll back. Very often...
Race control can almost stage him down.
Well, race control can nearly roll him up and send him back if that's what he wants to do. But if he wants to have a crack at it and send it, well, he might do that. But you know what happens then, and you think about this as an adult. Everything you send now, you've got to maintain before next round. We're at that time of night where we don't want to give you 30, 40 minutes to turn it around. We want you back in no time.
Can I just point out something?
Sure.
Last time we had a pretty lengthy delay with the Orange Tirana, Captain Risky.
Yes.
Who was the next car in line? Andrew Coles. Who's the next car in line this time? Andy.
Yeah.
So anybody, if you're in front of him next time out, just be very wary, okay? I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, that's very observant of you. Well done. Here's a little stamp for your forehead, and that's a little voodoo, little voodoo in there.
Yeah, you don't want to be the car that rolls out in front of Andrew Coles.
Yeah, it's if you're superstitious, like we have to be sometimes in this sport.
Drag races are superstitious by definition.
Yeah.
It's just the way we are.
I just think Andy will save the bacon. The thing's prepped to run this round anyway, whether he was going to send it or not. So I think now Public Enemy, the best thing you can do is stage the car, get the win. Now, again, Danny might have lane choice just because we're looking for an ET. It only went 99 last round. So, and those boys won't care either. Like if they got to come back and have one more send side by side, or if they've decided that, you know, everything's kind of had its fair amount of thrashing. And again, look, the upside is they haven't tested as much this week. So all that stuff's kind of slightly less used than it was if you tested Thursday and Friday. But, you know, these guys go hard over the Kenda 660. Colesy's run a 3 in the 8th on a 275. Danny's run, you know, low 4s on a 275 in the 8th. But the quarter is another stretch again for these things. They're always on the limit. And you know, we've still got purists out there. And again, for people on the live stream, you know, put your comments through. What is your preferred distance for drag racing, quarter mile or 660? Some cars are just mint over 660. You then see some cars over the quarter. You go, man, that is a fair stretch. Doesn't it remind you after a while when you see them over the quarter just how much extra stress everything's on when you got to ask the thing to go the distance?
Yeah, like not a lot of good stuff happens at the finish line.
Okay, have we got a couple of whistles and cheers for the world's fastest patrol? Go on, give him a round of applause. He's coming back. He's wounded. Come on, fans. Anyone whistling or cheering? World's fastest patrol, go. No one. All right, they're all out. They're all out of whistles. Here it is. Look at it go. Yeah, that's pretty cool car, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
As we said, he had that sort of rock crawler off-road history, Stick said. And he came in, he must have discovered drag and drive, whether from Street Machine Drag Challenge or Sick Week or Drag Week. And he's come into Sticks, he goes, I want to build a car I can put my family in and do a drag and drive. And he obviously was familiar with patrols and loved patrols and just built a pretty quick patrol because he wanted that car. No one asked him to change his, you know, what about a Commodore? What about Tirana? No, he loved patrols. And there it is. And no one here is going to say, oh, dude, I don't like that. There'll be 100%
No.
approval rate on a car like that.
Yeah.
I don't think there'd be too many people who go, that I don't like it.
There'd be
So
people
you
who
must
probably
like
don't
it.
get it.
Yeah.
Because
That guy online, Max, he wouldn't
Yeah.
get it. Ask him if he likes it.
Yeah,
or
Max,
not.
do you get it?
Do you get the patrol? Do you get what he's doing there?
It's past Max's bedtime.
And what I love about that is he also
Sunday school
chose,
tomorrow.
but he chose the Nissan 6 and everything too, so he can show that he's brand loyal. And if he's familiar with that engine in the past and what he's raced with in other sports, it's like, well, let me turn one into a drag car.
Why not?
And as I said, I've met a couple of blokes in Queensland now, Steve Johns and is his name Rhett? Rhett's got a little Suzuki Sierra.
Old mate.
Yeah, and Rhett's from Gympie. It's a Suzuki Sierra, but it's the hard top ones with the metal tops on them.
Yeah.
That's got a K series Honda in it and an 8-speed auto, and it's quite the no prep weapon.
Yeah, wow.
And it would probably be running up. And you talk about around the grounds. Of course, the road trip drag challenge is into its second day up at Willowbank today or tomorrow? Road trip. Where were we tonight? We're at Willow or Warwick? Hey. Oh, so it's all Warwick. It'll be all Warwick. So you're not at Willow. It's 3 days at Warwick. There we go. So they would have had all their nighttime. Hang on. It's 25 past 10 New South Wales time. So 9:30 in Queensland. Oh, they'll be partying up in Warwick.
What year?
In 2026 up there.
Okay, just asking.
Yeah, no, it's not 20 years back. So tail of the tape, so it rained in Adelaide. We didn't see anything there. Jambo, great weather, big day of the event. And, of course, nearly probably 200 cars doing a little drag and drive every day for the Road Trip Drag Challenge at Warwick Dragway over the 660. They might have still, they have a dial your own shootout. They have a 650, 750 shootout. They have dinner. We have awards, trophies, DJs. We've had dress up. It feels like a bit of a variety bash form of drag and drive.
Yeah.
It really is a good time.
Cool. I like
so
it.
there'd be probably nearly 200 doing that up there right now in Warwick. So you talk about the drag racing universe in this country today. They're doing that. People are doing up there in Queensland tonight, hopefully nearly a couple of hundred of them. And again, they've come out of garages in Queensland from all over the place. We've got guys down from Mackay at that one.
Yeah.
We've got people out west there. And these cars go back to their lives back on Monday, and these citizens go back to work and they come back and do it again. Whenever Mick opens entries for those events, it normally fills quite quickly. So people have marched with their feet and stand with the promoter and go, I want to do your next event because I have such a good time. And you know what you do at that sort of event? You wear your car out.
Oh, yeah.
So, here we try and keep them together for 3 runs in quality and 3 runs in racing, and we never get there. These guys at Road Trip will flog their car, 20 passes, 30 passes over 3 days. Yeah. Half the field's given a checkpoint and they go out and do a 3-hour drive, and the other half hit the track for 3 hours. And it's 8th mile, and in all the competitive classes, he actually sets a target. You've got to go as close to 650 without going under it to lodge a time slip.
Yeah.
So it actually tightens everyone up, and it can be anyone.
Yeah.
On the last day, it could be anyone, and you win a trophy. You don't win too much other than a good trophy, and we'll see you at the next event. I am missing those guys madly, of course, because, 2 events in the one day is hard to be at both. But I know it's in good hands. I think Phil up there. I don't know whether Shags got the gig there. I would have probably heard that Shags was into that, but I know Phil was working hard up there. And doing well, and of course Junga doing the prep up there at the Warwick track. It's another track that we need to have in Australia. We need more race tracks. The industry is calling out for it. People are going to use these and again, if we stop using the word motorsport and just use the word recreation, nothing stops us doing recreation. It's our God-given right. If you're a free citizen, especially tax-paying citizen, probably paid more than enough tax over the years to have your right to recreation, and that means a venue in order to use your recreational vehicle. It could be $500,000 in Land Cruiser, super mega caravan, and your road trip around the country, and that's recreation. Other people do it at drag strips like we're seeing here today, or as we said, Warwick up there at the moment in Queensland, 9:30. They'll be right into the ceremonies for Saturday night, and then doing more racing tomorrow. I hope they're having a cracker time up there, and it's hard when the dates clash, but it's exciting when the country's booming with. Let's add it up. 500 cars trying to hit a drag strip.
Yeah, pretty much.
On any given Saturday right now.
Yeah, 200 down in Adelaide. There's,
I don't know how many. Did we ever get the entry numbers here? I didn't count them. 150, 120.
It was a lot. It was pretty close to 150.
Fair few. And then
what you got going on up in Queensland?
Even if you said 200 at road trip, well, that's nearly 400 plus. people hitting the track. It's like last weekend at Lakeside, 130, 140 rotaries on Saturday, and probably the same with Aussie Muscle on Sunday at the same venue. God bless this country when you see them all rolling around on the roads. And they're registered and they're drivable, and people are making lifestyle choices and owning these things.
Lifestyle choices, I
Well,
like that.
it's a lifestyle
It is a
choice.
lifestyle
And it's a God-given right, and more people that are doing it, the better. It keeps the jobs going. We need the trades to continue, keep the Australian tradition of motoring together. And as I said, if we can't make cars anymore, we still should be able to do what we also do well with them, and that's race them. And remember, Sir Jack Brabham was a guy that built his own stuff and won his own stuff. And in Australia, we can build our own cars, our own engines, and race our own stuff on a world standard.
Design it, build it, drive it, win it.
Triple threat. That's a triple threat. When a guy can
Then blow it up and fix it.
and fix and repeat. But then, when you look at what Sir Jack did all those years ago, I mean, that's a big effort now. Nothing to be sneezed at, really. When the very best minds were at work, and we're talking about Colin Chapman and Bruce McLaren in there at that time, other manufacturers in there. And here was the Brabhams, Ron Turanak as his engineer and Jack a good steerer. And when you look at the old footage of how seat of the pants those things were to drive, I mean, that's full. Before drifting was a sport,
Oh, yeah.
F1 cars were drifting.
It was controlled slide. That's
no
what it
aero,
was.
no nothing.
Because the tyres weren't good enough to hang on.
Yeah.
There was no aero to push them down to the ground.
No, there was very limited tyre technology. I mean, really, those things were
It was like a tarmac rally car,
like
really.
light gauge aluminium coffins, essentially. And, the amount of people that were dying during that was just crazy. And Sir Jack survived all of that, and just goes to prove that, that is a true icon that we can stand proud of for future generations.
Absolutely.
And again, I hope you're telling your kids these stories and getting them on YouTube. And my kids are pretty well across everything. And remember, I think my youngest is 18, and not that he knows as much as the other two, but my boys know who Jack Brabham is, Peter Brock, Alan Moffat.
Yep.
They know George Fury, Jim Richards, Robbie Francovic. You can name all the touring car legends from the early days. They know all the 1980s F1 stuff as well because they love watching it. But, they know who Brabham is and everything. And I think if you want to get your kids into the sport, it's nice to teach them a little bit of the history, the Australian history especially. Our Kiwis have got the same with guys like Bruce McLaren and the modern-day versions of that coming through everywhere. I even rate Mad Mike even 2 weeks ago. I rate him and Jay Duker as sort of nearly modern-day Bruce McLarens in a way that they are. They're out there demonstrating their brilliance with things of their own design and creations. In Mad Mike's case, it's not drift. He's not, he's racing, but drift competition is again almost like a performing art, like Burnouts. It's about, putting the car in the right place. It becomes a bit of a ballet. It's a little bit like, car ballet when you see two drift cars competing. But Mad Mike's got that sort of that Bruce McLaren spirit in there. A lot of those Kiwis. Barry will have the same thing. They're all proud Kiwis. They're proud of the New Zealand heritage in world motorsport. And again, we're just brothers in arms. We're band of brothers. It's the Anzac drag racing treaty that we haven't ever signed.
The Anzac drag racing tour.
And let me tell you again, back to I think our horsepower addiction. I think it might be Muscle. No, you know who it is? Muscle Cars Universe is the bloke that does go to New Zealand. His footage from Brisbane Jambo last year. He goes to Europe. He did Street Week Sweden, which you go and have a look at Street Weeks. You could Swedish Dragon ride.
Sweden.
Sweden. There's got clear scoops for nitrous, yeah.
Very nice.
But just what you see in Sweden, Muscle Car Universe films that over there in Sweden. He's been in New Zealand. The New Zealand drag racing, again, Barry will probably confirm it for us. Rod will know too because, the Harvey kids are still racing a little bit over there. The drag racing season in New Zealand is off the charts as well. It's off the chain. Wild Bunch cars, door slammers. Benny Bray's been over there spanking up the record over there in his old Corvette. Yeah. Nitro funny cars. Some of the ex-Aeroflow cars, some of the ex-GC cars are over there running mid-fives now. So NZ's got a fairly, and again, per head of population, they are one of the best countries in the world to punch above their weight. Period. Anything to do with a motor, essentially, bikes, whatever, cars, drag racing, circuit, whatever. But that sport is flourishing again. If you go to Muscle Car Universe or even just type in NZ Drag Racing 2026 or 2025, because they get the diversity too. You'll see the rotaries in there. You'll see the 4 cylinders in there. You'll see V8s. You'll see unique stuff. You'll see gases.
And the thing that I like when you watch New Zealand drag racing is that their facilities over there are nowhere near the level of the facilities that we have here. And that's not
lucky.
a slight. That's not having a go at them over there. But it just shows the performances that they're actually laying down on those types of racetracks. Like, we talk about what we've got here.
Yeah.
How many all concrete racetracks have we got in Australia now? You got, Sydney is. Adelaide definitely is. We're soon going to be Perth, you know, and the vast majority.
I think Warwick's out a fair way in the concrete, whether we are 660 or no. People, again, sorry, Jungle, I don't know.
But the thing is...
He won't be watching the stream, he's too busy.
the thing is, the more of these tracks you've got, the more you can go to, the more data you get and all the rest of it. In New Zealand, they've really only got 2 racetracks.
Yeah, I think Mary
and Masterton Motorplex.
Masterton, that's right.
Yeah,
yep.
so it's not like they've got a vast... array of racetracks that they can go to. And when you see the performances that they put down, and especially when those guys come over here and race, guys like Barry Plumpton, look at what he's done here tonight. You know, you look at guys like Steve Carlson who came over with the Falcon.
I mean, he binned it over here too, and
100%.
then fixed it,
Rod
and then
Harvey.
went back and ran a 5. Rod Harvey. I mean, Rod's made the choice to. Again, you talk about the track, and they are a bit bumpy. When you look at those tracks, they're a bit bumpy. Yes, they could both do with a big resurface, but I mean, who's going to pay for that? Maybe the NZ government.
Exactly.
If we could, you know what, they're probably more of a progressive government that might actually help you. You know, our country's not going. Our government's just not going. Not even going to try and lobby these people at the moment. But NZ, you'd probably get some resurface.
We could call it a cultural
money.
bridging activity between Australia and New Zealand.
Absolutely. You know what? If you ask the Sabolics family nicely, they might go over and just do it for you out of goodwill. And sister city, sister tracks, I don't know. So Morgan, I don't know where you got that photo from. Morgan McIntyre has got a photo, and Morgan, you're not down here, Morgan. She's in Queensland, I think. So I don't know what exactly I can see out of this photo, but she is calling it. What's she call it? Because you already called it the glitter. What did she saw something glitter? What do we call it? She already called it
race
glitter. And then no description. I thought she had there is a little caption that's on the picture saying that's expensive, and I go, well, it's drag racing, everything's expensive.
That's true.
But yeah, the Kiwis, they do well. Muscle Car Universe, he gets over there and covers that, and I do love the vibe over there.
It's about the vibe.
And you can see why Rod had to bring that Factory Extreme car to Aussie, because I don't know how you put a Factory Extreme car down those tracks. I'm amazed the blown cars go down there, or even the NFC cars, the Nitro Funny cars. But they get on with it. They get over the bumps. They drive the damn things. And they've got some wild street rods over there as well, which is nuts. But there's plenty of blowers, plenty of turbo. They've got some turbo door slammers. There's a Plymouth Duster over there. Like, remember the Mifsud car here?
Yeah.
But twin turbo, big block Chevrolet Proline in it. It's a neat car.
Yeah.
So remember they've got the 6-second Barra altered and a V6 Buick 6-cylinder altered running 6s. There's, I think, a 2J altered over there as well. So there's some oddball open wheel combos as well.
And when you look at it, necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
When you're that far removed from the rest of the world, to a certain extent,
Much to the beat of your own drum.
You kind of have to run what you got.
Yep.
You know, it's the same as what we did in Australia for a very long time.
Absolutely,
you know, why the Barra has become such a big thing. It's why we there's so many cars that are unique to Australia. You know, and we're starting to go a little bit more mainstream now, but New Zealand's exactly the same. You look at what they've got, huge nostalgia scene over there in New Zealand.
Yeah, they love, of course, they've got the beach hop over there, which is massive.
And they got the gases. Gases are absolutely huge over there. I did actually see one for sale this week as well.
They're crazy. Per head of population, big on rotors, big rotor love over there, like massive rotor love over in New Zealand as well.
Yep.
And when you've got national heroes like Mad Mike going around the world waving the rotary flag loud and proud, plus every other, every other influencer racer that's over there. Remember another guy, Sir Rod Millen, he does his hill climb over there as well on his own property, so that's almost like a New Zealand Goodwood.
His son raced as well, didn't he? Reece Millen.
I think Reece became a good drifter as well.
Yeah,
I think every Kiwi grows up as a good drifter. SVG was a good drifter as well. I mean, SVG can drift any other day that you ask him to.
Yeah, he's going all right, isn't he, SVG?
He's just got that laid-back, laconic Kiwi attitude to it. Scotty McLaughlin as well.
I like to claim all these guys.
Russell Crowe.
I know that's an Australian thing. We claim all the Kiwis.
Russell Crowe.
And I mean, really, we're different branches of the same tree, Aussies and Kiwis. That's the way it is. We're all sort of brethren, kindred spirits, whatever you want to call it. But
well, again, cast your net further to Puerto Rico, Malta, Russia, Poland. Yeah. I mean, I'm watching it nearly on every channel. I wish I should start bringing this little, folks, if you want to almost be the Bill Collins of YouTube and go, now, tonight I'm going to tell you this fascinating YouTube that I found and give a write-up about pretty much some of the YouTube I watch. But I'm watching this sport, the top bulb, the Christmas tree. You know what's the universal language of drag racing? The readout boards, the time slip. No matter what language you speak in the world, you can go to a drag strip and blend in with every other drag fan because guess what? We're all looking at the number after every run. Malta's off the charts. Now, I don't know how many people you can put in Hellfire Raceway. But even when you hear different runs and you actually hear the guy on PA, but you hear the applause and you actually can hear people clapping, like quite a lot of people clapping, and people are getting what they're putting down.
And that's kind of the sign of an educated crowd as well, which
they know what
we've got a lot of crowds in this country as well that they know what they're looking at when you go out there race, especially a race meeting where it's probably a little bit more niche, like your Jambos, for example, where you got a lot of different combinations, you got a lot of different cars from a lot of different backgrounds. That it is a very, very educated audience because they know what they're watching. They know when something is a good run for what it is, or it runs a record, or whatever it is.
Yeah, but I think the more times you go, and again, if you're a once a year person, I remember I started as a kid that was probably deprived early of the sport. I mean, I think I was 9 and went to Surfers Paradise to see my uncle's race. And, of course, I couldn't get to a track myself. Dad would only go once a year because his brother-in-laws were racing. It's not like Dad would go down to every street meet at Surfers because it's just Dad's too busy.
Yeah.
So Dad wasn't, and he wasn't much into the drag racing. Mind you, I went to Lakeside more in the early days as a kid than I went to Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, okay.
So I was catching a lot of circuit racing at Lakeside. I'll never forget, we're nearly ready here by the look of it. I remember looking at Dick Johnson come around there once. Didn't know I was watching Dick Johnson. I just knew this Falcon hardtop, which was his XC, pretty much the last hardtop before the XD. He came out late in the day. I remember my uncles were actually, they used to let my uncles in their little dragster do test hits on the straight. Let him do 2 test hits on the straight during a club practice day. And the little rail would go out and do 2 runs, and then we'd be ushered off. And then right at the end of the day, 30 minutes before the end of the day, I remember this random hardtop turning up on a trailer, and it was allowed to go out on the track by itself. And all I remember back as a young kid is thinking how loud, how fast, and how awesome this driver was that was punting around this little track. You know, back then I don't know what you'd do lap time wise. As I said, anything sub-minute at Lakeside and you're flying. But that was Dick Johnson. Before I even knew exactly who he was, it was like, wow, I saw the guy in action, and before we got the XD, and then rest is history. A legend is kind of sometimes born through their feats in racing, and that's how icons like that should never be forgotten. And he's still around and kicking, Dickie, and I'm sure he's starting to notice a drop-off in exactly how many people know who he is, and I'm sure it doesn't bother him. And even interesting talking to John Forces, the caretaker of his original factory last year when I was lucky enough, thanks Chris Barry for the hookup, KP Kevin Pointer in the States to allow us to go into John Force's own original Yorba Linda ex-Infinity dealership where he used to run his whole operation, and listen to his good friend, worked for him for 30 years, to say corporate America, as much as everyone knows who John Force is that there's new generations, new CEOs of companies that don't know who the guy is, and his relevance in a modern world has diminished. Not. I mean, we know he's a legend forever, but no one will ever achieve what he did in the sport.
No, not again.
And it'll be a shame in the future if those achievements and his legacy, and they'll never go, but you know what I mean? New generations should know what he's done. YouTube will teach you, if you're going to watch all the classic golden years of Diamond P, how many years it took before he even won a race, the original struggle of wanting to be a professional drag racer. You'd match race during the week, you'd enter NHRA events on the weekend, you'd fix the thing in hotel parking lots, you'd pick up $500 sponsors at a hamburger joint. As long as you fed the crew, and got $500, that's all he'd need. Force's story yet to be told fully. I don't think there's even been a book on the bloke yet, but I mean, that's a big story to tell. And honestly, if you want to know how to be the biggest thing in a sport, motorsport, that's pretty much drag racing's biggest thing ever in the sport.
Do you want to see what funny car drivers have come to now?
Go on.
So this is a picture of Matt Hagan posted by Matt Hagan.
Yeah, I know. That's getting crazy now. Yeah.
Today.
Social media has sort of taken off and enhanced profiles of people. Look, I don't bag Matt Hagan, but this...
I don't bag him either, but
he's a weapon.
I don't know what's going on.
He's a weapon.
And
this is, again, people branching out, getting... more than anything these days, you can get in a door by being followed a lot by an influencer. But I was having a chat to someone about this the other week. I think that's great, and you can market yourself well, and you can get in. You can get in through front doors and get yourself some backing, get some support, your reputation. Sometimes I think people want someone to already have followers, so they don't have to work as hard to get their product promoted, because you're already providing a series of followers, an audience they've already created before they got there. But I'm using something called RBC, results-based credibility.
Right.
So I believe that
Explain
in the
it to
future,
me.
results-based credibility is separate to how many followers, likes, achievements you have done. Until you give me RBC, more results-based credibility, I'm going to give you less of a rap until you actually prove that you can race. In other words, you win some events. You actually literally go out there and prove that you are a great racer, other than say that I will be a great racer or I am a great racer. At the end of the day, all the BS stops with RBC, and that's results-based credibility. Wins on the board. Mate, look, championships is the ultimate credibility. If you can get to an end of a season, you know what else gives you RBC? You can do it in a week. You can do a sick week. Finish the week is RBC. You know what I mean? You may not want to run a world record, but if you go 5 days, go 2,000 miles and run, like there's a lot of cars in America now, 7s every day and driving them home. Now, that's RBC to me. Like, that's a wrap to that. That's achievements that you got to say, well, that's some serious cred. You know what I mean? Especially when you're fixing stuff on the side of the road and turning up the next day. To me, that's RBC. That's solving a problem, fixing it, showing tenacity, turning up and getting a result day after day. And I mean day after day with a drag and drive. If you win a championship, event after event, even if you win one night where you chop 6 people, that's RBC to me. That's better than someone that claims that they're a good driver and never done it quite yet. You know what I mean? That's a great one. Dave already put that. Did he put that on Facebook? Oh my God, he didn't give me permission to put that on Facebook, but it's on Facebook. The dribble is on Facebook now. There we go.
The merch is on its way, apparently.
Is it really already?
Yeah,
Jeez, they work
apparently
fast.
The printers are already in the sweatshops.
Actually, Simon O'Candles comes in now. He's watching the stream and he goes, "You need to make a John Force movie, and I could play his brother Randy." Yeah,
Randy.
Yeah. I knew John since he was a boy, because I was a boy, you know. Thank you, Simon O'Candles, this late in the evening. A few more messages coming through while we're shooting the breeze. Julian, look at what Cletus is doing. Yeah, well, Julian, that's true. Look at what Cletus is doing. Cletus is kind of on that's RBC for Cletus. That's why Cletus deserves everything. Like, he marketed himself well. He's still well, I know the humility's hard to keep under control. He just gets on with it. He's already proven, stick shift, drag and drives. Cletus loves to steer. And then for him to go to NASCAR and get some results, it's like, dude, this is RBC. Results-based credibility.
He's not super popular in the NASCAR world at the moment.
Well, good. And you know what? But he's bringing, and this is the thing about going through front doors of corporate America with 3 million people on your side. It's hard to knock that back as a corporate partner.
I'm not throwing any shade in his direction, because if he wants to jump in and have a crack, but there's guys, established racers, who are looking at it going, these things aren't toys. They're not just cars you can jump in and go. It's kind of like somebody jumping into a pro mod or a door slammer with no prior experience.
Yeah,
and
Cleet's done all of that. He's run 5s on a radial. Still, I think the quickest or fastest radial car. Selling that car, by the way. New projects coming.
I think the biggest thing for him is he's not a guy who's got no experience.
No,
but he also knows what he doesn't know. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So he knows it's going to be a learning experience. He knows he's going to make mistakes, but, it's going to be a steep learning curve.
And you know what? I've got a few mates that do, did you watch this? You watch Cletus this? You watch Cletus that? And to be honest, my attention span, I can't watch an hour of Cletus. I might skip through, but I'm really not interested. I love watching race recaps and seeing him in racing.
Yeah.
But I don't need to see him walking around, because I know what he's about, and it works for everyone else. Like, you can watch it and spend an hour listening to him and talking, and I love it, and it's good.
And
I don't hate him. I think he's great. I'd love to meet him in person one day.
And he's actually been here at Sydney Dragway. He came down with the 1320 video guys.
Yeah, that's right. Back then, before it was with Kyle and everything back in the day.
Probably about 10 years ago. And cool guy.
And he came to Summer Nats, and remember,
really nice dude.
He built a Camaro blowing big block for Summer Nats, and he blew it up. And then, of course, he liked what Summer Nats were doing, and he kind of went back to the Freedom Factory, started doing Cletus and Cars and Burnouts.
Yeah,
so he's taking the Australian performing art to US, and I think they're catching on.
Credit where credit's due. I mean,
that's RBC to me, results-based credibility.
100%. But I think the NASCAR NASCAR experiment that he's going through at the moment is it's a little bit different to the whole drag racing thing.
And you know what? Time will tell, like everything in life. And, you know, Cletus will continue to probably be a juggernaut. And you know what? I love that he's our big drag racing fan in the corner for us.
Yeah.
That is his true core of his being. I still sense that he is drag racing to the core.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, NASCAR's a nice way to steer other stuff. But you know what I watched the other night? And it's the first time I think I actually watched one nearly to the end. He went tractor pulling the other night. So he hopped in what I don't think it was called a mini modified. I think it's not even a heavy modified, but it was a twin blown Hemi tractor. Again, I think towing a 10,000-pound sled, and Cletus goes to this venue. He got invited to go there and drive it, and the guy that owns it, mind you, this guy is so dyed-in-the-wool tractor pulling. He goes, best motorsport in the world, and I tend to agree. I do watch a lot of that myself in Europe and in America. And guess what? Guess what tractor pulling is the sport of? Basically rural and like farmers. Anyone in the primary producer agriculture industry. Now you might be a farmer on a large scale with a big business. Now you may not own a Pro Mod, but guess what you own? Probably 4 blowing Hemis in a tractor pulling a 20,000-pound sled.
There was one I was watching.
That's 4 Pro Mods you could have.
I was watching just shorts, and tractor pulling came up, and it was Ken Vaney.
Yeah, well, he did it for years. He did it for years.
A guy who is like a legend in drag racing.
In drag racing fuel systems and superchargers.
Tuned so many nitro cars and alcohol cars over the years.
He was there for ages.
So many cars still run Ken Vaney fuel systems on their cars to this day.
And if you were to ask they're American based now, of course, but the Aussie, I could still call it the Aussie Engine Company, Noonan. Of course, you ask Jamie and Renee how many Noonans go to the tractor pulling industry.
Oh, yeah.
They love it when a farmer rings up and goes, "Give me 4 of those tangs," you know. And Mike Janis, you see how many Mike Janis engines are in there. Look,
but like you look at it and you go, how the hell do you make 4 of these things work at the same time?
And you know what?
Together.
That was the best thing about Cletus's video. He actually asked the guy to sort of talk him through how it all works and everything, and how you start one engine with the other, and you know there's a gearbox to engage, and then there's a reverser you hit with your foot, then you steer with your feet, and then Cletus makes a great observation. So like a helicopter, he said he steers the helicopter by his feet. So he was in the tractor puller already half trained to steer it, because he has to use the foot controls in the helicopter. Remember, the guy flies planes and flies helis, drives boats, whatever else he does. He's like, you should almost buy this Cletus. Next thing you know, Fisher Price might do a Cletus kit. We get a Cletus action figure, a NASCAR. Hey, Cletus people watching the stream, get onto it. Imagine buying for Christmas a Cletus action figure kit, and you get every car Cletus ever owns as a model, and you put pull his little string back. Hell yeah, brother! Like that's coming. If not, I want 5% of everything that happens from the Cletus doll collection.
It's going to be on you, is it?
Yeah, well, I'd want to watch it.
You take full credit. Well, it's down on tape. You know, everyone's listening to us on the live stream. People still listening to us up in the grandstand.
Yeah.
There are people on the live stream that are kind of interacting with us.
Good. And more
trying to correct us, actually.
Good. Keep going. I want to be corrected.
Yeah, saying that his name's Garrett, his brand is Cletus.
I know.
Yeah, and we get that, but everyone knows him as Cletus.
Garrett Mitchell. Like, I'm friends with him as Garrett Mitchell. I'm on the Cletus things too. So it's interesting, isn't it, when Garrett Mitchell puts a post on, there's 6,000 likes. Yeah. And you go, dude, you got some pull, mate.
Oh, yeah.
But he actually was, again, because he didn't know anything about this thing he was about to drive, so he was actually getting a tuition on how to drive it, and then he actually sort of fired it up and practiced getting in the reverse and practiced getting in the forward. And then they go and tow up to the lanes, and then there's, 10 other mini modifiers with blowing Hemis in them just by themselves, and then there's a bunch of other ones. And basically, here's Cletus by himself, gets out there in the sled, and he lets it rip for a pull.
Let it rip.
And he nearly won it, because you know what the guy's like.
Yeah.
He can win stuff because he has a
wheel
crack.
Man.
He's a wheel man, and he steered this puller pretty well. It's worth watching on YouTube just to see him in that, because I came away knowing a little bit more about the sport. I knew it was big in America. They reckon 200 plus events a year in America. Whether it is the blowing stuff, the diesel tractors, the four-wheel drives with the turbo Cummins, the blowing small block or blowing big block four-wheel drive trucks. There's a ton of stuff. And again, some of the YouTube channels that you get onto there, like here we are at a fairground in Ohio, and it's a fair. So in the background's the Ferris wheel, the corn dog machine, the corn dog trailer, and here's this grandstand full of petrol heads. No doubt they are. They love a singing Hemi coming past them. And it's a sport they get because every day they're probably out on the tractor, and they're dragging a sled nearly every day, probably on their farms. And then so their version of motorsport is to come and watch basically door slammer engines and big boost diesels do the
4 of
same
them.
thing as a sport.
Yeah.
And I just feel that's middle America right there. They love their motorsport. And again, I feel like I could sit in that crowd and, we'd have some pals by the end of the night, mate.
I'm
Us
sure we
Aussies can
would.
go anywhere. Our passport to the world is our combined love of mechanical and automotive
Plus,
stuff.
Americans love Aussies too. They do. When you go over there,
Mate, when everything else going on in the world, I'd rather focus on these weekends where we do get to enjoy it, and then of course everyone goes back to their lives and does their real job, tries to fly under the radar and not get picked off by all the other BS, all the fake BS in the world, and just get back to working on your farm with your tractor.
Yep. Hey,
Get your full-blown Hemis tuned before the next time you come out.
yeah. Do you reckon we can go racing again?
Yeah, I reckon we're close. We're
Yeah.
real close, folks. Hopefully we can reward you with some great performance between now and the end. And
We've kind
yes, I know
of touched on every topic.
But we told you it was going to be a very large podcast, and this is why I prefer to do it during downtime than sit there and try and whack it all into an hour. But it's a good idea. Maybe in the future, that's what we'll do, guys. Everyone bring 5 magazines each from their drag racing collection, and we can throw it into a live stream like now.
Yeah.
But I do think that stuff would be good if you did set it up and try it, because it's only for us tragics, and that's the thing. Like, I don't expect to break the internet with tales of Aussie drag racing or world drag racing. It's still a bit of a minority in the grand scheme of the world, considering what trends and how many millions of people watch different things. And I'd love to still know, and people out there might know, if there's a list that someone generates, the top 5 drag racing YouTubers in the world. I'd love to know whether Cletus is branded as drag racing or not.
The Street Outlaws count? Because that'd have to be
Well,
up
I mean,
there.
you know
like,
what? Even that's gone a bit off the boil over the last
They've still
couple
got a
of
big
years.
following, a lot of the Street
Yeah.
Outlaw guys. You know, the actual individuals rather than the...
Well, they came up through the original ranks there before they became famous, and even the early days there was an event. There was a show called Pink's All Out, and there's early footage of Farm Truck and Asian and Big Chief back in the days.
That was Clay Milliken, wasn't it? Did he
I
host
don't know.
that?
You know, we shot a pilot for Aussie Pink's All Out.
Really?
And I was in the pilot. We went to Alice Springs and shot the pilot out there.
In Alice Springs, of all places.
Well, the NT government, I think, paid for a fair bit. And we basically turned up at a round of the track championship and had to make the show around what we had. We didn't know what we were going to have, and we had to try and make a show out of it. And it never got up. But I was lucky to be a part of that little fleeting blip on the radar of reality drag racing TV shows, and all the better for it. Loved it. I never saw footage, never saw anything I did there from that weekend. Never saw it again. So if someone can get on contact with Joe Frazika, who was the producer of that, Joe, I want to see show me some stuff. You know what I have seen? A lot of grunt files lately, and I remember those days. You remember that? Yeah, 20 years ago. Janie's on the early ones. Then.
Janie?
Yeah, Janie.
Janie Casos or Janie Smith?
Janie. Okay, now here we go. Now look, this is an indication that Colsey, whether or not him and Danny will just roll in and toss the coin, roll the dice, whatever. But this is kind of telling me Andrew wants to take this freshly re-prepped track and give it one more send for Public Enemy, because you don't do the skid like that without thinking, I'm going to come back. Okay, so Morgan reckons 1320 Video is the biggest drag racing YouTube channel. Mate, they're probably getting there. And again, that's a long road. It is a long road to get there, and they deserve every bit of it, Kyle. Again, he did it so humbly, Kyle. He lets the people do the talking, which I think works so well. Americans are so good at it. All right, Kyle, let's
It's a big good test of the track too. Not too shabby. A little bit loose at the other end.
Big send for Colsey. 641, 205 mile an hour for Public Enemy. There you go, folks. All the diehards, 205, another 200 mile an hour pass, 118 in the 60, half track 423, 186. And we assume from what we know, Radial Extreme will probably be Danny and Andy. All right, J275, here we go. Is this round 3? It is.
Indeed it is. Chris Lamanis.
Round number 3. Round 3. And Sharif Tawaf. Look at this, Holden versus Ford. VZ against 64 Ford Falcon. On paper right now, his first 7-second time was before Chris Lamanis.
Yeah.
He's one of our revelations for 2026 already. Impressing us, just stunning us.
Cool.
Him and Ray Fairfield. Look, talk about quick Fords that have turned up today. Brand new cars. Ray Fairfield, thank you, Ray. I'm sure we're going to see you at other Jambos with that car. And what about Chris Lumanis, mate? I hope we can see you not only at Heathcote, but and Brizzy. Wouldn't that be great to come up and do J275? Hey, come and do a Kendra as well. We'd love it too. And a Drag and Drive. Why not? No pressure.
All the above.
All right, Bump City.
You're talking fast.
Bump City. Bump City. I'm loving the ambient noise in the background this late at night. 797, 793. If only they left together, what a race that would have been.
783, 174 miles per hour.
It just went up a notch, didn't it?
Yeah.
Wow, probably last run of the night for some of these boys as well, remember.
Nice.
If you're good enough, you'll get back for one more run, actually.
If you're good enough.
A lot of text coming through. Oh, hang on. Bailey Simpson, nice skid, Bales, to perhaps finish the night off. Thanks for all the dribble digs. The amount of knowledge inside your head is incredible. They are only jealous. I guess they're talking about the haters. Don't ever stop providing the knowledge. Oh, look, that's one fan, Brookie.
That's nice.
That's great. That's good. And thanks. Thanks for that, Brookie. But she's biased because she's on my side. And yeah, Morgan McIntyre does reckon 1320 is probably our biggest worldwide YouTube channel for drag racing.
Yeah,
Cletus in there as well.
racing.
Yeah, I love it. And there's a lot of other ones. As I said, Muscle Car Universe has a lot of drag racing angle in there as well. Mark 1 Kieran of the Pommy, all the Santa Pod drag racing, all the Maltese drag racing. CB Media in Thailand, whenever they have drag racing in Thailand. He does all the car culture over there, Chad. So little Chad goes pretty hard in Thailand over there with drag racing and all motoring culture, which is amazing in Thailand. Stunning. All right.
Stunning.
Turbo versus nitrous. Holden versus Holden. LS versus small block. Bailey, come on, big wheelie from Bailey Simpson. Let's go. Got the whole shot, 025 for Bailey. Can he get rounded up by the turbo car? Oh, he's near the center line. Watch out! Parachutes at the right time in the wind, but we've got to check the finish line.
Definitely got the cones down there.
Tackle 3, I've got no try. Just check the grounding. All right, so let's have a look.
Pretty sure the 1,000-foot cone was the guilty party.
Wow, look at that. I don't know. What do you reckon?
He was over the centre line at the finish line. I think it blew the 1,000-foot cone off, but I think he was definitely over the centre line at the stripe. Not my call.
Just checking
I'm not the official.
First of all, checking if he's onside.
Check the grounding. Can you
playing on from this stage?
Check the kick chase.
Everything the refs say in the bunker.
Just check everything basically.
Yeah, you reckon it was a centre line? It was. So Bailey does get the win there, but you just can't pick him. Even late coming into the evening now, we're almost just pretty much on schedule like we normally are at Sydney Jambo with clean-ups and downtime. But here we are, and we're nearly there, guys.
Definitely some obstruction.
Wow.
It was
moving. Did I get the terminal speed there? Because, I mean, it's not mucking around those things at the end.
He didn't hit the timing blocks at the finish line.
But he got the 1,000.
He got the 1,000. So
he wanted the win, though. Like, he went for it.
He was driving it.
Yeah, I want to get to the finish line.
And this is where it's going to get tricky, because if you have a look at the roof of the Tirana down here that's coming out, Andrew Matreski, there's a little bit of dew starting to settle out there now. So we're getting to that point of the night where the dew point is starting to close in a little bit. You can actually see it on the camera as well on the live stream.
We've had issues like that before when we get to a dew point.
You know what?
You make that decision whether or not, let's just finish it. I mean, it hasn't been too much of a delay getting cars down the track, and they're still getting down there, i.e. Falcon Sprint 784. Here it comes.
As long as you keep putting cars down the track, that's probably the most important thing.
That's what's saving us right now.
Yeah, at this point of the night, that's the most important thing. So we just got to keep putting cars down the racetrack.
Yeah, beautiful car. If we had to pick, if we had another little standout, like I've got a top 10 that I think impressed me today, and they come from a variety of different classes, including that J275 Falcon is just incredible. We continue on. Look, so no flashing reds, and I think Nelly signals coming if we get reflectors back that it will be Peter Fajito from Gladstone Park in Victoria. Another CK Automotive car. It's a VN. And that thing's got 7-second potential written all over it. Andrew Matrevsky, the Tirana, 416 cubes. You can see the sort of the blower out the hood. What's that?
It's got 2
2 from 2 is who? The Tirana?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. And that's a combo that just works no matter what you put him in. The LSA combo it's just one of those other gifts from the industry. Thank you, GM, from the, one thing about Chevy, they kept giving us, after the small block, well, you thought you couldn't get a better one than the original small block. Well, the LS has kind of been the one that's fitted right in there. Mind you, people are gravitating back towards small block Chev again still. The LSs, though, still work so well in so many ways. And again, Nelly, your quickest way to 1,000 can be one turbo on an LS, or, a barrow with lots of... you can even nearly get a green top there. You nearly get a gassy there. The LS is just the engine that keeps on giving. And the aftermarket, of course, is just all over it. But just such good DNA right from the start, that engine, and going to continue to give us boosted V8 love. Here's Public Enemy coming back. I think it'll be him and Danny. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the final. He sent it to the finish line, so I don't know. Him and the Wags. It's going to be some Noonan turnaround, I think. Fajito bumping in that other. There we go. The blowing car. He is gone. The VN is fuming. The VN is fuming. It's running down the track. It's getting worse. It goes us 829, 169. But we are, whether that is something dropping down there from behind it that we can see, we're going to be onto it right away.
I'm hoping that it burnt off before it ground.
Me too. But I'm also hoping that he was boosting. He was trying to get up on the converter, and you know what trans temps do when you sit there for too long.
Yep.
Spooling is that becomes a weak link in the system, the transmission, the cooler lines, or whatever's to do with the tranny. So, and again, those things are vented. You can normally vent them the same as way as you ventilate an engine, but whether or not that gearbox is done all the puke and not hit the track, or it has and it's hit it hard. And if that's the case, that ain't a good thing. That is definitely not a good thing. And now we have to seriously consider the future ramifications for the rest of the event when it's gone and done that. Just saying.
Hopefully there's nothing on the racing surface and we can keep going.
Well, we'll have to get out and explore, and the track walkers are out there right now. The VK's back after the big pucker moment near the end as again playing on from this stage. And yes, he has put a foot into touch and got disqualified. So again, we're going to see if we can straddle. The quad bike might be coming up the end. Again, it's about what the VN's got at the end. When you turn up, if the VN comes around the corner and turns off, and it's dumped a fair bit of stuff on the track, well, we've got to look at the rest of the track to see if it's dropping down the end as you come around the loop. Well, in fact, chances are that you've got to come up and have a look at what it's done the rest of the track. And as that started to trail, smoke all the way down, the way you're reacting there, mate, it is
I have good news and I've got bad news.
Yeah, well, tell us both.
Okay, what do you want first?
I don't mind.
Okay, well, we'll go with the good news. There's not much on the front half of the racetrack, apparently.
It's down the end.
The bad news is there's some from 1,000 foot on.
Yeah,
down there. So, the tractor's out and about to start rolling on the racetrack. Mm-hmm. So, I don't have an ETA at this point. Yep. I don't have any idea as to how thick, how juicy the the trail is. But
what's my leakage?
I will say, if we've got this downtime, can for any races that are out there in the staging lanes or in the pits, or you're still planning on coming back around for round 3 or the finals, can you please make sure, just a couple of basic things, make sure that your catch cans are empty.
Oh, really?
Make sure that you have done up all your fuel lines, your oil lines. Just go over, double, triple check. It doesn't take any time, but it could save us. It could be the difference between being able to finish the event and not finishing the event. So, just everybody, just go out there. Just give everything the once over.
Good advice.
Tech tips with Rusty.
Tech tips with Rusty is, empty your catch can every run, especially.
Yes.
Or if your catch can's only the obligatory 600 mil or whatever it is, think about doubling it. Yeah. And I do think when you get an engine above a certain capacity, you should think about actually making that capacity larger for that, especially anything boosted. And if indeed that's what it is, if it's a puke tank that because the car's breathing so heavy, it's just started blowing puke out, or whether or not that's...
And I do have another piece of advice as well.
Was that the good or the bad news? I forgot what we got up to.
The good news was there was nothing on the front half. The bad news was it was all up the other end. So one other tech tip with Rusty is that if your car is steaming like a steam train heading on down the racetrack, maybe roll out of the throttle and move over towards the wall. Just an idea, just throwing it out there. Most of the time you'll be able to smell it inside the car, that's for sure. So
absolutely. And if you're warming something up before a run, torch underneath it to see if making sure nothing's actually dripping or leaking. And if you do sense something like a little pregnant drip under there, it's like, well, how long's that been there? But the best thing you can do is make sure that stuff's wiped before you go out. Mate, I was paranoid with that with my car. I had
100%. You never want to be the
slight
person.
oil leak in my Ultra. I had a slight oil leak just coming out of the side of a side plate there, and it used to trickle down. But if you left it for too long, it would eventually get to the pan rail, and if you're really unlucky, the thing would eventually drip. But if you wiped that thing in the lanes before you went out, that had no chance of getting anywhere near the bottom of the engine.
Yep.
And you know, when you know you've little traits in your car that you could come undone. And all my biggest fear was back then is if someone will say, you got a drip, shut you down.
Yeah.
All you're worried about is not getting a run. It wasn't about, well, what if I bin the thing because I haven't looked over the car and I've put liquid on the track. I mean, I did one run there where one of my crew, not going to mention any names, if you got to turn my water pump on when we turned the car on, and the thing got hot.
No names.
And all it did was, all it does is, you know, when the cooling system expands, and all it did is push a lot of coolant overflow into my catch can, which was bigger than the 600ml. Had a breather on top, so the engine's pushing into the same thing, pushed all my coolant out of the breather, and of course I got a hot bath through the traps.
Welcome to altered racing.
And I got to the bottom end, and of course using LS Cool, and it was like pink, and the car had this beautiful pink paint job on the white body, so I had this beautiful 136 mile an hour
streak,
pink streaking, pinstriping.
That's how they came up with those graphics in the 90s.
I reckon they did. Just painted on.
They set it down the racetrack, then just outlined it and went, "Yep, that looks good."
Well, that thing was wet from the front, pretty much from the front to the back. That car was wet. My crew guy felt really bad about it. I mean, unfortunately, I didn't think any of it got too much to the track, but. Poor Terry Seng went down the run after, and I think he felt it. I could hear him singing all the way down. It's like, oh, that might be my coolant, Terry. I don't know. Our crew might remain nameless. Well, I made him go back to the pits. We stripped everything down. I made him wipe the thing from the front to the back until I had no more pink coolant on the car.
No more pink bits.
And guess what? I said, I guess you'll remember to turn the water pump on next time you hit all the other switches, and I don't know why that switch you didn't hit. Because, again, I had no control in the car. I kept all controls for that stuff.
Could I guess who it was? I think I had...
Nah, he's fine.
No names, no pack drill, but...
Yeah, he's good. He only did it once. Sometimes you only got to do it once. And you know what? No harm, no foul right then. But, you know, when you start boosting engines, all of that triples, quadruples, like everything you're doing mechanically on the engine just goes into overdrive. Like you can see what happens between 40 PSI and 50 PSI on a Nissan.
It makes a bit of a difference.
TB48, 20 PSI to 30 PSI, or, you know, the difference between staging a car at 80 degrees Celsius and staging it at 100 degrees Celsius is that, you know, you got to plot and plan what your car... how it reacts, and I guess maybe the VN, maybe it's a little new. Maybe he's only just debuted it and he's got it finished, and this is another learning experience. Unfortunately, we're all copping downtime, but it is a first world problem.
It's consistency. That's all it comes back to.
And it could have been worse. He could have eaten the thing down the end, slipping and sliding.
Could have been worse, 100%, but it also could have been better. There needs to be a bit of situational awareness from people.
And did anyone actually name my liquid, name my fluid? What was it?
Fluid. I don't know. We haven't.
Tranny, water.
I don't
oil.
think anyone's done the taste test on it to find out.
I think it was they/them.
They/them. It could have been a they/them moment. I identify as a liquid, but not as a gas.
That's a 2022
because we don't have a gas down, do we? Like when you drop your gas, it's not on the track. It's in the air. The vapor. There's a leakage on the vapor. But in this case, if it is H2O, well, look, that's not such a bad thing. If it's done watered, you can. Like the cleanup ain't so bad. It's mop. It's a rub. But I mean, if it is the oil, we know what we've got to do. But no one's throwing out the white rice hull. No one's throwing out the Wendell Sailor just yet.
No, that's right.
That?
You know what? One of the most remarkable things to me is right now is that we have had a couple of all downs back to back to back.
Yeah.
And we've still got 1.1 thousand people watching online. So
I think they're loving us.
They must be having a good time. We hope you're enjoying it.
Well, I'm trying to keep the continuous call going for all our people on the stream, people in the grandstands. You've flogged it all day, and I'm glad that you're still here and copping it. And I love all you guys and girls for hanging around to see it, because I'm not motivated to pack up early and go home. I want to see how it ends.
You want to see the conclusion.
I want to see the first Jamboree of the year, how it all ends up, the billet J's. And, we've been in this situation before. We've pumped to the late hours before. It's almost a rite of passage. Honestly, if I came to Jambo Sydney and go, oh God, 9 o'clock we're done, I'd go, what? Will we have 12 cars?
Feels like you haven't had your money's worth if we finish at 9
If we
o'clock.
finished at 9,
Yeah.
no, we need to give you maximum amount of hours of drama. As I said, the eyebrows couldn't go any higher at the moment, Rusty. I've seen everything, heard everything.
I will say though,
We've seen world record Nissan patrols. We've seen it all.
The tractors have gone through a fair bit of diesel today. So
Unbelievable.
Could have been an expensive exercise.
Can we lobby to get electric tractors?
No.
That'll all be on charge.
Don't even give them the
Jambo,
idea.
Actually, Jambo would wear out an electric tractor. Fossil fuel will win every day because electric tractors will be on charge. We can't clean the track because we've run the tractors down, you know. It's ridiculous where all that diesel stuff's going, and it's I don't know where it's all going to end, that stuff. I think people will just simply not use vehicles. You've got to park them up. And
I'm going to get a horse, I think. I think I'm going to get a horse.
I don't own a diesel car. I'm lucky. Our family, none of us have a diesel.
I've got
except
two. So
have you really?
Yeah,
What do you got? What do you got?
New Isuzu MUX, which we got late last
Lovely.
year.
The Gregory Mobile.
Yeah, copped the massive hailstorm last week.
Serious?
So,
Are you serious?
yeah, had less than 3,000 Ks on it, so rock and roll.
Dude,
so that's a fun one.
serious.
And then the dirty old Hilux as well. So, both of them diesels, and a little bit challenging at the moment, but it is what it is. So there's a lot of other people out there, truckies and people who are in the transport game for a living, and they're doing it a lot tougher than we are.
I heard a horror story yesterday. One of a good mate of mine told me he works for a company that operates large machinery, and they all use diesel. And he said his average diesel bill was some ridiculous. It was $45,000 a week before the price rise, the diesel bill.
Yeah.
And then you think of what that is.
That's wild.
If it's triple that, what it's worth, $120,000 a week in diesel, and how can you cover that? You can't cover it for too long. And again, a government like ours that can throw mandates out for voices to Parliament and same-sex marriage, but right now when real Australians are struggling, that you can't drop a fuel excise for what reason? I'm not going to get political at this time of night, but that just stuns me.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from it because...
as I said, my family doesn't have a diesel in the fleet. Like, we're all unleaded, unleaded EL. We've got Astra Turbo, so my oldest has got the Astra Turbo. My middle son's got his Toyota Corolla and his little 13B Ford Escort coming together. He's got to get it ready by Brisbane Jambo, Oliver. And it's already, look, the engine's built, the gearbox is built.
Well, he's got, another 4 months, basically.
As I said,
he's lost 2 weeks.
I don't know, and I hope and I know the boys are at an Airbnb this weekend. A couple of all the mates are gaming at an Airbnb, and they're watching this live stream on the other telly. Ollie was messaging me, but I don't know too many kids. I mean, when I grew up, mate, did you have the house you lived in with your parents? Did you have a car project 4 metres from your bedroom in its own little garage, all set up? You did have that, did you? Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky.
Believe it or not.
Well, that's two of us. Well, Oliver has got that set up 4 metres from his bedroom. His 13B Mark 1 Escort.
Nice.
He's popped a fair bit of money on it. His ECU arrived this week, and not quite the one he ordered, actually. I'm not going to name the brand. It's a very popular brand, but again, all it was slightly wrong model.
Right.
But he'd been saving for ages to get it. Remember, Daddy helped him get the bridge. I bought the Bridgeport. He paid to get the seals. He actually built it. A good mate of mine, Scotty Layden, who's a rotary builder, built the early Damien McKern engines.
Yep.
Taught my son, who's a qualified mechanic, how to build a rotary.
Because they are different.
Yeah. And I got photos of him when he did it. Scotty taught him everything on how to build his own 13B, and Oliver built his own 13B.
Nice.
So that's already built, and that's a cranky bridge. I own it. He owns the seals, but I own it. So when that comes out and he goes Series 5 Turbo, which he's got there sitting in his bedroom as well, he's got a whole Series 5 Turbo 13B engine, long block sitting in brand new eccentric shaft and everything sitting in his room. Brand new front plate. Thank you, Archie. Uncle Archie. We've got some fruit in our household, mate, but no diesel.
Yeah.
No diesel.
No diesel.
Yeah, my work van is diesel.
I'm not saying anything because if you don't have anything nice to say, you shouldn't say it.
I know. Well, I mean, this kid, I mean, I think the kid's doing better than I was at that age, running into horses.
It sounds like
and
he's got his
stuff.
head screwed on. So
He doesn't have a girlfriend, so he's very smart.
Yeah. More money for car parts.
I just said, don't worry, Ollie. The chicks will be flocking you when you start brapping around town in that thing. I mean, you'll meet the right girl when you start turning up with your Bridgie at Cars and Coffee. And I said, and here's a word of advice, start thinking about this. If Mum's not home and you want to go out tonight, get the car out now before Mum gets home. And when you come home, either get home before Mum gets home or park it up the street or roll it
roll it in
neutral,
Yep.
turned off.
Yep, roll it down the hill.
Imagine coming down in gear, no engine go into the driveway, you know, as this bridge comes to a stop. So, yeah, he's going to not want to come home at midnight in the bridge, I can tell you that. Cameron is like my next door neighbour with her WRX rally car. That thing's cranky when she fires that thing up. And
yeah, my neighbour's got a WRX as well. They're bloody loud.
Well, I mean, she owns 3 of them and 2 Liberties. She's a rally nut. She's a Subaru nut. Right. My next door neighbour. All right, and
Has she met your son?
Yeah, Ollie's done a lot of shift linkages, bushes on those cars. All right, Alex Whitehead, Cameron Riley, Bump City. No one bumping in. They're just going to get ET. They don't want to cut a line. Cammy comes off the line. 120, 64 at half track. Here's the Sand 447. Oh, 682, 208. Another 200 mile an hour pass. Look at the Barra, full sand. 717, 190. It's worth waiting for. 682, 208. Track is good. 682, 208. Cammy Riley, 120 to the 60. Half track 447. 388 cubes is enough to get into a J275 final. 682 round 3. Janie's crunching the numbers. There's a few to consider in this one.
All right, next up.
Great pairing.
This is a good pairing as well. Denny Howe and A.N. Centenay.
Yeah, it's another Danny with another cool car and Godzilla against Tuji and Fate.
Now, question: Amazon Power that's not car parts you bought on Amazon, is it?
I hope not.
No, I'm just putting it out there.
I hope not. I hope not.
Can you buy car parts on Amazon?
And I hope it's not a website for muscular women either, because you know that's another thing.
Look,
Amazon Power. But
don't be throwing any shade, Diggs.
Well, I mean, you know.
You like what you like, all right?
Yeah, well, at least it doesn't say Temu Performance out there just yet, mate, honestly. You can do a control class. You can run any engine you want, but you'd have a Temu turbo on it. Like, that's the control class, you know. A 25mm turbo, that's the control class. Anything under a 25mm turbo. What are the comments going on around there, Rusty?
There's a lot of comments.
What, hate? I don't want hate.
No. I don't
need late hate. Right
although
now.
Christopher Honor keeps saying that you need to admit that you like big block Fords.
Yeah, I do, mate. I like half of them too. I like
you've
half
ever
of them.
met an engine that you didn't like.
You're right.
Just putting it out there.
I still think, like, when you look at an LS and you look at a Godzilla, they're still not exactly the prettiest looking engine, but horsepower doesn't lie.
No,
so
they move.
Godzilla bumping in.
There's no such thing.
And 2J Supra.
There's no such thing as an ugly fast car.
No, you're right.
If it's fast,
yeah,
it's good.
Not many engines bit of Bump City.
With a big hole shot, he's got 410s up his sleeve.
Tell you what, that XE is moving. The XE is moving. What? 694, 201. I think the quickest Australian Godzilla pass ever.
Oh, and loses on a hole shot to a 722 from Centenay. He gave up a bunch on the start line over 410s. Over 410s on the start line. He was chasing him. I reckon another 50 metres he would have had him.
Side by side, 200 mile an hour run there. Side, but no, that's not there. Side by side, 200 mile an hour runs. I think we need a replay just quickly. That XE, I thought, no, he's not going to catch the Supra, but the XE, mate, it must have had a more fair bit of boost in it. The old XE just flew to 200 mile an hour. I don't think we've seen an XE at 200 ever. Look at it here, world's fastest XE Falcon, I think you can say it. Look at this send from here. 6 second, 200 mile an hour, Godzilla XE, folks. You had to wait all the way to 11:22 p.m. to see that, and it was worth it.
That is wild.
That's the 1,100 people. That's the reason why you're on the stream. You want to see that stuff.
And I'm glad we shared that with the 22,000 people that are still left here today.
Keith Hards goes, geez, he goes, F me, mate, your jaw must be sore. Yeah, it is, Keithy. My legs are starting to cramp. It's all starting to come in.
It's hard.
I'm going to try and, I'm trying to do, and of course, Keithy's been hooking in down at Victoria Motorsport Park.
I've heard about that.
Keithy's been flat bickies down there, turning the earth. All right, Peter Fianos. Now, I still don't know who's going to be in a J275 final. Janie really hasn't given us any indication of she knows who either. So this might be about ET and obviously going to be a win. Tick that for Peter. How did he go in round 1? Peter, round 1, there's a win. Peter, round 2. 2 wins. So he's going to go 3 from 3 then, if that's the case.
That'll set him pretty well.
In the final.
How many others do we have on 3?
And what?
Right.
Wow, so Matreski and Tirana.
Andrew Matreski.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there we go. V8 versus 2J in the final. That's
It
what
is
Janie's got here.
It is J275. Third round of racing. This is the final race. It's not really a race. Solo pass.
You get a 200 mile an hour time slip. You get a 200 mile an hour time slip. You get a 200 mile an hour time slip.
But they've all earned it.
Oh, God, 200 mile an hour door cars more than ever.
Hasn't been a gift. Like, these guys have
They've
all
to
earned
work
it
hard
today.
to get to now.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I can't wait for that XE to come back. I'm blown away by Danny Howe's run. Almost my favourite run of the day. And another Ford engine, another Ford-powered Ford that stood up today. Ford-powered Ford that stood up. 7-second Falcon Sprint, 6-second XEs. What's the world coming to? Okay, let's let it eat.
She hooked.
Oh, wow. You get a 200 mile an hour. You get a 6 at 200. Look at him go. Look at him go. 6-second, 200 mile an hour. 207.
Well,
Jeez,
yeah.
What's our average J275 terminal speed in the last round?
204.
About 204 your average terminal speed.
That's wild.
Wow, look at
693.
that. Now, that's worth waiting for, guys, hey? You forget all the delays. You forget all the setbacks. That's the moments. They'll party all night now, boys. Well done. 6 at 207, folks. You better be applauding everyone that's coming back lately because, geez, J275 round 3. Wow. Just didn't think it was going to happen, but here is now. This matters. Modified compact. This is where you got to chop each other. 9:30 for the Hilux, getting chased by or chasing a 9:45, half a light on the start.
Chop, double bulb too for Jimmy Pexton.
Yeah, well, Ben Clark's been in a situation before. He can solve this. He's just got to get 2 bulbs on in 7 seconds. So once he finds one, he'll get the other. So 0.15 the difference. The Hilux gets the hit. And the VL, can he go another round here tonight? Benny Clark to get to a modified compact final. Clean green. Whole shot to the VL. Look for brake light insurance. The Hilux is right there. No one's tapping brakes. And it's, Benny Clark, double breakout. 41 on a 45 beats a 17. 51 thousandths at the stripe.
Ben Clark, I think, knew he was holding a bit on that race. He knew he was holding about a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, you have to play the game.
Wow,
0051 at the stripe. So, all right, Petros, looks like Petros might end up being against who we just saw. Is that right? So it will be. So Clark and Christopher Lapoulis. All right,
so he's just taking the green light down here and idling on down, saving on a little bit of maintenance, because let's be honest, when he's still got to run the final, and I think he knows it is
Piston
the final,
versus Rotor.
he's just sending it on down there, just to accept the green light.
I love that a Piston versus Rotor matchup's going to be in at least one of these categories, and what a worthy 2 finalists there will be for that. So there's the win. Won't get lane choice, obviously, is that, unless, again, he was 3 from 3. But again, this is elimination, so there's no such thing. Chicago shootout. He
just send it through.
But ET wise, if you were again closest to dial in, normally is another way to determine lane choice in the final. It's got to be Benny. The double breakout, though, you can't normally use a breakout closest to dial in because it's an illegal time, and that's our rule that we set at Kenda, that you can't. If it's a double breakout, you can't be under it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. 6-second, 200 mile an hour XE Falcon. Who would have ever thought? And look at the damn thing. Can you tell me that's a 6-second, 200 mile an hour XE? If you're sitting it in the Bowls Club. Can you even tell me that that's a thing?
And it's got the period correct stickers on the side.
I mean, that's an S-Pack. That's, to me, that's one of the most impressive runs of the day. Little XE comes back. There we go. This is a big one. Haley Scott, Michael Crouch. Is this a final?
I think this is the final of
okay, has Janie got it?
Street Compact.
Street Compact. Janie might have it here. Let's have a look. Street Compact. Haley and Crouch. Here it is. All right, Michael Crouch. We need a pen.
I have no pen.
No pen, Janie, where she's gone. But here we go. The final, the dial-ins, 10:35, 30:75. Clean green for the Hyundai.
Late. He's late.
Clean green for the Hyundai. 190, 186. Nearly identical reaction times. Nearly identical. No reaction time advantage. Who's on the brakes? The Hyundai's not on the brakes. Haley's coming through. Haley can't get it. 29 on a 35. The Hyundai. 1376 on a 75. What a win.
Fair effort.
What a win. Fair effort. 71 thousandths at the stripe. The win goes to Crouch in the Hyundai. Runner-up for Haley. She tried. She just couldn't close it up enough. Wow.
I think Haley was just like, you know what? I know this is the final. I'm running out the back door.
Yeah,
You know?
could.
She might have thought she was dialing in hard, but given the air conditions that we've got, making a little bit more horsepower than
Well,
what we had been.
The Barra's making more than ever right now. Okay,
Is Street 289.
Street 289 final. Have I got it
Is
here?
this the final? I think it is.
Sligar versus Moose. Here we go.
So, yeah, Eric
Ding dong
Sligar.
battles. Ding dong battles coming here. Petros coming back for the final. There we go.
Sligar out of Orange, New South Wales. Matuk Racing, Billet Boss, RX3, Mustafa Sakina, the 99 Mazda RX7.
From Punchy.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Both guys running pretty deep into the sevens in the last round of racing. I guess, what's the number? What's the low that we could see here?
Side by side sevens, no doubt about that. Yeah, it looks like it. We've been looking at Janie's notes. I think we're right. Okay, here we go. So again, like, I don't know, man. I don't want to put 5 on either because, like, I mean, we got one guy that's essentially a rookie, and we got one guy that's a seasoned, like, punted the Hurstville towing car down so many times. So it's all going to be about how well they hit the tree and how well they keep the small tyre, the 28.9, from getting him in trouble. So here we go. The final of Street 289.
Moose is a pretty wily old racer. Like, he's been doing this a while. He knows all the tricks.
Oh, red light, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it, and it's the win for Moose. A Bradbury moment, and look at him go on the line. Maybe the thing was hurt, they didn't send it. Eric sent it, but he red lit in the final. Never underestimate your opponent.
Do not cross the centre line, Moose. He's very close to the centre line.
Here he comes. There we go.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, yeah, that's after the stripe.
Wow.
I thought he crossed the centre line, but it was after the finish line. Which is okay.
Red light.
Oh.
Led right. Wow, what a win. A Bradbury moment right there.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say we're going to have the all-motor final.
I'm sorry, did you say we're having the all-motor final?
Can you lip read?
Yeah.
Yes.
There he
I
goes.
said all-motor final.
I could rock myself to sleep with that. I really could. I think it's a cranky bridge by the sound of it. That's what my son's escort's going to sound like, eh? That's going to be Oliver's escort, literally downstairs under Mum's bedroom.
That's your future.
This is
it's
the
your
future.
life.
Future family conflict coming. Here comes Cam Riley, pretty much world's quickest VK. Here comes Haley, breakout Haley. A Hyundai in the winner's circle as well. Here they all come back. Well done. We'll do the trophies, of course. Not going home without your trophies. All motor final just about to come up. Studley, is he there? Elias Melky is there. Barra versus another piston versus rotor. Yeah, it's cranky. I love it. All right. That's the original roots of Jambo, that original ported, unboosted rotary. So Studley on the foot brake went 11.94, 11.93, and then 11.92 the last 3 runs for him. He's dialed at 11.89. Elias has knocked a 10th up. He's gone 12.10. He's softened up the dial. It's 12.10 getting chased by an 11.89. It's not even one light stagger again here. Manual against auto. Barra against 13B. Look at these guys coming back up the turn road here, eh?
Dudley has been so good on the tree all day today too. Left the cherry when he had a bye run though. So green greens both sides. Melky with the time advantage.
Whole shot.
Yes.
Not much though, not much. Here's Studley right now. Studley's there, no brakes. They're there to the finish line. He does it. Oh, he does it.
He's got
He
him.
does it. Another upset. Wow. Double breakout, 07 on a 10, 86 on an 89. The margin, 24 thousandths at the stripe. 285 to a 311. Studley got out reactive for the first time today. An 86, he didn't pedal it. And Meckley, tell you what, no one wanted to back off. And wow, what an upset. Boy, we never picked it. We haven't picked it so far, and we got more to come. Here they come. This is just amazing
Modified
finish.
10-5.
Amazing finish coming up for all of these races. Unbelievable. And Jason Scott, we already saw Haley in a final. It's now George Nader against Jason Scott, another Mackay Queenslander. So both Scots in the final. That's interesting. It's good to see. But Jason, he doesn't have the dial in to go. With modified 10.5 is first to the finish. George Nader has gone 860s today. Jason's gone 770 today. So again, you're going to need your best run. And if you don't, you've got to make sure you try and keep them 10.5s hooked up if you knock them off. So there'll be a pedal fest to the finish line here right now.
And have a crack at the tree.
Modified 10.5 brought to us by Tuff Streeters final. Here it comes. That mainline All-Mater final was just crazy as well.
So, Jason Scott in. Nader not too far behind, flicking the bottom bowl. Big reaction time advantage to Scott. 0-1-5 on the tree. Shut the gate, say goodnight. This one's over. Jason Scott, your winner.
Wow.
In modified 10.5 with a 770 flat at 176 miles per hour. George Nader gives it a shake with an 875 at 158 miles per hour, but just left a little bit too much on the table there. Jason Scott, your winner in Tuff Streeters, modified 10.5.
Yeah, 0-1-5 in the final there, so he was ready for that final. So a runner-up for Haley, a win there for Jason. So that's a pretty... Look at that, look at the coming back in the All-Mater final. That's a crazy result. Studley, as we always said, was the boogeyman. He was always going to be the guy that would be near the finals. And they have a stick shift Bridgie drop the clutch on him, grab second, and then basically, he's out there fending with his 250 odd horsepower, and then Studley breaking out. You can't write that stuff. You'd never tip that ever.
Yeah.
You can never tip that ever. This is crazy results coming tonight, folks. You know what? More than worthy of where we are in 2026. More than worthy. This is the stuff that, you can never plan at the beginning. Here comes Moose on the way back. He's going to be stoked. What a way to win a Bradbury. Doesn't matter. Moose Bradbury. We won't have that nickname for long. All right, here we go.
Nielsen Popperwell up against Jürgen Piscopo now. So this is a good one for Pro Compact. We're moving into our professional categories now. Pro Compact.
We got that there, Janie.
Brought to us by McKern and Associates.
Do I have it? I do I? No, Pro Compact? Looking for Pro Compact. Is this Jürgen against Nielsen? Here we go, we got it here now. All right, so they'll nearly all fill themselves out here. Okay, so first time he's in the left lane, Nielsen Popperwell from Rosewater, South Australia. Can we get a South Aussie over the line? We've got someone from Mackay with a win. We've got someone from Punchbowl with a win. We're spreading the love all over. The Jambo love's coming from everywhere. Jürgen Piscopo, Sunshine North. I mean, he's back now. He's fighting for his life. The pendulum, it's swung its final swing everywhere right now. It seems the old pendulum. Some of the swinging of the pendulum's happening right at the end, including breakouts and whatever, pole shots or whatever. But this is a big final for both. I think Jürgen's been at a final before. I don't think Nielsen's been there. So this could be a very well first-time win for either of these guys. Let's just see. We'll have to ask him at trophies tonight. Well, by the time we get there in the morning. And we might get there yet. Okay. May the best car win. Rotary on rotary. An all-chrome bumper 13B final. Both in that 7-second zone, low 7-second zone. All right, gentlemen.
High five, Diggs.
I'm going to let him eat here.
15 hours on air.
Oh, wow, okay. Great. Seems like just an hour. Oh, no. Oh, wow. Oh, Nielsen, watch out. Oh, my goodness. Wow, okay, well, look, that's... hang on, just hang on.
Look, can we dissect that? We're going to have to go back and look at this on the replay just to...
Tackle 3, I've got no try.
3, yeah.
Tackle 3, I've got no try.
Can we review everything? The grounding, the offside, the touch line,
check for onside, check for grounding.
Construction,
sure
okay. So, Jürgen Piscopo rolled the start line beams there.
Yep.
Now, he did get the red light, so technically...
But no reaction time, no timers. So I think he's gone early. But you know what set him off? Nielsen's two-step. You look at the replay real quick.
There was a lot of flame.
Well done, Scotty. Jason Scott. Well done, 770. I think that just freaked him out a little bit.
I don't know.
But then he almost gave it back. He almost gave it back immediately. How does this pendulum swing so many times? But that two-step, I thought Nielsen's gone early here on the two-step. The bulb's not on, but that just spooked. I'm sure it spooked him.
It was wild.
Yeah, that's just that moment where you wish you could have all over again, isn't it? That's the moment you wish you could have all over again. Is that real? For real, 15 hours on there?
We started at 8:30.
I am running on pure adrenaline right from the start. I was, and I will eventually crash and burn. Thank God I got my own room because there'll be some snoring happening, mate. There'll be. I am not driving home.
You're going to just
mate,
load up
mate,
on the Red Bulls we've got
mate,
left.
I even feel I just need an Uber back to the hotel. I don't know. I'll help you pack up. Yeah, we've got a T-shirt coming called "Packing Up Sucks." It's everyone should wear it at the end of the night. Dish them all out at the end of the night. Everyone walks around. They hate packing up. Everyone's got the shirt on. Yeah, I get it.
Yep.
Yeah, it does suck. Packing up does suck.
Yep.
But folks, you know, we're nearly there, and you know we've got to get this in the books. You know what we're like. We're big on our history. We're big on our achievements. I'm not a historian in any which way. I can't tell you who won what over the last 35 years. All I know is I'm ready for the next event to see it all again.
Yes.
Just like all you
3
fans.
days.
Yeah, it's going to be big.
3 days at the next one.
Yeah, so that'll be, I think that's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So a bit of quali probably getting in maybe on the Friday.
I better get my annual leave booked in, hey?
Oh, my annual leave's looking pretty dodgy already.
Looking a bit skinny?
All the events I want to try and do. That I've been asked to do. It's not like I'm trying to do them. I'm legitimately... You know, got options if I can get Big Barney to be convinced. Well, actually, it's his daughter running the business at the moment. She seems she might just accommodate all my leave, but I do definitely need to lock a few more in there. And really, if anyone's interested, I'm probably got to say no to the rest of the year. You know what I got come up in a few weeks?
What?
A fight night, right? So Alan Dodds, of course, Doddsy, what up, G? His son Marley is probably he's not going to like me saying this, one of the baddest little 16-year-old boxers in Australia.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt in my mind, if the kid keeps going, he's got a good head on his shoulder. He's only quite a kid, but gee, he lets his fist do the talking.
Yeah.
Got picked by the Australian Institute of Sport, went to Japan, beat up on everyone over there.
As you do.
And his gym's doing a fight night, and I'm the ring announcer.
Nice.
So I'm doing a fight night again. I did a fight night a couple of years ago. A bit of Bruce Buffer came in near the end.
I'm glad.
About 3-4 X's in.
I'm glad you said you're going to be the ring announcer because I thought you were going to be the bikini girl, the round girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
I'm pretty sure that's actually trademarked. He
probably.
He trademarked
Probably.
that. So
Probably.
we're on YouTube, so you're probably going to get the stream banned now.
Well,
3 runs from the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. That's the Thailand one. That was
Can you give us a
Blues Bluffer.
Blues Bluffer?
Blues Bluffer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Lock and roll. Ploteba final. Number 23, sweet and sour. Oh, I've lost it now. All right.
Oh, you can tell it's still in midnight.
Oh, what a lipper, what a lipper. Eddie Howard can lipper burner. That's great. What a great burner. Lusty lost it. Lusty rusted here. Lusty rusted.
Lusty roasted.
Are you losing it?
Lusty is losing it.
Lusty's losing it. Lusty's losing it.
It's nearly midnight and it's been a very long day.
Long time.
Oh, long time.
Oh, we're having a cock in Queensland. 11 o'clock. All right, here
Eddie
we go.
Howard and Ben Slaughter. So it is the Pro Turbo final. Can you
You know
stop?
I'm an idiot, mate.
Yes,
you know
I know.
I'm an idiot, you
I know.
Paid to dribble.
That's why we love you.
Paid to dribble.
Ben Slaughter has been knocking out some hella good
You're right.
runs. Hella good runs here.
Someone's on the message.
Yeah, someone's on the message.
You're
saying,
cooked.
Yep.
Actually, it's Ashley showing. Oh, another. Look, the AI's coming thick and fast. Oh my God.
So obviously
Never been so angry.
someone's watching from overseas because the comment on the live stream is, I love how unfiltered Australian motorsport commentators are compared to everywhere else.
Perfect.
No, that's just us.
Yeah, that's just me.
That's
us. And you know what? I'm going to give you a rap, mate. You bring it out of me, and because I mean, as much as we can be mega professional, I think people, when you're talking for this long, you need to keep it interesting. Don't make it formal.
100%.
Go on tangents. Tell a yarn. Make it funny. And at the end of the night, you know, we're going home with as many good vibes as you possibly could in the allotted time.
We've both done the TV thing, the corporate thing.
We've done all of that, mate. And,
this is fun.
And for people making that observation, how laid back and loose, good. I love it. And you know what? Tell your friends.
Yes,
Tell your friends.
Ben Slaughter now in the rocket industry lane.
2J. So one with a clutch, one with an auto.
Is that 4Js?
Well, again, it is, right?
Okay.
It's about 6 readers. 6 reader? Okay, here we go. Let him eat. Let's go. Let him eat. Final Pro Turbo. Oh, no, not again. Yeah, it just happens. It happens. It happens. Eddie, keep it in your lane and you got it, son. Wow, another moment we didn't plan for.
Man.
A red light for Benny in the final. He rolled the beams. He got the psych going and the win to Eddie. Again, unassuming win. He just didn't know what he was going to be up against. And Benny's the one that trod on his own.
Now, let's have a look, because he actually wheel stood pretty hard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, oh, wow. Was
that a wheel?
I don't know where the sparks came from. Was it the wheelie bar bottoming
At first, I thought it was a reel stand, but...
Wow, man, what are we seeing here? Right to the end. I mean, it's not like we go in and then we rolled into a whole lot of boring finals. We rolled into a whole lot of upset.
Now, we got a race on our hands for this next one. You got Rob Margin, who's just been knocking it out left, right and centre today. 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. And Gina, who is yet to make it down the racetrack under full power, but she still came out with 3 wins from 3.
All right, anything's possible in this big old bad world of Jambo. And let's see what happens in the Factory Extreme final, brought to us by Precision Turbo and Engine. And again, it wasn't always been smooth sailing to get there. I mean, Gina's had so many little short, sharp runs today, and it's been interrupted by it going left. And again, she's a smart lady. She's not going to outdrive her own ability. She doesn't have that male bravado that might make you get back on it. She's cool, calm, and collected. She knows who she is in the car. She's not trying to prove anything to anyone else, and she's not going to try and eke out a win if it means being unsafe and out of control.
Yep.
However, let's see what the lady does in the final. Maybe the little killer instinct comes out. Maybe Billy. I don't know what Billy can do to it. I don't know whether you do a little notch on the forelink at this late change. Do you stage it at 6 degrees to one side and do a bit of swing? I don't know what the final's going to be. Doesn't matter. She's going to get at least a runner-up. I don't know. Rob Marjan's beside him, and Rob missed a run there where he couldn't get the thing in the stage either, so who knows? Factory Extreme final. I think our second last one of the night.
All right. So Rob Margin, the R35 Skyline's been running pretty much 580s all day. Qualified with a 592, and after that it's been 580, 580, 580. Just super consistent. He's really getting this clutch deal sorted out. I think that's the strongest burnout I've seen from Gina as well.
Yeah, nice burnouts both sides, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen. RB versus 20B in the final. We've had plenty of variety here today. Here's the two finals. Nilsson Popplewell. Nilsson in the winner's circle from South Australia. How about that? And here's Jürgen. And again, hopefully Jürgen will probably be a bit cut up about all of that. But again, it's just that moment.
That's how it goes.
It's that M&M 8 Mile moment. If you had one chance, one shot, and then it just didn't pay off that time either. But congratulations on making it to the final. You two, considering it, and we had plenty of opposition out there that might have been faster, more highly favoured. But you boys found your way to the final. Well done. We'll reward you at trophies again, I don't want to rush trophies because I love these guys and they all deserve to do what they do. They work so hard to live the Jambo dream, not only for themselves, but everyone that surrounds this great event worldwide, part of the Jambo family, part of the J-Fam, here we are. And again, look, there's a sentimental spot saying that, Gina needs a lucky break here. But again, I also don't want to take anything away from Rob. I mean, the guy is serious about Factory Extreme. He's serious about the sport. Again, new combo with the clutch. So at least 2 clutch pedals in the final. Here we go. Oh, Gina goes left again, and look, Rob Marjan right down Broadway. Here it is, an 82.244. Yeah. He'll be happy with that bunch of time slips today. Hey, look, Gina all the way to the final, 111 in the 60, 996 for Rob, 383 at half track, 197. And you got to say, a pretty good day at the track for Team Zeus. Kept the RB together all day, the clutch in and out, whatever they had to do. I mean, Gina, a bunch of left-hand runs. She almost go NASCAR, Gina.
Yeah.
But runner-up, it's so good to reward her with a billet, Jay.
Yeah, I mean
that's great. You just have to be in it to win it, turn up every round, let the cards fall the way they did.
Exactly. The luck ran out. It was that simple. Yeah. They came in with a car that was probably... They hadn't quite sorted out what they needed to, and they were working towards it. They were making progress by the time we get to the final. But right now, though, it is, I think, the final. Boys. It is the final of the finals. And it is our Radial Extreme class. It is Andrew Coles taking on Danny Lansdowne.
Now, this is BRP Race Transmission Coolers, brand new sponsor on board. Trusted source in the high-performance transmission cooling solutions. Both these guys would use BRPs out there. The both automatics, 2JZ, of course, for Danny. Andy, the Noonan Hemi auto on board as well. So BRP coolers, they're very popular, not only here in Australia, but I know a few of them are going overseas. So, hey, Aussie company doing amazing things. And so good to see him here as well. The man that is the product is right amongst it out here at Jambo and loving the whole scene. And thank you, BRP, for that. So our Radial Extreme final, I'd say the general manager of Spot On and the workshop manager for Spot On. Basically, Andy up in the top room planning all the dreams, Danny down on the floor executing them. And
nothing wrong with that.
Again, another empire built on racetrack presence. What do we say? Results-based credibility. The RBC is
method.
through the roof with Spot On. And guess what? Here we go, boys. Bump City!
047 apiece, both sides of the racetrack.
Big move. Watch out, boys. Watch out. Danny, 691. Danny Lansdowne, 691 for the Wags. Colesy, 662, 209.
Nice.
Hey, folks, don't switch the screen. Please don't switch the screen. I've got to take a photo because that's unheard of. Folks, last run of the night, let me quickly tell you.
That's killer.
Both boys go 047 on the button. Both boys go 047 on the button. Like both guys, identical reaction times. 119 for the Wags, 115 for Public Enemy, 301 to a 290, half track 450 for the Wags, 435 for Andy. Now, then it took the big move. You saw Public Enemy, the big move.
Had the big wiggle.
And maybe a quick pedal there from him. But Danny, 6 seconds, 200 mile an hour. Geez, in one night, 6-second VL wagon, 200 mile an hour. 6-second XE at 200 mile an hour. One with a six-banger, one with a Godzilla. But look at this big move for Public Enemy starts to move and steering. And Danny
Couple
right
of
there.
times.
What a great
It
final,
went left,
boys.
then it went right, and then he finally got it back into the centre lane. Danny Lansdowne had a bit of wheel stand out there as well. I don't know whether he pedalled it, but it definitely started picking the front end up about 100 feet out off the start line.
You couldn't ask for a better final to finish, identical off the tree on a pro tree, 047, 047. As may the best men win, and tonight Colesy with Noonan Power, plenty of cubes beaten up on the 2J, by the way. But tell you what, that's results-based credibility right there from the team, and Spot On. Is that right? Win the Workshop Challenge.
That's
it. Is that right? They were as well. So
all right.
Fantastic end to Radial Extreme.
Fantastic end to the event.
And that is Stumps. That is the 2026 Sydney Jamboree. We've got to finish our other awards. So what do you need out of there, Janie? We've got them there. Light of the Night, still 003 for Ben Clark. We've got wheel stand there, and this was about 9 wheel stands, I think. That's why he got over the line. Would be probably Andrew Matrevsky. Crew style. We're still just finalising that one as usual. Oh, yes, that one. No, we got that one. Yes, we got that one, and that will be duly rewarded. There comes, is this Eddie on the way back? Well, Eddie, you got to be in it to win it. Even though we're not on the big streak of performances today, you got there, and Benny was the one that made the mistake. Best light 003, our best crew smile, our best burnout. Well, we know that one as well.
I missed that one.
No, we've got it there. So we'll write that down in a sec. But we'll be doing all as it says on our schedule, and normally we're saying trophies 30 minutes after the end of the racing. I'm sure we'll be trying to push it.
Oh, is there one more run?
Who's the one more run?
Who's the one more run?
We're waiting for, there's no one in the lanes here that we can see, but apparently one more final. Let's go through our paperwork. Who's missing? Danny and Andy, Nilsson and Jurgen, Eddie and Ben.
Do you have Factory Extreme?
Yeah, that was Rob. Meckley and Studley, Moose and Sligar, Christophilopoulos and Ben Clark. Have they had that final yet?
Right.
I think that's the one we haven't seen yet. That's the one we haven't seen. It's modified compact. Can we get those guys? Why aren't they in the lanes?
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's get to the lanes. Chop, chop.
J275 as well.
And Jay, okay, so there is still a Jay. Oh, there we go. We've got 2 to go.
We're jumping the gun.
We are. We're just about to go. Thank you for watching. Good night and bye for now.
We almost dropped the ball.
But we are not. We've got 2 more finals. Well, I thought that was still a fitting way to finish if we were going to finish that way.
I almost did make the comment as well, it's still a one-day event, but in about 8 minutes it won't be.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we can do in 8 minutes. So we need the modified compact final. And again, hopefully, through our bracket marshals, here comes one of them. That's not Benny Clark. It is Benny Clark.
Benny
All right,
Clark.
so now we need Christopher Philippoulos, and that'll be modified compact. Our J275 final was going to be, was it Finanos and Danny Howe. So XE versus the RX8. So we need J275 finals to the lanes, please. A 2JZ versus Godzilla matchup, and this is RB30 against 13B. So 2 more finals, fans. All those people watching. How many people still on the stream?
1,100, mate.
Is that right?
We've still got 1,100 people watching on the stream.
Awesome.
So,
all right. Well, we're gonna wrap this in a sec. But how good has it been all the way to the finals and more? It's just incredible. And this is how we get the energy just by watching it. Here he is. Who's us driving it back here? That's Zeus, like a streetcar, by the way. Yeah, just drive it back, Rob.
Drive that bitch back.
Streetcar. Congratulations, the winner of Spectator Extreme, to start the 2026 Jambo season off here in Sydney. And Zeus with a new clutch and a new outlook on life. I mean, it's not back to 560 straight away, but I do know they probably got a little bit more to do, considering that what's needed to go world record stuff, 560s again, is it needs to be a bit more, aggression in the clutch. I mean, that's the fine line between shaking the hell out of it and getting it down the track. And there's a few little clues that tell me that, they're still a little bit soft on that clutch and they're not going after it yet, because the thing's not 200 mile an hour at half track. The thing's 240 at the quarter. It's not 260. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit on the table left in slippage on that clutch that they're not risking at the moment. So they could have an auto in it before the end of the year. Again, you can chop and change. Pack did it 10 times, probably in 1 year.
They went backwards and forwards
They
a
went
lot.
converter, they went clutch, they went converter, they went clutch. They had bolt-togethers, they had it all, lock-ups. And Rob is saying that he's got a lock-up on that thing, whether or not they even tried to use it today. That's an interesting thing. All right, so second last final. Ladies and gentlemen, what you talk about,
It's
Wearis?
time.
So long, Rotor Boy. Yeah. What you talking about, Weirdos? The Leslie Chow of Jambo.
Leslie Chow.
Leslie Chow. Resri Chow. J275 finalists to the lanes, please. We need the XE and the RX8. So Phineas and Danny Howe, J275 to the lanes, finals, please.
Hurry up.
I'm sure our bracket marshals have already summoned you. We need you to the lanes. Whatever you did last run. I mean, they both ran 200 mile an hour last run. They're probably trying to cool down. Just get to the lanes and see what you work out from there. All right, second last final. Modified compact. Dial your own. Modified compact. And
big out of shape burnout down there for Ben Clark.
I don't know what we're going to see here.
Petros Christopoulos dialing with an 885, Ben Clark a 941. Pretty sure they both went quicker than their dial-ins last time out. So
do you reckon there's going to be a flinch, a roll-off, a touch of the brakes and brake light insurance, or is this another double breakout all the way to the stripe?
Look, depends what happens on the start line. If they don't leave too much on the start line, expect to see them leg it across the stripe. It's an unusual one seeing them dial in a little bit softer than what they have been running. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Either way, Ben Clark's been sharp on the tree. Christopher Poulos has been really good at the other end of the racetrack, just taking the stripe nearly every time. I don't think I've seen the brake lights come on once.
Yeah,
so.
Here we go. Yeah, that's it. Anyone's race, may the best racer win. He's got to light the wick. Both guys got to boost up. Bump City last time, last time.
Bump.
Oh, flicker. Jeez, he's in the dangerous position, dangerous water. Oh, red light. Okay, the win for Benny Clark. He had a crack at it. And that's just another tail of the tape.
Yep.
So no backing off here. Benny's going to go 35, doesn't matter. 886. Oh, look at that. 886 and an 885. Petros, if he just held clean. What?
Yeah, there's a fire down there, and I didn't know whether that was...
it is a rotary, so maybe it's just...
Didn't know whether it was out the pipe or whether it was...
I think on the back off you can get a nice flame out of it, but Janie spotted that. She's a regular little fire marshal, Janie. She can spot that a mile away. But congratulations, great win. And how many cherries have we... We've got more cherries
There's been a lot of cherry.
than Daly's house. That's what we've got.
We've been cherry farming today, that's for sure.
We've got more cherries than ever.
Now, Christopher Philippoulos, he was in so shallow. Like, he was only just flicking that bottom bump.
Yeah, can we try a quick little replay of the flickering there for Christos? I don't think he was fully in. He was in deep water there. Like, when you've got both bulbs on and you're flickering it, you dare not try and bump it again.
No, because you don't want to bump out. You don't want to over bump, but also at the same time, if you let it settle...
Yep. You rock through. 6 second, Danny. 6 second wag. Look at that flicker.
He was shallow.
He was shallow.
I think he knew he had to have a shot at the tree because he was in so shallow.
All right.
And that's why it's just ended up leaving the cherry on the tree.
All right, Peter Fenanos and Danny Howe. Last call. I mean, I'd hate to call a no result for J275, and I know you're probably expecting, can I get some turnaround time? The answer is at this time of night, no. So button it up, whatever you got to do. Communicate with their bracket marshal, whatever, but you need to be rolling. We've got one more final. The whole event's waiting to finish with you guys, J275, and I know, of course, we got to the end there, and it's late, and we turn them around, and so on and so forth. But this is what happens when you get the finals. You've kind of got to just be ready to turn it back out there as quick as you can. Yes, could you put it on the transmission cooler? Probably, hopefully, preferably a BRP to get it cool. Here comes the RX-8, and I think the XE wouldn't be too far behind, but at least there's the RX-8. Mind you, Danny Howe pushed that Godzilla into the sixes. I'd love to see the XE come out and make a race of it just in case, but no one's made any communication with Sydney Dragway to say that the XE will be a no-show. We're just hoping that car is on its way to the lanes right now because we've already got the opponent there, Peter Fenanos 2JZ RX-8. It's now... How is this? How who's towing far? No, I thought someone's towing him quick, but that's just a trailer with a car already on it. So that ain't it. That's LOL 13B there, I think. Just keeping an eye out in the back of the lanes on our own closed circuit TV. We have one car in the lanes being the RX-8, but now I'm still waiting for the XE to turn up. A few other crew kind of walking in from the side here, whether or not they are from Danny Howe's camp and whether or not we are going to see a paired match-up. And I know Peter would probably try and send it even if he is on the solo because they were already high-fiving 6 second 200 mile an hour performance only, it seems, 15 minutes ago. So let's just see because I don't want to start putting a stopwatch. You know how they normally, you remember the old Street Outlaws, they'd put a stopwatch on and go, right, stopwatch, 5 minutes. We don't want to do that yet, but we might be nearly doing that now.
Realistically,
it's 4 minutes now. There we go. So the stopwatch was on.
And from when the first car rolls into the lanes, there's one half of the final. You got 5 minutes. That's generally always been the accepted rule. So, yeah, you're right. The stopwatch is on now. And you don't want it to finish that way by any stretch of the imagination. But the reality is, when you call to race, you got to race.
Okay, Danny's coming now. Word from Bailey is that Danny is coming in the XE now, I believe. So, yeah, Steve Farrelly, he's saying, J275 still to run. Here we go. Just Julian Seeger. How's this for a wrap on the text? You have RBC in your field too. Thanks for the commentary. So results-based credibility. All right, thank you.
Nice.
Told a nice story.
That's very sweet, isn't it?
Fluke to win at a Jambo.
All right, drives it up to staging lanes. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay, here we go. He's got to do the last checks. Get his all that stuff on, ready to go. Yeah, nothing worse than this time of night that you've got to do this little bit of a hustle, but sometimes I think the best thing to do is just look over at the other crew and go, right, boys, we're here. Let's have a minute or two now just to do that final bit, fire suits. Don't overlook anything. That's the other hard thing to not do. Things like catch cans, that's all got to still happen. And remember, we've got a heavy-breathing 2JZ in an RX-8 against a heavy-breathing Godzilla in the XE Falcon. So I hope their catch cans are empty and everything's buttoned up, ready to go. May the best car win. Import versus domestic, what a way to finish it on the small tyre, the J275. What a way to finish up tonight. And everyone, look, so far, everyone in these fields have been stoked with their performances. Like, there wouldn't be too many teams out there. Like, all the ones that broke stuff, yeah, they're not happy.
Yeah.
But how many other PBs have we seen?
Yeah, 100%.
And personal milestones reached. So talk about RBC, your results-based credibility can come even from turning up. And sometimes that credibility is turning up racing, going home and not hurting it. Or winning a final by just being the last person standing. So any which way you get your RBC out there.
It's all about the RBC.
Well, credibility to me, winning and standing up to opposition means credibility to me. Choosing your battles, selecting your enemies on whether I can beat someone or not is not RBC to me. It is not result-based credibility. It's taking on all comers in the hope of at least trying to beat them or have a crack. Anything from success to failure still gives you credibility. The results, whether it's a winner or loss, is still results-based credibility. So get used to seeing that on a shirt. I want the RBC coming on the shirt there as well. All right, so the RX-8's out there and gone. So, look, I still expect a nice, clean race here. It's just about, I'd love to just be a fly on the wall for temperatures at the moment in both vehicles. How are the transmissions going? Yeah, that's great. How are the transmissions going as far as temperature's concerned? How's the engine on temp? You can only do so much between rounds. And remember, we always know round 3 to final is a tight turnaround. And you'd be completely naive to think that would not be the case even here today. I mean, we are pushing, well, we're now midnight, so there we go. We're in the new day, but we're going to wrap it up, so that's great. Here comes the last final of
This is what it all comes down to. We're officially in a 2-day event now too, by the way.
Okay.
It is 12:03.
And there's a lot of people with the big screen watching, I think, from the staging lanes, everyone watching in their pits, I would assume. How many still online there, Rusty?
We've dropped a little, down to 847.
That's all right.
There's something to do with the international date line. And
is that what happens, do you think?
Yeah, we just lose it. The internet switches off in certain countries after midnight, so...
Yeah, well, for a little while there, we all thought that was the end of it. It's only the people that switched off real quick and they go, hang on, we've got 2 more. And poor us, we're going, well, that's up.
Oh, sorry.
That was the finals.
How bad?
Yeah, so can we send a notification to say, finals running now? It's like, we're back on. So
still in the 900, like 847. Still a pretty fair effort. And it's been pretty consistent across the entire day as well. So.
Well, look, J275, what a treat. The small tyre love over the quarter mile. It's the Radial Extreme was a great one today. Although what you'd say, we're getting into that mid to bottom 6 of some of those cars, and then here's a whole bunch of other 6-second cars in J275. And this is going to be a hell of a final we've never seen before, because I don't think we've ever seen Danny Howe. Remember last year, it was Danny's first run in quali last year where he lunched something and that thing never came back. So that's how you start. That's how your Jambo was in 2025 here in Sydney. Danny Howe, one run in quali, heard it and never saw him again. And now here he is, 365 days later. Imagine if after last year you go, you know what, next year, Danny, you probably get to a final, and you wouldn't believe it. But here he is. He's from Keysborough in Victoria. We've got Peter Fedanos from Wallachia in New South Wales. So we've already had a South Aussie win. We've had a Queenslander win. We've had North Queenslanders win. Yeah. We've had a New South Wales win. Do we get a Victoria win? I don't think we've had any Victorias tonight.
No, I don't think there's been a lot of love for the Victorians. Now, this is one for the people still watching the live stream. When we get to midnight, sometimes we say things because they're funny. Yes. So the person who's asking what country shuts off their internet after midnight, New Zealand.
Penrith.
New Zealand.
Janie, snap. Bit of bitch from the switch coming in there a bit late,
yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Westy on Westy. I love it. Bit of Westy on Westy.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still 4 from 4.
How about you take your 4 heads and your 3 teeth and get out of here, man? Right, so... No, I'm joking. It's a joke.
Nice, Mr.
It's a joke. It's an after-hours joke. I love yous both, and, you don't have 2 heads.
It's true. It's 10 past midnight.
I know.
So.
That's something I would have said one day to someone if I was brave enough, and that was the moment, to 2 friends. How low am I? Danny Howe and Peter Fedanos, last bump city of the event.
It is heads up.
And
heads up first across the line, so it's just about getting the win. That's all that matters here, the win light.
The Nugget, the big, chunky XE, unbelievable. They just, the last famous XE was Dickie Johnson, of course, Green's Tuff. But this could be a new icon XE out there right now. It could be this one. Australia's toughest XE, I'll say that right now. We've got Australia's toughest VK, we've seen Australia's toughest VLs, we've seen them.
Yeah.
But Ford-powered Ford
all right.
Against 2J-powered RX-8.
Both cars in pre-stage. Sounds like nobody's even trying to build any boost down there.
This is this cooling down time they want to get now. Head stage. Through the XC's going for the wall. The XC's going for the wall. He might have to give it up. It's going to be the RX-8. Yes.
There it is, another 6.
90. Look at the boys on the line. 695 at 208. But how? 033 off the hit. Started to go for a walk towards the wall. He might have had. There'll be some light feathering there, I think, to keep the XE away.
Yeah.
723 at 198 was a valiant effort, but a great win there. What a great win.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah,
it was a pretty good run for
the XE was
Finianos.
starting to pick the wheel up there too, and he had that little lift. That was it. Look at the team. And was there more than 7 on the line?
No, 7.
Was there? Okay.
Yeah, it was right on 7.
Geez, you got to watch that.
It looked like a lot. There was
it did, didn't it?
Yeah, there would look like a lot more, but no, it was definitely just 7.
There we go. 695 to finish. 208. They're absolutely going bonkers down there, and we'll have to wait till both cars come back because we're going to do trophies now. That's technically the end of the event now, folks.
Is.
Thanks for hanging around, and all the diehards that were out here watching. We thank you, all the people on the stream. Thank you as well. Thank you to all of our great sponsors. We've mentioned them throughout the day, including Garrett Advancing Motion, Tuff Streeters, Fueltech, Summit, PRP, Haltech, Drag Photos, Pack Performance, BRP Transmission Coolers, Joel's Garage Gear, McKern and Associates, Precision Turbo and Engine, Tuff Streeters Mainline, and Speedflow, all our other great sponsors.
Thank you, ball boys.
Well.
Thank you, linesmen. Thank you, everybody associated with the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree for 2026. Tuff Streeters and Fueltech also are presenting sponsors. It's been a massive day. I think we're up to nearly 14 hours on air. 16 hours on air.
Stretching.
I can't even count. But either way, it's been a big, big day. Thanks to all the racers. Thanks to the fans. Thanks to the officials. Thanks to the track crew here. And with that, you got any more to add? I love yous all.
Love yous all. Don't go changing people. Back to your life, citizens, but not just yet. Be kind to each other, but not too much. And see you at trophies. And get ready for another cracker year in 2026. If that's what Jambos look like for the new year, bring on the whole year. It's going to be fantastic. Heroes made, legends reborn, and stories. So many twists and plots, and we can't break them down anymore. We're just going to get to the trophies, give them out, and we'll be out of here.
We just rub it.
It's a pleasure to work with Janie. It's a pleasure to work with you. Pleasure to work with the whole crew. I don't know where my tennis racket went, but we'll sort that out before the next one. The Overtaking Lane stream, of course, world class as usual. Sydney Dragway with all their vision mixing, all their great officials. Without all of these people, this just doesn't happen. You take it for granted. It's a world class event, and we're lucky to be a part of it. And you bring the demon out in me, Rusty, and
I'll do my best.
Don't go changing. All right, folks. Trophies very soon. All right. We don't want to have to start rustling people up for that. It's that time of the night where the fast pack-up's trying to happen.
Yep.
But the trophies still need to be done. So. It's another amazing call. Thanks, Damo. Thanks, Simon. All these guys. We'll go to the trophies. I think the stream will be over as it is already. Everyone here, back to your live, citizens, and we'll see you soon.